I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid, I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. With me, I have the wonderful, the amazing, the Angry Man, who has joined us for a few open panels himself and felt the need to come and take on the panel all alone. He's going to have some fun tonight, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
Although
yeah,
you're not
definitely.
you're not very angry, though. I was just telling someone about this. I'm like, for having the name of the Angry Man, you don't seem very angry. You're always
Yeah,
calm, cool, and collected.
it's from when I was younger.
Oh,
I've always been extremely passionate about certain topics. So a good friend of mine, Izzy Bands, who's also a content creator, his younger brother, um, that's no longer with us, he actually gave me that nickname. So he's like,
aw.
you're always angry. Cause every time there's a topic that I had an issue with, I dust off the soapbox and start preaching about it. So
Oh, I
yeah.
like it. Well, I would willingly pay for front row seats to see how passionate you truly are and to bring that angry man out because so far I've only seen you like calmly talking to people. Even during we put you in the speed dates with other people, and you were still so just collected and well versed. So I'm interested to know.
It'll happen. It'll happen with certain
Oh,
topics.
can't wait. Well, speaking of topics, the topic this evening, the claim that the Angry Man has said is that wokeness is the cheat code for life's losers. I'd like to dive in way more into that. Would you care to elaborate for us?
Well, it's the participation trophy crowd. It's in this day and age, we have moved away from merit. We've moved away from, you have to prove yourself. You have to put in the work. You have to do what's necessary in order to be a winner.
Hmm.
But nowadays we've switched from the winners to the whiners. So it's certain people that just they want to whine in order to get the top spot. And if they don't get the top spot from whining, then they say, well, this is discriminatory based upon insert group, whatever group they belong to. If it's a group that can actually, claim victimhood, claim to be a marginalized group, that then becomes the standard, unfortunately. Wokeness basically rewards victimhood.
Mm-hmm.
So success used to be based on merit, effort, character. But now it's just based on, it's based on whether you're part of a marginalized group or whether you feel that people are discriminating against you.
Oh, the feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, let's tap into. I'm assuming, could we dabble in the DEI hires and shutting that down, or is that a direction you are going with this conversation?
Absolutely. The thing about it, and some people aren't really fans of Thomas Sowell, but he made interesting points about this when it came to affirmative action, which is the previous version of DEI. He talked about how before any of that, you actually had Black people, which are also considered marginalized groups. You had Black people that were actually excelling. So it becomes a point of contention because there are some people in the Black community that believe that's a benefit. But I personally don't think it's a benefit. I think it actually gives people the excuse not to put in as much effort, or it ends up being an excuse for if you don't get promoted or if you don't get a specific job, you're basically looking for somebody to fix that for you. And it's like, no, if you're not capable of doing the job, if you're not capable of excelling at the job, then you shouldn't have the job. Like for me, it's a double-edged sword because on one end you have people saying, well, the reason we need affirmative action is because certain groups of people are not being considered for certain things, whether it be, Black people, women, any one of the minority groups, any one of the intersectional groups. So they're like, well, we're not getting, offered these jobs or whatever, right? And then say, well, we should be considered for this. And for me, that's the bigotry of low expectations. It's saying, well, we know that women are going to need affirmative action or DEI. We know that Black people are going to need it because they're not as good as everybody else. That's the way I look at it. So I'm like, no, that's asinine,
Well, do you think in terms of kicking things off, like when maybe DEI first started, it was a way to try to at least create a wedge for people to harness their place, and then it just kind of took it a little too far?
I think it's with anything that we do as human beings. It starts out with good intentions. It starts out with good intentions, but as my grandmother would always say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So we'll start out saying, okay, we need to do X, Y, Z for these reasons or whatever. The only problem is there's always going to be what everybody calls bad actors. There's always going to be bad actors that are going to weaponize someone's empathy or sympathy, unfortunately. And so that's what we've ended up with in this day and age. You have a lot of people that either come from a marginalized group or they'll join a marginalized group in order to weaponize certain situations so that they can take full advantage and give themselves not an opportunity, but an advantage.
Okay, so there's a difference between opportunity and advantage. So would you say anybody that has the DEI kind of stamp of guarantee, do you think that they're like taking advantage of that and giving them a step over anyone else?
Absolutely. We just recently during the Biden administration, Joe Biden came out and said that, you know, there's a disparity or there's an issue with the Supreme Court. There's never been a black woman on the Supreme Court. So he flat out said it's time to have a black woman on the Supreme Court. Now, whether she's qualified to be on the Supreme Court, that's a whole other story. I don't think she is, but for him to blatantly say that I'm going to appoint this person because black woman, I'm like, that's not right. That would be like Trump right now saying, well, we're used to having more white guys on the Supreme Court, so we're gonna appoint a white guy right now. Like, why would you, even if that's in the back of your mind, like, why would you blatantly say that? And then why would the public have to accept that?
Do you think that maybe, for instance, Biden doing that, it's a way to have that token, kind of like having, like, well, I did that. I put the first black woman in the Supreme Court, as a way to, you know what I mean? To like, I did that.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
It's a way for him to, you know, it's self-aggrandizement. It's a way for him to say, you know, because Joe Biden, he has a history of doing things that are really suspect. Certain statements that he's made. So in this day and age, it's kind of a way of him saying, well, look, I'm not the guy that you guys think I am. Look at what I did. I put a black woman on the Supreme Court, or
mhm.
I made sure that, you know, LGBTQ had this or had that. Like, in my personal opinion, I don't believe that people that profit and benefit from wokeness, like the Joe Bidens, the Jasmine Crockett's, the Cory Bookers, all of them, I don't think they do it because they genuinely want to help people. I think they do it just for their own self-aggrandizement, their own savior complex.
Mhm. And so breaking that down to more of a corporate level, right? You
Mm-hmm.
have these companies that say we're diverse, we diversify, you know, we have all sorts of different this and that and another. We're DEI positive. Do you think they do that only for purposes of kind of being able to make that claim as well, instead of thinking of the company's best interest in terms of profit, based on people, based on merit, hiring, what's the best interest of their employees and the work that they're doing. Instead, they focus on the DEI portion of it in HR, making sure we have a certain percentage of this person, that person, yada, yada, yada. Or for instance, we have the woman-owned companies, which most are really just the wife of the owner. They make her like part owner just to be able to say that. So people are taking advantage of this, and actually more in a harmful way, because in some of these cases, like, women don't actually own these companies, they're just the wife thereof. So they're fooling the patrons and consumers, but also kind of utilizing a blanket of this DEI in order to make themselves look, you know, have that token. So it's we've perversed it in a way. I don't, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Well, I mean, with the corporate setting, I don't know what their policies are now in corporate America, but I know back in the day, there were certain tax breaks you would get for
Mhm.
hiring a certain quota of minorities, a certain quota of women. And so they're getting a benefit from it in order to do it. And I get that that's the incentive to get them to do it. I get the logic behind it. But to me, it's more about the bottom line than actually furthering anybody's cause or trying to fix, you know, the issue of inclusion. Like, I don't have a problem with inclusion if it's genuine,
Mhm.
you know, if it's genuine and it's, you know, it's not, you know, it's not in a way where, because like when you think about it with women, right, especially with women, on the one hand, you have the original feminist movement, which was saying, well, look, a lot of us women, we can do a lot of things that the men can do, right? And then we have something like that basically says that women can't. And what I can't figure out is why is it women don't find that offensive, to where it's like, why are you trying to give me a special privilege instead of allowing me to prove that I'm capable of doing what it is I'm setting out to do, you know?
Well, it is insulting. Like for instance, if I'm given a standard to do the same thing as per se a man, and my standard has been lowered, I take it as a personal insult. I mean, now this is just me, so it's anecdotal, but I do take it as a personal insult, and I will go above and beyond to ensure I meet the man's standards. Just to say that I did it, so nobody can claim that later. Um, but but I think also. With with women being like adding into the companies, I think there are some issues in some places. For instance, like the wage gaps that we've had, or the glass ceiling things, or so on and so forth. We've had issues, but we've turned it into we've perverted it in a way where it actually works against us now, and it's not. It only makes it appear like you only have that job because you're a woman. And actually, you were talking about the tax breaks. Even more so for some companies, if you take on government contracts, if you don't have these minority numbers, and you don't have a female in some type of executive role of any sort, it actually hurts your chances for getting the bids for as a government contractor. So we've kind of forced that hand in a way where it's like, well, you don't have to, but if you don't, then you kind of
Yeah.
get docked. And if you do, you get rewarded for it. So we've kind of put our corporate America into a position, or even smaller businesses who still do government contracts as well. But we've put them into a position where it's like, if I don't, I have to take a beating in terms of the taxes or other incentives. And if I just do it the way I want to do it, and I hire the people I want to hire, and it just so happens to be all men or all white or all this or all that or whatever, like, you actually face consequences. And it kind of doesn't seem fair that we do it that way, but I don't know how you could do it. I don't know how you could host a DEI concept without it being, number one, taken advantage of, and kind of perverted in a way, where it harms more than it helps. But also, I don't know how we can have it um, without people always pondering. You actually negate the idea that people are getting hired on merit, because then it makes other people wonder, well, did I not get hired because I'm a white male, or did I not get hired because I'm a this, or and it actually just flips it on its head, and the discrimination is still there. It's
Yeah.
but now it's policy
It
there.
takes a new form. Yeah, it
Yeah,
takes
now
a new
now
form.
you have to, turn one person down because the policy says you have to have such a percentage of this or that or another.
And
So,
and
yeah.
and that in and of itself, like that, now that's the inner workings of the corporate machine. But
Mhm,
then you also have the politics of just the society at large, because the corporations are trying to maintain a certain reputation.
mhm,
So when someone starts complaining about certain things in this current climate, well, what it was, you're going to have certain corporations have to worry about their market share, worry about their stock dropping because people are threatening to boycott, or they're getting bad press, and it's just gotten ridiculous. And it's part of the reason why America has been on the decline, because the only way that we've managed to get to the top of the mountain as a country is because of competition, is because
mhm,
of merit based practices. But now it's like everybody has to be included, or it doesn't, it's bigotry, or it's discrimination. It's just like that recent Gene commercial with
Sydney
what's
Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney, right?
Yeah.
So Sydney Sweeney, somebody finally decided, you know what? Maybe we should put a hot chick in the Gene ad. And instead of some chick, instead of some chick that's like, morbidly obese, right? And surprisingly enough, even though people push back against it, the moment they did that, stock rose. I know I bought some shares, but it's a no-brainer. And even after they did it, they figured out a way to make it racist, and they started giving her a hard time, and they stuck to their guns, and I'm glad they did. But it's gotten to it doesn't make sense. Like, whenever you have an advertisement and you're trying to sell something, you put beautiful people in the advertisement. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. Like, it's just like that scene on what was it, The Water Boy, where the guy said, I understand that I'm not a handsome man. Like we used to know where we fit into the scheme of things, It's like me, like I don't have at the age that I'm at now, like I used to do like bodybuilding and stuff like that. But right now, I'm not going to be a Abercrombie Fitch model. Like,
you're not?
And I'm good with that. Yeah,
Why
I'm
not?
good with that. Nobody's trying to see dad bods and Speedos and but they do this all the time. Like, but could you imagine that if they applied the same standard to guys and they just had a bunch of dad bods and Speedos?
Well, hold up. Okay. Because I kind of have an inkling for dad bods. Okay. And shout out to the Crucible crew. Thank you so much, Andrew, for the raid. We appreciate you and love you all the same. I have to pay more tomato tax. Damn it. But yeah, shout out. Not one step back, fellas. So and that dives into the marketing appeal, right? And this comes down to go woke, go broke concept. When marketing, we found this by trial and error, right? In all of the marketing, where when they go weird, okay, and they get very unflattering people in marketing, it tanks. It tanks, it tanks, it tanks. When they when they advertise these woke kind of concepts, and we saw the pride, even the pride group kind of got shut down. They lost all of their marketing because they started realizing like this isn't, it's not marketable, right? There's no money in it because it just gets weird. A lot of stuff gets weird, and weird doesn't sell. Now, beautiful young women, people that are look good in jeans, that sells, right? Like because you're creating the image of what you want them to want to look like. Like, ooh, could I be a Sydney Sweeney? Damn, that ass looks tight in those jeans, right? Yeah. Like that's what you're selling, is an image. So if you put, a 300-pound woman in a pair of jeans, I'm sorry, I don't want to look like that. That's not motivation for me. I'm not buying a pair of jeans to look like that. And so we realized along the way that this marketing scheme, the whole go woke, go broke, it doesn't work. We've seen it happen time and time again, unfortunately. And now we're going back to skinny people in skinny jeans, and it sells just fine.
And it's fine. The thing that really disturbs me is that we act as if we cannot create a category for things. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of the things that I notice with all of the wokeness, right? I noticed they've injected it into everything, right? And it's like, if I'm a guy and I see an ad with, let's say some guy that's really in shape, right? I may be inspired to work out just because of that ad, as opposed to a guy that's massively overweight and I'm looking at the ad and it's depressing me. It's like, it's making me, because one of the issues that we do have in this country, we have an issue with obesity, you know. So the idea of the body positivity movement,
Yes.
it just doesn't make sense. It's like
All
that's
it
not
does
healthy.
all it does is affirm, poor eating, poor, health, and taking care of yourself. I'm not saying you have to go to the gym every day and get crazy with it. No, that's not what I wouldn't recommend that to everyone, especially. It's just not
Mhm.
meant for everyone. Even I, like, cringe at the idea of, "Oh my god, I have to go to the gym. Ugh." You know? Like, it's not fun,
Yeah,
but it is good for you. And unfortunately, we're not an outdoors walking everywhere type of nation anymore. People, we drive everywhere, we bus everywhere, we have mass transportation. Like, the furthest I have to walk is to my car and back. So when we market, anybody that's overweight or unhealthy, this is why we took out advertising for cigarettes. This is why alcohol has a very limited marketing ability as well, because we don't market bad things. We say, no, that's bad. We don't affirm that. We can't, we're not going to allow you to do that, because number one, the most influential people are our children, right? So you're
yeah,
marketing smoking, drinking, or obesity to young children. What are they going to do? They're going to think, "Hey, that's cool." Remember, was it Joe Cool the camel?
yep,
Right? Like, there's a reason why they use cartoon characters to advertise this kind of stuff. So we move into all of these different influential concepts, and then now we put our body positive foot out there, and we affirm obesity and say, "No, no, it's good. You look great, hon." And then we end up actually what? Seeing a bunch of people get overweight. And it's
yeah,
unfortunate, because
and
that's what you're looking up to and saying, well, if she's a supermodel, then so can I. And even though I'm 300 pounds, right? Like,
yeah,
we're
and then
affirming that.
and when you do that, you're literally encouraging cognitive dissonance.
Hmm.
So you'll end up with a situation like the woman, I don't remember her name, but there was a woman that was in Miami, her and three of her friends, and they were extremely overweight. And they went to this club, and the club, the bouncer told them, like, I can't let you in. You're too big. And she got offended. She got offended. Now, here's my thing. My thing is, should she really be offended? Should she really be offended when we all know that clubs, part of their marketing is they want hot girls in the
Yep.
club. They want women that look a certain way because it attracts the men. Because if you don't have that, the men aren't going to show up, right?
Hmm.
So her going there, she got set up for that, because society is telling her that there's nothing wrong with the way you look. You should be able to be a supermodel. You should be able to get admitted to every club. You should win every beauty pageant. And it's just not realistic. Like,
Hmm.
it's crazy, because we used to care, like, as Americans, like, we used to care about people's sanity. And it's
Well,
like, now we don't. Like,
I mean, you're probably around my age, maybe a nudge older. But do you remember in grade school, there was usually like one overweight boy and one overweight girl,
yep,
and that was it.
yep.
Everybody else was not overweight. You remember, like, you had the same thing, I'm assuming.
I
Um,
absolutely.
so one of the things that I was just talking about this with someone, and it's like, if you only had like one boy and one girl in every class, and your class is maybe 20 kids apiece or whatever, um, like, everybody knew, like, you don't want to be like Ricky, or you don't want to be like Megan, because they're overweight and they get made fun of in the class. We were still like friends with them and cool with them, but they were like, the running joke was like, you're the fat kid.
Yeah,
And we
yeah.
we we like, then we started saying, "No, that's not okay. Be nice to them." But r actually, like,
But
it's funny.
the moment that you start being nice to them, or even worse, giving them props for being the fat kid, now they want to talk trash to you. And that's the other thing that that has occurred, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate because nobody's really paying attention to the fact that now that we no longer have bullies in school,
Mm-hmm.
the schools have gotten worse.
Yep. You don't
Now
shut that shit down.
yeah,
You gotta
now
shut it down.
exactly, because there was a balance there.
Mm-hmm.
Where if you were a kid that was acting weird or doing things that may lead you to become a shooter or something, that shit got shut down quick. Like
Mm-hmm.
it got shut down real quick. Like, so the moment that you remove the concept of bullies or you just shun kids from having any type of aggressiveness, it causes those that were never really aggressive to have more of a more confidence in doing something aggressive.
Right.
So, and I'm probably going to get in trouble for making that statement, but it is what it is.
No, shout out to the Powder Dusty raid. Man, everybody's raiding us tonight. I love it. Shout out to you, anybody who's joining in. We'll kick off the panel here in about 30 minutes, so hang tight. Well, okay, I was just having this conversation on another panel, I think it was last week, where we were talking about letting boys duke it out. And I'm a firm believer. And now I'm not saying they should be curb stomping each other, right? I'm saying
No.
if two boys, especially at the younger ages, are rolling in the dirt, you got to let them push it out, and then they'll go grab a beer later, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we took that ability for men away, we said, no, 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 nobody fight. We can talk this out. Since when do we talk out war? Right. I mean, obviously there's politics and stuff beforehand, but when you go to actual war, are you going to walk up to the other soldier and be like, hey man, like, we're going to talk this out. Like, I'm not going to shoot you. You're not going to shoot me. We're going to work through it. No, you can't. You're already there. Just the same as young boys and young men. You're already there. Testosterone's already pushing through. Like, you need to fight it out. Just fight it out, duke it out, and may the strongest man win. And that establishes that hierarchy between men. And
Mm-hmm.
it also pushes the one who loses, also pushes them to say, how do I do better next time? Right? Because
Yeah.
I don't want to be the loser again. And this, sir, brings us to our participation trophy concept that you had brought up earlier. When everybody gets a trophy, what's the point of winning first place?
There is no point. There's absolutely no incentive to win first place. When I'm a Gen Xer, I was born in 78, right? So I'm right before millennials, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I was coming up, if you sucked at basketball, when everybody started picking teams, you weren't going to get picked. And you had to sit there. You had to sit there and watch everybody else play. That was incentive for you to go practice so that you could finally get the opportunity to play.
Mm-hmm.
And, the thing with boys duking it out, that has to be a part of society, because men have a natural aggression.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't find healthy ways to express it or get it out, it's going to come out in a really negative way. You can't contain it, right? I remember I was at my sister's apartment, and the apartment she was living in was filled with single mothers, right? And so, there were hardly any fathers there. So I'm just there. I'm listening from the balcony, and there's a bunch of kids, teenagers, getting ready to fight each other, right? Well, there was one teenager, and there was like 5 other teenagers getting ready to jump him and beat him up, right? And the mothers were out there egging it on. And so I'm like, they're grown. What are you doing? So I go downstairs and I go out there and I say, hold on, what are y'all doing? And the only reason that the teenage boys would listen to me is because at the time I was a barber at the local barbershop, and they come in there to get their haircut and stuff, right? So I told them, I said, nah, you're not going to do this. Who has a problem with who? And the one guy said, well, I got a problem with him. I was like, okay, well, the two of you by yourselves can duke it out right here. and I'll stand here and make sure it doesn't get out of hand, right? So nobody's curb stomping anybody, nobody's jumping anybody, nobody's doing any of that. And what's interesting is the moment that I did that, the moment that I told them, well, the two of you are going to have to duke it out by yourselves. They didn't want to fight. They walked away. They didn't want to fight. And you know, the thing is, there are certain aspects of masculinity that it's getting eliminated because of wokeness. And that really annoys me, because I'm looking at the women like, but you're the same people that once you're grown, you're complaining about the lack of men. Like,
I agree.
If you want them to be men, you have to let them be men. Like, you can't expect a soy boy, you know, tree hugging hippie to be the type of guy that's going to get up 6 a.m. and go do construction and come home and pay all of the bills. Like, you're literally, with wokeness, you're eliminating those type of guys, those old school men that basically taught boys how to be men, you know, taught daughters what an example of a good man is. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I'll go on a 3-hour rant about that.
I can't wait. No, I 100% agree. And I think we've put like this emphasis on men being soft and men having emotions and sharing emotions. And like, there's only 2 times I'm okay with a man crying. Okay. Number 1 is the birth of his child. My former husband, the first time I ever saw him cry was at the birth of our son, right? Like, I think that is a moment he should be having with his child, right? But also at the death of somebody close to them. I'm perfectly fine if they're like, have a moment, get upset, whatever. Now, are they out in public bawling hysterically? No, I'm not agreeable to that. But are they having a private moment and crying? I can get with that. But if a man is crying because of anything else, or whiny or complaining, you know, like, to me, that's a problem. And I've found my conversations with men, if they start whining, I'll give them a solution, and I'll even say, I've given you a solution to your problem. Are you done? Like, you don't need to whine. Are you done now? Can you solve this from here? And if they still go on, that tells me they're just emotional. They just want to be a whiny baby about it, and they're overly dramatic. But I think the problem is, like, we've softened the men up to be like women, because women do that. Like, I'll call my mom and I just want to bitch, right? I just call her and I just wah, 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 wah. But then if I have a problem that I need solving, I'll call my dad. There's 2 very stark differences. But I think we've mixed those roles up, and we say, men, you should, you know, come down to the women's level and be emotional with me and share your feel. I don't want to know your feelings. I want to know that you don't have feelings, because if I can know your feelings, then I can know your trigger points, then I can easily manipulate and dive right into that and just destroy your whole world. I don't want to do that. But if I can do that, that tells me any other person could do that to you too. If they can find your weak points and they can take an advantage of you, well, then now you're putting us both at risk. And that's what we've done. We've weakened our men, and because we want them to be nice or some shit.
Yeah, that's like you know, it's like Dane Cook back when he was actually funny. He actually
I used to like Dane Cook.
Yeah, he used to be funny, but there's this one time that he did this show, and he said that he was upset, and he called his mom, and he's like whining to his mom about his situation, and she's like, "Well, don't you worry about it, because you're awesome. Here's your father." He's like, "No, don't do that." As soon as his father gets on the phone, he's like, What's going on? Why do you sound like a babbling brook? Because I tell you what you need to do is take off your skirt and end this tea party. Like, he started going in on him, and men need that. Like, men need that to not, because if you allow a man to start whining and, you know, crying, he'll never stop.
Right.
Because we're not used to people showing us that level of empathy. We're used to people saying, well, you know what? Going gets tough, the tough get going. Stop making excuses, do what you need to do, and I agree with you about the birth of a child and a funeral. However, I will say this. There are other moments where I think it's acceptable to cry. The only thing is you would have to get up and act like, it's sinuses or something and go to the bathroom and get yourself together, because like it's for me, father-son moments get me. Like if I'm watching a show and there's a father-son moment, I'll start feeling it, and I'm like, let me go to the bathroom. I got to blow my nose or something.
But let me clarify. You said exactly that. You get up and you walk away.
Yeah.
Right. So my point is, I don't want to see it. The only time that I'll accept and I'll be touched by watching you be, like crying over the birth of our son or the death of someone. The only time that would hit me are those two moments. But anything outside of that, I don't want to see it. I can't see it. I don't want to see it.
It's
like, I don't want to see you in a weak point. I don't.
Yeah. It's, us guys, we always say this, nothing is worse than watching a grown man cry.
You guys are pretty blubbery too.
Yeah, it's bad.
You guys cry ugly, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
You all cry ugly. So we've removed like manliness in order to what? Make it fair across the board? I don't know. What was the goal of even doing that? Taking away men, young boys or men fighting, or making men be emotional I know that's like a feminist piece, but was it to bring them down to the women's level on purpose to make them think like us or something? I don't understand.
It's to give the losers an opportunity to win. That's what it is. Well, not an opportunity to win. Everybody has an opportunity to win. It's to give the losers the sense of winning without having to do the work. Because if you have a society that is extremely masculine, as far as male leadership, patriarchy, and things of that nature, that's the only way it's going to be. The only people that are going to win are the people who become winners. The cream will rise to the top. So the problem is society has gotten to the point where it's like, well, this guy shouldn't be the lead in a movie. Damn him and his rugged, handsome looks. Let's find a guy that, is scrawny and, geeky and socially awkward, and let's make him the hero. Now, I'm not against that on occasion, the hero's journey, someone's meteoric rise like Rudy, I'm not against that.
I loved Rudy.
Yeah, I'm not against that because that has its place. But the moment you try to make it seem like the entire society is like that, now you're rigging the game.
Well, but hold on. Rudy didn't just get a spot on the field, though.
But he worked.
But he bench warmed that whole entire season, and
absolutely
they didn't let him have the spot until it was like the last round, and they're like, "Well, we got to let's at least let him have one run at the tail end before the season ends." Right. Yeah. But they recognized he had still done the work to at least earn that last run.
But he earned it. But he earned it.
But they didn't just give him a spot just to say, let's be nice. Rudy's here every day. Like he wasn't the best. He wasn't the best.
But see, if it was today and Rudy came out, he wouldn't have put in the work. He wouldn't have done all of that.
Here's what they would have done. Everybody gets to play. Let's make it an equal amount of time we're going to, switch everybody in and out. Everybody gets to play. It's okay. Like, no, sit your ass down. You're a bench warmer. You're B team.
Yeah. Yeah. and I don't get why some people can't accept. Like when I was younger, I loved playing basketball, right? And a lot of kids dream of, being an NBA player. Like when we were growing up, we looked at NBA players like heroes, Michael Jordan, all of the different players. But some of us had to face reality, when you've got guys that are 6'5" and, things of that nature. Like I'm the same height as Allen Iverson, right? Matter of fact, I'm probably a couple inches shorter, but watching him do what he did was awesome. But the reality of there being a bunch of Allen Iversons or a bunch of Muggsy Bogues or Spud Webb, that's not a reality. You're going to have exceptions to the rule. But in this society, it's like if I were to try today to say, well, you know what? It's not fair that most of the guys in the NBA are a certain height. Well, let's lower the goal. Lower the basketball goal that way, because at the end of the day, the average man is 5'9". This is height discrimination. Like this is what the woke does.
Oh my God. You're so right though.
Huh?
You're so right though.
And yeah, in the process, they destroy industries doing this. And I'm not surprised that when woke individuals put their hands on anything, I'm not surprised it goes to shit. They're the losers of life. So of course they don't understand why certain things work and why certain people win. And so because they've never understood that concept and figured out how to find their lane, they just want to rearrange the world to suit them. And it just doesn't work.
I find that you can basically take that concept of, well, I'm not winning, therefore I want everybody else to stop winning, right? Everyone else needs to come back down to my level. It's a crabs in the bucket concept. And you actually see this almost everywhere you go you could, even as streamers, I'm sure you've had maybe some experience across the board. But even as streamers, we have the people that are the crabs in the bucket. We have out in the real world, in jobs, even in schools and so on and so forth. If I'm not winning, you can't either. If I can't be the best, then you guys have to come down to my level, because how dare you? How dare you work your ass off and be better? Or how dare you have a skill or a talent, or work every day to develop that, and so on and so forth. And I find this all too common of a trend almost with everyone across the board, or even like you're again still in my age grouping. Okay. I just realized you are a little older, but we're still in the same group. Birthday parties. Not everyone was invited, were they?
No.
No.
No,
not at all. Now
no.
you invite the whole fucking class, the entire class. My
Yeah.
kid, if I take him to somebody's, I don't do big birthday parties. I tell my kid, like, you pick one friend and we're gonna go do something and we're gonna have a day, right? And we do a big whole thing, and I can spend the whole day and a bunch of money on just two people, and they have the entire day that they wanted. But these other birthday parties, it's like you pick the venue, you pay hundreds of dollars, and you have 30 kids show up. Because why? If you don't invite the whole class, well, then you're being mean.
And they're missing out on a very important character building moment, right? So I remember I was in high school, like every once in a while somebody would throw a house party, right? And a friend of mine, he's telling me about the house party, right? Why is my camera tripping? Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. It just looks like your camera froze up.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me do something real quick. Is it still tripping? Why is it tripping? That is horrible. I don't know why it's tripping like that. Give me 1 second. Let me see
Take
if
your time. And I'll take this time to remind everyone, if you have not already purchased your DebateCon tickets, please feel free to do so. Head on over to Modern Day Debate. It's posted everywhere over there. Go buy them now. They're running out fast. Okay, back to you. Birthday
Cool.
party. High school.
So he's telling me about the party. I didn't even know about the party, right? So he's like, yeah, we're gonna go to this party. Party's gonna be awesome, whatever, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. So I go with him to the party. And the funny thing is they didn't even want to let him in the party. They're like, we didn't invite you to this party, you know, for various reasons that I won't go into. They're like, we didn't invite you to this party. The only reason they finally let him in the party is because the guys that were throwing the party were actually cool with me. So they were like, well, you know, and before I went in there, I'm like, well, look, when we go in here, don't do the typical thing that you do.
Right.
You know? Because he had a reputation in school for doing goofy stuff. So it's like, don't do the typical thing that you do because you're going to make me look bad now. But that's part of the social interaction that we all have as children and teens, that it cultivates us into the adults that we become, you know, so that we understand how society works and not to be a spaz or a prick.
Right.
You
So
know?
we've learned to say, well, we have to accept everyone's behavior and we have to invite them all to the party, even though they always act stupid and I don't like them. But my mom said I have to invite them all because we got to be nice. That's what we're being forced into. And then that carries over into your, college, and then into your communities, all of those things, like make shaming great again. Hello. Because if that behavior was shamed early on, people could learn early on and say, oh, people don't like it if I do goofy stuff and act like a turd, or people don't like it if I get really drunk and throw shit at the wall. Like, that's what we teach by saying, no, you're not invited. You can't come in anymore. And the learned behavior is, oh, I should check myself. If I want to be accepted into these with these peers, they've let me know that there's a boundary and they're not going to allow it or accept it any other way. But instead, we're like, gotta be nice to everyone and let everybody come in with bad behaviors and all. And then that just carries over to we just have to accept. And that also spins over to like the furry stuff, the transgender stuff, like this whole mode of we have to accept and we have to accept. And if we don't accept, then we're the bad guy. So yeah. And I'm gonna go ahead. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we've gotten rid of insults.
Yeah.
Or at least we've tried to. And it's like, if a friend of mine is being a dumbass, I should be able to tell him he's being a dumbass. Because if I say you're being a dumbass, the next time he may want to avoid doing the thing that made me call him a dumbass. But,
we can't check behavior anymore. And it just kind of breaks my heart that we do that. To everyone watching, I've dropped the open panel link into the chat. And Angry Man, you are dual streaming. You're more than welcome to that same link I sent to you. You're more than welcome to drop that in your chat as well if you want it, if they want to tag in on your end. If not, it's over here on my channel if they want to click it from that. Let's go through a few super chats. Welcome to the new members, Kelt and Jordan and Jess Gerald, dropping it like it's hot, sending 20 gifted Raging Tomato memberships out. Shout out to all of you lucky lottery winners. If you ask nicely, he might send more if you didn't get one the first time. Bumbadil sends in the big 5. Here's 5, Tomato Lady. Much love from the Crucibles. Thank you so kindly. And Harry Ludwig dropping 5 as well, just to say hello to you. Chris Delney sends 10 to say from the crew. And Lotus Flowers over on your end, Angry Man. I'm guessing these are emojis, membership emojis, based on what I see on here. What is Bino? Bino Empire? Bino?
Yeah, it's basically like it basically means a group of people that refuse to be negative stereotypes. Basically. Oh. So whatever your negative stereotype is, originally it was something I created because I wanted to make a separation between people that are more traditional and think a certain way, as opposed to the new age people that's on all this goofy type of time, you know.
Yeah. Let's see. Guam Tech sends in 5, says men need weekly tests against each other to keep the hierarchy and respect amongst their peers. We bond through conflict.
Mm.
That's what I was saying. Like, 2 dudes could totally go and duke it out, like, respectfully, like, two guys. I'm gonna walk
Hmm.
outside. You wanna take this outside? Let's take this outside. They take it outside, they beat the tar out of each other. Then whichever man's down and says, "All right, I'm out," that's fine. The other dude's puts his hand out, helps him up respectfully, and then they go back into the bar and they buy each other a beer, and then they're best friends going forward from there. It's really not that hard. Like,
Yeah.
I think it is like a way to bond through that kind of stuff. I don't see it any other way. Not to say that everything ends that way, right? I'm
Hmm.
sure, but at least like you guys squash the issue by whoever wins that fight.
Yeah.
Just like two deer, like bucks do the
Yeah.
same thing. Like, this is my territory. I won. Now get out.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Basically.
mean, yeah, men, I'm not saying men are animals, but you operate very similarly to that concept. Harry Ludwig gifting out 5 Raging Tomato memberships, thanks to you. And Soul Shader over on your side, Angry Man, sends in the big 10. Guessing he just wants to say hello. And Lotus Flower dropping 10. Hello to Sarah and Angry Man. Thank you so kindly. Appreciate that. K2 Keep on Truckin' says Alexander Ovechkin better than LeBron athletic and physically only missing 35 games in all his career. Big game changer, not a diver. You're probably more fluent in whatever language this is.
Yeah,
'Cause I
he
have no idea
probably
what it
is.
means.
He probably is. I'm not a fan of LeBron, so I'm not gonna I'm not gonna give any LeBron. Not gonna cape for LeBron. So
Fair enough. That's easy peasy. All right, and I'm gonna make sure I drop the link one more time. And I've got quite a few people jumping back there. If anybody else wants to get on, now is the time to do so. And High Tolerance gifting over on your side 5 Angry Man memberships. And the Supreme View says, loving the conversation. Angry Man in the building. That's exciting. Fair enough. All right, and I think we're ready to kick it off. Do you want to have some fun?
cool.
Meet your panel.
Go.
I've got some. I already know one of them. He's coming in right for the jugular on you.
Is it Ryan?
It's Ryan.
I knew it was Ryan.
Here we go. And of course, Supreme View also dropping it over on Angry Man's side as well to say respect to you, sir. Thank you so kindly. All right, Ryan, I'm going to switch spots with you. All right, I think everybody's been here before, except for Guam Tech. Maybe you've been here before. I'm not sure. But you guys know the rules of this house. Keep your interruptions to a minimum. Keep it within TOS guidelines. And also to the chat, if you don't like anybody on screen, except for Angry Man, he stays all night. You cannot boot him, but anybody else can be booted with a mere $10. Or if you want to get rid of him for the night, it's $100. And also you can revive and negate somebody else's dono by sending the same dollar amount to negate it and bring them back up. All right, go ahead, Ryan. I already know you want it.
Yeah, of course. So, Angry Man, good to see you again.
What's going on?
I guess first off, if this whole woke go broke thing is true, that I don't know how Radical Coder channel just hit 1,000 subs today. Big ups to all subscribers. We are going straight to the fucking moon. So make sure you guys go over there and check that out. But the main question I have for you, Angry Man, you guys talked a lot about your feelings about how things should be, how you feel things used to be back in the good old days, you know, just booming out about all these things. But I guess what I'm really curious is one of the first things you brought up, which was you said that Ketanji Brown Jackson is not qualified to be on the Supreme Court. I'm just really curious, what are your qualifications that you would lay out for a Supreme Court justice pick, and which one of those does Ketanji not meet?
She would actually have to know what a woman is.
So her having a difference in opinion on how like gender ideology works means she's not qualified to be on the Supreme Court?
That's not a difference of opinion.
So she has an understanding of gender theory and you don't, so you think she shouldn't be allowed in the Supreme Court because you don't understand the things that she understands, is what you're telling me.
Okay, but which
actually makes sense, right?
But she's exercising a theory over a fact. So number one,
gender theory is a way of analyzing like how gender works.
Yeah,
right?
I get what it is. I know what it is.
I don't know if you do.
No, I actually do. The problem is we're talking about a Supreme Court justice who is supposed to deal in law and facts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was asked a very simple question, which is, what is a woman? And she could not answer that question. Now, for you, that may not be a disqualifier, but for me, it definitely is. And part of the reason it would be a disqualifier.
So to be clear, your qualifications are not like legal standards. It's just your feelings about whether someone agrees with you on gender.
It's my opinion. I don't have the power.
You said she was unqualified, right? And it just sounds like you don't like her opinion on what a woman is, but it seems like you don't actually have any idea of what qualifies someone to be on the Supreme Court, and you don't really care. You just like don't like.
You know what qualifies you to be on the Supreme Court?
Okay, well, can you tell me some things that besides
number one,
the definition of a woman agreeing with yours?
So number one, the first thing that qualifies you to be on the Supreme Court is actually acknowledging reality.
Okay, so in reality, we have a difference between sex and gender because there are people in this world who you might not like this. I know you guys have a lot of problem with the transes and whatever, but there are people in this world who are born one sex and identify with a different gender. You recognize that, right? And if she's a Supreme Court justice, then she also represents people who identify as such. So it's perfectly rational that she would want to represent those people as a Supreme Court justice.
So here's the thing, Ryan. You do realize that you can believe in that and acknowledge that. You do realize I have a right to not believe in that and not acknowledge.
What do you mean believe in that? Wait, do you disagree? Are you saying that there are not people who identify as a gender other than the one they were assigned at birth?
There absolutely is people that do that.
Okay, so and Ketanji Brown Jackson being on the Supreme Court would represent some of those people, right?
She doesn't have to, in order for her to be a Supreme Court justice, she doesn't have to believe in that in order to represent them.
She's not a representative. She's an appointee.
Oh, yeah. Sure,
but
whatever.
Even if she was, like what you're saying right now is like saying that in order for her to represent white men, she would have to believe.
Just to be clear, your only issue is this issue about trans. She disagrees with you on trans issues, but you don't have any other criticisms of her.
How is she
legal
supposed
qualifications?
to defend people if she doesn't know who she's defending? Right? How is she supposed?
It sounds like she does know who she's defending.
She doesn't know what a woman is. She couldn't define.
Who says she? Wait, just because she didn't give a short, quippy answer to the question doesn't mean she doesn't know what a woman is, right?
No, she said specifically she doesn't know what a woman is.
There's
She's not a biologist.
Ryan, what is a woman?
A woman is it's an archetype that we have that mostly aligns with people who have biological sex of female.
It's a label. Yeah.
So if somebody doesn't know what a woman is, does that mean that they should even have any ability to make decisions on what affects women?
Even define what a woman is.
Exactly.
So if she outsources her opinion of what a woman is to biologists or whatever, that makes her less qualified or more qualified.
But she doesn't have an opinion on it.
This isn't
a biologist to be able to give her the opinion.
But again, this is your one issue with Ketanji, right? It's all this woman thing. You don't actually have any issues.
Hey, don't
with
run
her
away
legal
from
training.
it now.
Do you even know anything about her legal background, or is it all just about this one?
Don't run away from it now.
Well,
I don't give a shit about this one thing. Angry Man's the one who brought this up because he doesn't have anything else to lean on, right?
Let me ask you this question, right? So if
Go
you,
ahead.
let's say for argument's sake that you had to go in front of or you had to get advice from a lawyer, right? And let's say in the initial consultation, he made a racial comment. Let's say he just said something horrible about a non, a marginalized group. Are you really listening to anything he has to say after that? And I'm asking you your personal opinion.
Potentially. But also, like, what's the offensive thing that we're pointing to?
Disingenuous, Ryan. Because you know good and well, if that guy says something that you fundamentally do not believe in and it offends you, you're not going to want to hear nothing else he has to say. Now, this is not even in reference.
I mean, that's cartoon. I mean, do you know who the fuck I am? Like, I literally come on these panels and I hear things that are quote unquote offend me constantly, and I sit here and I listen in good faith and I engage for hours and hours and hours. So, like, I think you got the wrong guy with that criticism.
And you snap out about it.
Yeah, and then I sit here and chill and have a conversation for hours and hours and hours.
And I've seen you go ape shit, Ryan. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Look, hey, sometimes I spit my truth. Sometimes I speak calmly.
Let me clarify so you can understand.
Okay, yeah, simplify it for me.
In based on my understanding of the world we live in, right? If you cannot recognize the reality of biology, what
your feelings on that reality, right? It's your feelings on that reality. It's what you seem to think is true, right?
It's not my feelings. We're talking about biology. Yeah. We're talking about actual
biologists don't even agree with your analysis of this, right?
Well, here's the thing. This is the part that annoys me about this whole conversation. You act
is it the fact that you didn't have any legal requirements for the job that you were she wasn't qualified for?
Hold on. He was asking. He was telling you.
You act as if she can't advocate for those groups and simultaneously acknowledge what a woman is.
Well, you and I disagree on what woman means. So, like, I think I have a better understanding.
Isn't that a very important part of being on the Supreme Court, especially if you're doing your interpretation when you offer your vote and then you're offering your interpretation? It's very vital that we're all defining underneath the same terms and understanding the same concepts that are being brought forward. So if there's something as simple as not understanding what a woman is, then how can you even be expected to maybe pass judgment on let's say a court case that comes that refers specifically to being a woman, right? So
do you guys think that every single legal instance of the word woman is used exactly the same way, and that there's a universal, like, short quippy definition that she could have given?
We're not even talking about legal definitions. We're talking about one person who is involved in making the decisions that affect women.
Yes,
isn't that how legal definitions work?
If the question is what is a woman, right? There's like one short, quick legal definition.
Should a person who can't even define woman be making decisions that affect women in general?
If she has the experience, yeah, of course.
She doesn't know where to look for the definition, though.
But you guys don't know you guys don't know anything about her background, right? You all have this one clip. You guys all saw this one clip. Hang on. You saw this one clip. You saw or heard this one clip of Ketanji Brown Jackson, and you've made your entire worldview about who should be on the Supreme Court based on this one fucking clip. Do you realize how stupid?
And that's a shitty clip.
Should she prioritize ideology over reason? That's my question. Should she prioritize ideology over reason? She's not endorsing the ideology.
Hold on. Everybody does. Rephrase that question.
Try to map this on
anything. I don't know how to engage with that question.
Very good, Marte.
Try to map this onto sports or anything else. Does this work?
It's not sports. I mean, we're talking about like ideologies are the things that are manifesting. People's like on the Supreme Court, like the ideologies of the judges come through. Like, this is kind of just
over reason, Ryan. Over reason.
What do you mean over reason? Your ideology fuels your like ability to reason with things. Like
meaning reality, biological facts, things like this, things that are concrete.
Wait, did she say that she doesn't believe that there are like biological females?
Okay, now you're dancing around the subject. She doesn't know.
I'm not dancing around it. I think your criticism is garbage.
Ryan,
you guys haven't given any real criticism of Ketanji Brown Jackson, and you haven't given any qualifications except for this one clip. You guys are actually so scared to engage with what you actually said. You said, hang on. Angry Man said explicitly.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Angry Man said explicitly that she was not qualified to be on the Supreme Court. right?
I agree.
And then his standard is some random ass clip, some fucking 20-second clip that he saw. He has nothing else. He has no idea. He has no idea. He has no list of qualifications that he would put someone in to be part of the Supreme Court, right?
Ryan, if I may.
Ryan, my
hold on, I think
reason.
angry. Go
I'll
ahead,
allow it.
Morgan.
My reason is not because of a random clip. My reason is because she refuses to give a definition about an objective fact. Okay, so number one,
What you think is an objective
argument's sake, hold on. Let's say, because she just got schooled by Amy Coney Barrett recently with one of her goofy interpretations, right? So
in a 6-3 ruling.
Let's hold on. Let's be clear about something. So let's say, for argument's sake, because we got a lot of issues when it comes to that particular subject. Let's say, for argument's sake, that you have women that are fighting and suing because they don't want biological males coming into their bathrooms, right? How do you think she's going to interpret the law? How do you think she's going to make a decision based on that circumstance if she doesn't even want to define what a woman is? How can she defend women's rights?
We don't know.
Well, she would probably look at legal precedent. She would probably follow that because that's her job to do, and that's what she's done, and that's why she's so qualified for the job, because she's been in that field doing exactly that for decades, right?
If we're
You
going
sure
based
about
on
that?
precedent, then
Yes, I am
let's
sure about
play
that.
with it. Let's play with
Precedent
it.
is
Even if
clear,
we go, even if we go based on precedents, then defining a female was very specific, and it brings out stuff like Title IX, so on and so forth. So she would have to accept the definition of a female based on precedents alone.
And she didn't.
Well, hang on. You're implying that all the precedents are completely consistent on this, but I mean, trans people have been around and been in the public conscious for like 30 years now, at least, right? So like a lot of legal decisions have been made with all this stuff happening. So
and yet the precedent is still based off of exactly what Sarah just said.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think? Are you a lawyer?
If the legislation decides to,
Why is it that
Guantek, are you a
every time
lawyer?
I ask a question, you have another question to come back with that has nothing
Okay,
to
so
do
you're not a
with what
lawyer,
we're
right? You're
talking
not a
about.
lawyer.
You
So
don't
you're
have
just
to be
asserting
a
that out of your
lawyer
ass.
to know the
You just
law.
pulled that out of your ass.
So
Is that right?
obviously there's no answers
Hold
that
on.
you can
You're
actually
undermining
give.
your own
Yeah, you
just
pulled it out of your
hold
ass is what you're
Hold-
saying, yeah.
Gentlemen, stop. Guamtek, can you ask your question again? I wanted to hear it again.
I was just saying that everything that he just said still stands by the fact of the precedent has still been set. So
He doesn't know what
it's
the
not an
precedent is.
argument.
You don't know what the precedent is. You're just asserting what it is, right?
I don't have to know what the precedent is if it's already set.
Your whole point, your literal position is based
So
on what the
I
precedent
have to be
is.
I
You're
have
trying
to be a
tell me what the
lawyer
precedent
in
is,
order
and you
to
don't know what it
understand
is.
and reason how some of these rules are made. And I don't even understand where your point is going. What is your goal here to ask these
My
kind of
point is that
questions?
Angry Man made an assertion saying that Ketanji Brown Jackson is not qualified to be on the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
and his only
it was an
evidence,
opinion.
his only example of evidence of that is some random ass fucking clip that he saw where she doesn't give a satisfactory definition of the word woman in the moment. Right? He has no idea what her background is. He has no idea what she's done for the past 30 years. He has no clue of her history. He's literally just a
So your
talking point,
goal
right?
here is to change someone's opinion.
No, I'm here to make fun of him for having a bad opinion.
Okay, so
I don't
you
think
admit
I'm
you're
changing
just here
anything. I think he's
to
gonna
press
double-
buttons.
Pardon me, gentlemen. You know my rule. One at a time, please.
Well,
Yeah, so I'm gonna
first of all,
respond to-
Ryan, you're making
Hang on,
assumptions.
guys. Hang on. I was just asked a question, right? I was asked if I'm here to change opinions, and I said when I'm answering, I'm not here to change Angry Man's opinion. I'm here to point out that his opinion is formed by a bunch of ridiculous biases, and he has no actual grounding for the idea that she's not qualified to be on the Supreme Court. And he's just asserting that because that's the anti-woke narrative that he's baked into this ecosystem of.
Well,
Which
here's the
leads to
thing.
what?
Here's the thing about this, right? Me saying that I don't believe she's qualified to be a Supreme Court justice because she refuses to define what a woman is, I wouldn't say that's bias. Now, if I said I don't think she should be a Supreme Court justice because her name is Ketanji, that would be bias. That would be extremely biased.
Sure.
Right? But what you're doing is you're sitting here saying, "Oh, well, you don't know her history." Ryan, how do you know that?
Well, can you list off some of her qualifications?
No. I want you to answer my question. How
So
do
I know
you
that because you refuse to, and because the thing you leaned on is the 1 30-second clip that everyone knows about her, right? Name one other qualification she has.
Ryan, we're not going to skip past that.
Wait, is the question how do I know that you don't? Because you haven't demonstrated it.
You made an assumption.
Yes.
And I'm asking you.
You demonstrated.
I'm asking you, how do you know that?
Because you haven't made a single point about her qualifications at all. Not throughout this whole conversation, and not throughout our conversation, not before I came on. At any point, all you did was make an assertion that she was unqualified by your standard. I asked you what your standard was, and you brought up one specific example, this famous quip.
That doesn't prove that, Ryan.
Is it possible
You literally made an assumption and
she
ran
graduated
with it.
from Harvard.
This
Is
is
it
why
possible?
Sure did.
Maybe a really smart woman, right, dodged a question during a luncheon, knowing that answering that question in particular is probably not a very fucking good idea. Right. That it's a bait question.
Politically, yeah.
That's something I would give to it. I mean, that's the best credence that I think could be given to that.
I mean, you know, rather
But
than
also,
coming up with a
if she
bumbling
can't define
answer
it,
and
then maybe she
looking like
shouldn't
people
be.
looked already.
Can I
and
say one
getting
thing
made
before?
fun of, like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to read off like some of her qualifications, right? So she graduated from Harvard. Real quick, Uncle Fatty, I'm about to go down for a minute. But so she graduated from Harvard, top of her class. She clerked for Justice Breyer. She spent a decade on the bench as a district judge. She has broad bipartisan respect. I don't know. Those all seem like good reasons to consider someone for the Supreme Court.
None of it
Maybe
matters.
you didn't like her one answer to this in this one clip that you saw, this 30-second clip. But since it's just curious that you didn't mention any of those things or try to argue with any of those things, you just leaned on this woman argument because again, it's part of your anti-woke narrative, which you have not supported with anything other than your personal feelings throughout this entire hour or so. But I'll see you guys in 10 minutes or whatever.
Supreme Court, Ryan. Like you don't even know what you're talking about. Like who's not gonna have qualifications like that that's being suggested to be a Supreme Court justice? That is not even what we're talking about, bro.
Let me read a few of these that came in. Kokomo sends 15 to say, have to drop some money for the Gauntlet intro. That is fire. Yes, you all dance backstage. None of you lie. I see all of you doing it. Harry Ludwig drops a big 10 just to say hello. Angry Snowman says, also, Ketanji Brown Jackson was hammered during her Senate hearings about her history of giving child schmecks predators light sentences, allowing them to reoffend, and couldn't give a reason why. Anybody want to answer to that? Or
yeah, she gave light sentences, and she was extremely lenient, and also she refused to explain why she couldn't expand the courts at all. She's refused several questions. There's like 7 more. I can go on a tangent about this, but she's more than
wait.
She's
Did
not
she
really
give light sentences only to those people, or is she giving light sentences in general?
In most cases, with those predators, she gave light sentences.
No. Disclude those and just all cases. Is she
No,
giving
only
mostly
those
general?
cases. Mostly those
Okay.
cases. Yes, specifically. Right.
It's kind of odd. And then, of course, Kokomo says, hey, Sarah, we need one of your videos of women for demonstration purposes. For Ryan, what is a woman? Well, here you go, Ryan.
This message is sponsored in part by
Sweeney, watch out. I think that could have been the commercial right there in and of itself. I don't know who anybody.
Men have conquered empires.
Yes.
It's hard to know what someone's motivation is for that type of behavior. It's hard to know, like, without really investigating and really asking them like what they're about, to give light sentences, because it's debatable on like if you should be putting these people into dangerous situations and like getting them putting them into jail with certain people. Isn't it kind of making the jail a more dangerous place, like a more hostile place?
The real problem is the refusal to answer these questions. Much like what is a woman, she refused to answer this. So when she was asked and prompted and backed to a corner why she gave lenient sentences to these people, she obfuscated. She opted out of this. That's the reason why we have such discontent towards her, to be honest with you. That's a reason why. That's
a loaded question, bro.
Well, discrepancy.
Yeah, I would say this. Go ahead.
Sorry. Let me ask this, though. If judges were held accountable for re-offenders, right? For people that they maybe give a probation or a light sentence, and the judges were held to some type of accountability of that. Do you think that maybe our judges would be a little more strategic how they
Yes.
how they
Short answer is
give
yes.
sentences?
What happened?
Only
Yeah,
if
I really
only if
do.
it's the same case for repeat offenders that they put in jail. So if
I
someone
really-
gets worse, then they would have to get punished for that too.
I really do wish that there was actually some type of thing to combat judicial immunity, because in reality, yeah, judges absolutely have complete immunity. for whatever
Prosecutors.
Yeah, unless they
Prosecutors need to be reined in as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
the judicial system has a lot of problems. And yeah, I mean, unless they're actually committing an actual crime, then yeah, and they stay within the sentencing guidelines, so they can go all the way harsh or all the way lenient. They don't get any kind of punishment. There's nothing.
Personally, though, I feel like it's better to be more lenient than not, because our system was built upon letting one innocent man stay out of jail, or rather, 100 guilty men go free, so that one innocent man is left out of jail. And I think that is a better system than just having a heavy gavel where it's guilty, because if they reoffend, then the judge has to face some charges, because I feel like that would make people be more nervous and would give us a more Japanese system.
If you made a judge accountable for the behavior of everybody he presided over, that'd be crazy. You might as well just turn off all discrepancy and put everything straight to the max. Nobody's going to come.
Well, maybe not necessarily accountable, like they're gonna get put in jail because they made a bad thing, but holding them accountable to the idea that, like, hey, you've let this many people walk free and or kind of walk away lightly, and X, Y, and Z has consistently happened every time. Like, you're judging, it might be skewed, it might be off. Like, maybe we need to take a look. You know what I mean? Not necessarily.
That's why
like
there's guidelines, though. If she's operating inside the guidelines of sentencing, then
yeah.
So the issue is Ketanji Brown Jackson didn't operate under the guidelines, but it wasn't a general behavior.
Well,
there was one specific case that the Republicans focused in on. That was United States versus Hawkins in 2013, in which case an 18-year-old was being prosecuted for peddling a bunch of child pornography.
Well, there's a huge difference between Supreme Court justices and then you've got your magistrates at the low level and each judge. So when you're talking about low-level judges, you're talking about people who are voted in. They're actually voted in. The Supreme Court justices are actually appointed. So you actually do have some type of accountability at the low levels. Now the higher levels, it's really crazy. It's an idea that probably a lot of people have talked about. Term limits. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, there's systematic.
Yeah, and they literally appointed a woman that refused to define what a woman is for a lifelong appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
what's the relevancy to how good she's going to be as a judge?
And also, she didn't even know where to look for the answer. Because she'll tell you that it's that biological sex and gender are different. So why would she go to a biologist when really she needs to, like, a philosopher?
Here's the thing, right? And I didn't want to go into this with Ryan, but I'm seeing now that I'm just going to have to say it and be offensive. There's a possibility that she's mentally ill. If you don't know what a woman is, that there's a strong possibility that you are mentally ill. And I don't think that Supreme Court justices should be allowed to be on the Supreme Court if they're mentally ill. Like, we haven't established this yet. Like, right now, what we have going on, we don't even know if this is a mental illness because we're not allowed to say it's possibly a mental illness.
But you're saying it right now. That's crazy.
It's like,
not in an official capacity where we can do research into it. Otherwise, you'll just get labeled an ist and a phobe. Kind of like if you go and you try to pursue like other sort of things that could be seen as you're you're doing things that seem like eugenics or some other things that the APA or other organizations say are problematic. So it can't be officially researched in a manner that would bear fruit, if there is fruit to bear.
It meets the medical definition of delusion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, at what point do we allow the boundaries to continue being pushed to where we just accept new definitions on a daily basis? And if we're just going to keep changing the definition, then what the hell do any of our words mean? What does it mean to be a woman then, if we're just going to keep changing what a woman is to begin with? There's no value in words or definitions anymore because we just keep moving it until it fits whatever little bubble we want it to fit in. So yes, I think
there's like a really simple.
They know what a man is. If you ask them what a man is, they'll say, "Oh, he's a patriarchal fascist prick." Like they know what a man is.
Right. So
I mean, this gets very deep into like philosophy of language. There's a concept called implicit versus explicit knowledge in terms of like terms here, where a lot of people have the implicit knowledge of what a woman is. But when you ask them, hey, can you convey this in explicit terms to tell me what a woman is? We have a lot of fuzziness around the edges there. To the point where if we kick the can down the road, say like an adult human female, well, what makes someone a female? What makes someone an adult? We get these kinds of questions. And if we can't give the hardline definition, that's not saying we don't know what a woman is. It's saying we just can't explicitly define it, which is.
I always thought that it was a wound person.
I can explicitly define it.
Carburetor. Can you give me an explicit definition that's not going to get this fuzziness?
I put one in the back chat.
Were you born with a uterus and a vagina?
And ovaries.
And, and that doesn't mean we like there are those exceptions, like people that are medical
actually does.
Anomalies.
Not, thank you.
It actually does. It
Those
actually
are
does. That's the point. We can have the very general rule of what a woman is.
That is
but then we get to the point of like, this anomaly that we still say is.
If I was born with only one arm, and we generally say humans have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 feet, 10 toes, 10 fingers, right? That doesn't mean that I was born without one arm, therefore I'm not human.
I agree.
Right?
I agree, though, Sarah. But that's just saying what I'm saying. It doesn't seem to be the case that you need to have 2 arms to be a human. Generalize it. We might function as if this is like a tendency for how language works. But we have the fuzziness in these definitions. We have the implicit knowledge there.
The lack of having the arm, right? That doesn't negate the fact that I was biologically supposed to have the arm. I just had a medical exception happen to where having that arm was negated, right? Something happened. Like being blind, right? I'm biologically created to where I should have 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth, a bunch of teeth, pretty hair, whatever. But that doesn't mean that something can't go wrong in the function. Just the same as like a manufacturing mold, right? You have a mold that makes a very specific bowl, and every mold that you that you impact is supposed to make that specific mold. That doesn't mean that every once in a blue moon that machine might get that mold incorrect. But does that mean that the machine doesn't make that mold anymore, and that mold isn't the specific thing? No, it just there was a
deformity.
Can I ask? Is a man?
No, sir. I'm agreeing
if they don't have a penis.
So
is someone a man if they don't have a penis?
Generally,
what I'm saying is you can still define a woman as having a womb, the uterus, a vagina. Typically, she has breasts. She has the specific chromosomes, and the hormones go a specific way.
Men can have breasts
estrogen.
too.
Well, those are called
okay, but men have
this is my point.
Why is
saying
this so
generally,
difficult?
or we're saying
this is not difficult.
When we're saying generally,
it's only complicated if you want to make it complicated.
Outside the realms.
Because
there's nothing that's outside. Reproductively, there are 2 sexes. This is not. There's no ambiguity there unless you try to find ambiguity. You're describing deformities. The deformities don't change the 2 categories.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is the implicit knowledge.
Okay, is a person a man if
when
they don't
we have the
penis,
idea of I can identify Sarah as a woman, I can agree. I can do that. I can identify Dusty as a man. I can say that these two things are distinct. When we try to explicitly give the definition of what these two things are, we get that fuzziness because we have limitation between what we implicitly know to be the case.
Some cats have penises. Are they men?
Ideas like generalities.
What's
you get ideas of generalities?
Hold up. Somebody said earlier, well, men can still have tits. Yeah, when he's 39 years old and sits around all day, yes, you can have
But he
tits.
can't.
If you
He's just
overeat, exactly. Like you can overeat, and what is it? Bob had bitch tits, right? It's a thing. Okay.
Does he lactate as
That
well?
was meatloaf, by the
Right,
way.
right.
And
To the guy that said the tits, does he lactate as
can.
well?
They can.
Well, there's dogs
They
that
literally
have dicks.
can. Yeah.
There's dogs that
Naturally,
have
though?
penises.
Under what
Are they
circumstance?
men?
No, not
Under
naturally.
what
It's drugs.
circumstance?
But it's different. It's way different. You can't use drugs in order to
Hold
invert
on. Let me ask you a question.
and totally morph
Let me
your
ask you a
genitals
question.
into the opposite genitals, right?
Let me ask you
But
a
you
question.
can do the.
There's cows that have penises. Are they men?
Let me ask you a question.
What are we doing here?
Are they human?
Lactate under what circumstance?
Now we're on to something. Now you can recognize the definition of something. What is a human?
What are you talking about?
So you can't recognize the definition of a man or a woman, but you can recognize the difference between a human and an animal?
I'm questioning if a person can be called a man without a dick, or is it a eunuch?
It can be called anything you want to call it.
I guess then you're
Can
just
you-
being a postmodernist, right? But
Well, so this is
that's-
the real issue, though. Let's get right down to the crux of the matter, right? So it makes a difference, the difference between a man and a woman, because of the fact that when it comes to implicit bias against a man or a woman, right? When it comes to court cases, if a judge can't tell the difference between that, then how are you going to be able to tell whether somebody's been discriminated against or not?
Oh.
Well, if she can't tell the difference, she shouldn't be in charge of any court case that's dealing with that matter.
Bingo.
Got fired. Evan
But
Lord,
she doesn't have to, right? She doesn't
Evan-
have to. And not all judges should know everything.
No, she's
right?
a
And they
Supreme,
should be
she
able
would
to
be a
ask-
Supreme Court justice.
If you
This is her
can't
job.
start
Right.
with the basics, though, if you can't start with the basics of what is a man and what is a woman, and you can't actually differentiate between the two and clarify that willingly, openly, and without hesitation, I think that's a problem for a judge to have, especially
Listen.
when we have our Title IX stuff and we have the Roe v. Wade and all these things that affect women very specifically. You had better, because I'd be damned if some judge goes up there and there's like a woman's something at stake and she can't define what a woman is. So just, hey, you let them have it. It's a free for all. Evan, you said
Well, no,
if.
she shouldn't be in
Hold on
charge
just
of
a
anything
second.
that she can't.
Evan, you said if on this. Are you saying to go ahead and boot him, or is this a shot fired as a warning?
It's like a future thing. Like, I understand Corinth was being interrupted and he wanted to go and continue to make his point. But if he continues to kind of like talk while other people are talking and he doesn't give them like the space to respond to what he says, then it kind of creates some issues.
So
So
this
you're
is
just
a
holding the
warning
gun to his
shot.
head.
Yes. This is a warning shot, Corinth. Evan, when you make that decision, you just let me know. You are in charge of that decision. That credit is being held. Okay. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Who was talking? One of you.
Well, I was just saying that a judge doesn't need to know everything, and if she can't define something, then that would exclude her for anything that would include that definition until she's ready to define it in an agreeable manner with other law officials, right? And that doesn't disclude her, but it obviously you have to be clear and concise and explicit when you're dealing with law. But also, all these people are politicians as well, and it's a political kind of landmine to step on. You're dividing one side or the other. So I don't blame her for not answering that question. I just think that it should disclude her from a bunch of cases involving that.
Yeah, if she wants to play a political game, then she doesn't need to be a Supreme Court justice. That is an appointed position. It is not a voted in position.
It is a political position.
Have you seen the clip from 2 weeks later when they ask her in a different environment and she answers
Lifetime appointment.
It's not supposed to be a political position.
It's not political because it's lifetime.
It is. It's a third branch, right?
Well, I mean, once you're in, you're
But
in.
but you're
It's hard to
supposed to
come
be,
out.
but you're not supposed to be leaning one way or the other.
It's supposed to be less influential. Right. It's the least influenceable part of the political system, but it's still very much exactly a political position.
It can be, yes, sir.
That's why we don't want president like installing 4 or 5 judges in one time, right? That are all hardcore righties.
Well, that's the thing. You should be excluded if you're voting one side. Then you should be excluded from anything that's dealing with. That's
not how yes men work.
You said appointing 3 hardcore righties. I would think that would be to balance out the hardcore lefties that were already there.
Smells like bait.
Yeah, it's been pretty balanced. There's typically one more conservative than there are liberal judges throughout history. That 1 vote margin is a good place to be maintained. Yeah, it stays there pretty much. 1 or 2 have been added. It's at 9 now. I mean, this isn't like a whole lot of people getting voted in, randomly over. This
lifetime appointment, like
lifetime appointment.
Can you really consider Chief Justice Roberts a hardcore righty?
Nah, he's not that crazy. He's a righty, but he's not.
He's a righty, but he let's be real. It depending on the wind, which way the wind is blowing.
Of the many throughout history,
You think that he ever got a second place trophy?
I don't know why.
Roberts, definitely.
But the nature of the 2-party system is that candidates that are win or are selected in the system will be closer towards the middle than on the extreme ends. So it's sort of self-correcting.
I agree.
And McConnell played a 12-year game, right? And, delayed and denied everything that Obama wanted to do.
We get it. You hate Republicans.
No, bro. I hate them both.
Duck comes in over on Angry Man's side and says, this argument has always been stupid. Man has XY chromosomes, women have XX chromosomes, and nothing changes that. Anything else is a anomaly. I said it this time.
Should our judges just say that those people don't exist? I refuse to engage with anything about them, and we are just going to leave them to their own devices.
No, them out. Category 2.
Scrap them for parts.
I didn't say that the judge should say that they don't exist. My issue is with her not defining a woman.
Right. In that moment.
Hold up, though. I mean, would we go and change laws for to accommodate women who have breast implants?
No.
What?
No. Would we change laws and make policies to protect people or help people who have had like nose surgery to change their noses or any other type of cosmetic surgeries, anything of the sort? So if we're not going to accommodate all of these surgeries and cosmetic changes for people to make them feel better, then why are we changing all of these other policies for other people who are having other surgeries and other cosmetic changes on their own demise?
Because the way the country is moving, right? The main minority group that was the doing the most complaining was the Black community. But as we've moved into this age, a lot of Black people have moved out of the I'm just going to keep complaining. And, Black people have seen a lot of economic, an economic uptick. And so you start to see more Black people that are Republican, more Black people that are conservative. They're not in that victim mode set. So now they have to find a new group to be the new victims for whatever political agenda. And that group is what that group is. Like, so it's ridiculous because you're talking about a percentage of the population that's less than 1%.
Yeah.
It's like less than 1%, right?
Yeah. And you guys have been hyper fixated on it for an hour and a half now.
So Ryan came in and threw that bomb out there because we were talking about wokeness and the fact
what it takes to be a judge, right?
You said what?
Into it. He asked you what it takes to be a judge, right? And you brought this issue. You brought this issue into it.
Okay, so number one, Uncle Fatty, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Let's
go back to what actually happened, right?
He asked you what
was one of the first things when me and Sarah were having the one-on-one.
Yeah.
That was one of the first things that was brought up. Ryan heard it and latched onto it.
I
We
understand
didn't even go into Supreme Court judges. We were talking about wokeness and how wokeness is changing the society and how wokies are a bunch of losers. Now, the moment that Ryan came up, he brought up that because he wanted to deflect away from the woke piece about wokies being losers. I know that's why he did it. And so now we've been talking about this for too long, if you ask me, because at the end of the day, if you're a Supreme Court justice that doesn't know what the fuck a woman is, you shouldn't be a Supreme Court justice.
And besides, I also don't understand why a man. Why would a man want?
Go ahead and play.
Why would a man want to redefine what a woman is, and I don't know, implicate that men are women? That's pretty sus. Pretty sus.
Exactly.
Also, how is that even related to wokeness in the first place? It seems like it's like proxied in there because wokeness has to do with actual discrimination, and this is an ambiguity.
Yeah, it's an outlier, and that's why Angry Man was saying, you know, he kind of interjected it as if it's the conversation, but in reality, he's just trying to redefine a woman because he wants men to be his woman, which is kind of. Hey.
Hey, real quick, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I can hear you now.
All I see is that, you know, it had a place. It had a place if you're being discriminated against, if you're in the inner cities in the early 1900s being discriminated against, and you got to stay vigilant to actions being taken against your community. You know, you look at LA and some of the communities in LA, the black communities in like the 50s and 60s, they were nice. They were just like any other communities, like in the Compton areas, I think.
They were nice in the 80s, bro.
Well, it got bad, right? It really got tore down.
There was no racism.
To the point where there was a systematic attack on a community, and there's still systematic attacks on other communities. It's like this group is moving through all these communities that aren't fully agreeing with the elite status quo, and they're trying to break them down and replace them and do all these things. So it had its position, right? But now I feel like it's been co-opted, controlled opposition in order to diminish like the reality and the necessity for vigilance, because it seems like that's what the term woke is to be vigilant against being undermined, you know, like there. Yeah, so that's all I have to say.
That's not what woke is. That's absolutely not what woke is. Woke is, this is what woke is, right? So back in I want to say the 80s, 90s or whatever, right? There were
the 30s it began.
No, I'm not talking about that.
That's when it was. That's when it began. Is in the 30s, is what I'm reading.
You're reading that from Wikipedia?
Satanic Panic, bro. It was fucking crazy. You should have been there.
Or is it going off of like the Frankfurt School hitman?
They were right though.
You're reading that from Wikipedia
would
or
it be
Google?
Feminism?
Yeah, so it's used since the 1930s
he's
to
talking about feminism,
refer
that's
to
what-
awareness
yeah.
of racial prejudice and discrimination, is what Wikipedia provides.
You're
So it's a
reading
black
Wikipedia.
term used in the 1930s.
Can I tell you? Do me a favor, Hitman. Can I tell you about why the black term is used in the black community that I spent my entire life in, instead of you giving me a reference from Wikipedia?
Well, yeah, what I said is it's co-opted.
Can we possibly do that? I would like to do that.
I'd like that.
So you had no clue that it was used in the 30s?
Well, hold on.
Mic,
It says,
is it on? Is my mic on?
It says the earliest.
Marcus Garvey.
Is my mic on? Like, so do me a favor. What I want you to do.
Well, here's what it says for. I'm sorry, for what I'm pulling is 1938. The earliest recorded instance is from the blues musician Lead Belly, Hootie Ledbetter. In his recording of the song Scottsboro Boys, he advises listeners to stay woke and keep their eyes open, while in Alabama, a warning related to the danger of racist violence. That's the earliest that it's showing that it was like utilized as a word. But overall, it says woke originated within Black communities in the early 20th century, where it meant being aware of racial and social injustices.
Okay, that's what it has become, right? So that's what it has become. But originally, whenever there were portions of the Black community that was considered pro-Black and things of that nature, we referred to it as being conscious, or the conscious community, right? What woke has become today is so-called marginalized groups commandeering the victimhood of that particular community and then utilizing it as social currency. That's what it's become, right? Because mostly when you look at the woke movement of today, it has always, this is the reason why you see so many Black people willing to be a part of that movement, even though a lot of the ideology is not typically from Black culture. That ideology is not like everything that you guys are talking about right now. When it comes to what a woman is, and when it comes to this particular community or that community, that was taboo in the Black community. Yes, we had people in the Black community that were gay, but we just live and let live. We overlooked that, but we never were the champions of that. We never were the group that was fighting tooth and nail for that particular thing.
Until somebody told us to start being scared of those people.
What are you?
Who was scared of gay people? It's kind of like a common sort of like disgust
right.
reaction,
right?
Marte might be
right, like fearing, like
no reason I think in this case,
using people as scapegoats and stuff, and like this, the psyop that we're all not living in, right?
Oh boy,
are you scared of? Are you scared of
in New York? They might have a different opinion on the Black community and its support with gay rights than if you were in a southern state.
All the intersectionality components it's just different groups trying to grab onto social rights success and pull their little group up with it.
Okay, so dash the other group while you're at it, though, Felicity.
So here's the thing, right? You brought up New York culture, right? You brought up New York culture. So
like Africa Bambaataa, right? So, like he was involved in that type of thing, right?
Yeah, and do you know how the Black community views African Bambaataa?
Well, now it's bad, but at the time, they loved him. So
because
after it gets on the news,
at the time, the Black community didn't know he was into that.
I don't know about that.
How do
people didn't know Donald Trump was
Bro, I'm a Gen
The media
Xer.
didn't know about that. That's for sure.
We have a real old Black
person
person here to tell us about it.
This is crazy. Like he's literally
how do you
telling
know?
me from Wikipedia what my experience is as a Black man.
Okay, the Black community had no clue what he was doing.
In the 80s and 90s. Bro, I'm telling you, I'm telling you what my culture is. In New York, yes, you had people in that particular community, but we were never the advocates of that. We were never the advocates of that until recently.
Who are we? Who are we?
Black
Obviously,
people.
some Black people were.
Black people.
Some Black people definitely were.
Some, but not the majority.
In the trans and club stuff in New York City, they were.
Who?
In the ballroom stuff, they were.
David Bowie. Freddie Mercury, maybe. I don't know.
Who is a good question.
Freddie
So you're
Mercury.
saying we, right? So who is we? You're now saying that you are encompassing all the Black community into one, but clearly there was a Black community that did heavily support
So
gay and trans.
hold on, let me make sure I understand. Let me make sure I understand the mind fuck that's going on right here, right now.
Ooh.
You're a guy that I'm pretty sure advocates for representation.
No. I'm
No,
just saying what I know.
Hold on for a second.
I'm not advocating anything.
Black man
I'm
finish.
just trying to get the
Hold on
record
for a second.
straight.
Hold on for a second. Because one of the things that annoys the shit out of me is when white liberals try to tell Black people about their fucking experience.
How do you know I'm a liberal?
Because you got pink hair. That's how I know you're a liberal.
Well, that's not a liberal.
You're not a liberal?
Or Republican.
You're not a liberal?
I would say I'm a moderate.
You're a moderate. Okay, cool. Then my mistake. You're a moderate. Well,
but
let me
I would say I would
rephrase it.
lean
Let me
towards
rephrase it.
more
Let
on
me
the right
rephrase
side.
it. Let me not put the political connotation in it. Let me say it like this. I am sick and tired in this day and age of white people telling me what my black experience is.
No, I'm just talking about history. I'm not talking about your
talking about
experience. You're talking about your experience, and you're saying that your experience
I'm damn near half a century
to the
old.
entire black community. You are not the entire black community.
How old are
You're
you?
one man.
How old
You're
are
one
you?
angry man.
How old are you?
What does this have to do with anything? You're
How
one
old are you?
man. So your experience
How old are you?
will not include the experience
How
of
old are
African
you?
Bambaataa.
How old are you?
It will not include the experience of Grace Jones.
How
It will
old are
not
you?
include any of the
How
experience
old are
of any
you?
counterculture
How
to your.
old are you?
What does this have to do with anything? You want me to
Just
dox
answer the
myself
question.
on the internet? How old
Just
are you?
answer the
No, I'm not
question.
answering that question.
Of course not, because you know answering that question is going to prove one definitive thing. You don't know what you're talking about. You just got here. You just got here. Now you're bringing up African Bambaataa, and you don't even know anything about African Bambaataa. You don't have a clue.
I know that he was taking in young people and housing them up, and
assaulting them sexually.
There was some stuff in there. Yeah, I do.
You know,
and there's a lot of
number
there's a lot
one,
of gay activism going on in New York City.
When African Bambaataa first came out, the general public of black people did not know he had that going on. And when we found out he had that going on, we then looked at him negatively. You don't know what you're talking about.
So the general population, that would include who?
Black people.
Well, some people were dealing with it, and obviously no one can keep secrets that well. So it didn't come out for how many years later? It didn't come out until there was when did it come out? Around the Me Too movement?
Yeah, and guess what?
So that's super convenient.
And guess what?
No one knew.
We did not live in the freaking social media age. There were a lot of secrets in the 80s and 90s that we're just now finding out about recently about certain people in the black community. What I'm telling you is the position that black people have always had. We knew that Luther Vandross was gay. We knew Freddie Jackson was gay. We didn't trip about that, but we were never advocates of that. And the reason why we were never advocates of that is because, can I please finish talking? We were never advocates.
But you're saying we. You're not the whole black community.
Can you let me finish talking? Can you let me finish talking? You might learn something. The reason why we as black people, especially in the Gen X era,
we as black people,
especially in the Gen, I can say
imagine if I said we as white people. No, that you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that.
Yes, I do. I absolutely do.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because your experience is not the same as every other black person.
Bro, I'm gonna say this again.
Black.
Are you gonna
Where are
let me
black
finish
people
talking?
from?
Are you gonna let me finish talking?
Where are black people from?
Are you gonna let me finish talking? Are you gonna continue?
Can you answer my question? Where are black people from?
Are you gonna continue to give me a lecture about black people? Are you gonna let me finish talking? Are you gonna continue to give me a lecture about black people?
Is it Nigeria?
Bro, check this out.
I think hold on. I think essentially it's okay to offer a generalized statement about your experience as being that person. Just the same as I could say, me as a woman, this is what my experiences are, and I could equivocate that and say, I've already spoken to a lot of other women who have the same experience as me, and we speak holistically in that direction. I think it's fair for Angry Man to say that, and speaking for we, in terms of what he means by we. I think that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. You may not be able to say we as white people. You belong to a much larger demographic. I belong to a smaller demographic in this country. And we have certain things. We have certain things. We have certain things that I can say that are going to be more common amongst each other than you would think. And one of the things that we all have in common, especially if you're a Gen Xer, we were mostly brought up in the church. And because we were mostly brought up in the church, we had something against that particular lifestyle. We did not promote that.
How are you going to say that when black crime is the highest ethnic group, and you're trying to say, oh, you're this group that's
the problem with wokeness. You think you know everything.
Dude, you're painting a false picture. You're trying to say that all these black people are saints and they reject all this stuff.
Excuse me. You're the expert on black people. I don't know what I'm talking about.
All I know is black Americans are the highest in violent gun crime.
This is why I have a problem with wokeness, because you think
how is that woke? You're trying to say that black people are all brought up in the church, and I question
about the black culture. How the hell are you lecturing me about what I lived?
Church people don't go and kill.
Who said anything about that?
Well, a lot of black people do that. Is that not true?
You said church people don't kill, right?
Yeah.
What was the Crusades? You sound like an idiot right now. You're reaching, you're windmilling, and you're reaching, and you sound like a moron right now. What I'm saying to you,
my family was raised in the church.
What I am saying to you,
people
don't kill. What I'm saying to you, fundamentally, is that up until recently, because most black people were brought up with a Christian background and very religious, most black people did not advocate for that. We didn't hate on it. We
Have you listened to rap music ever?
Bro.
Yeah, that's it. That's
all right.
Have you listened to rap music ever?
Have you listened to African Bambaataa ever?
Rap music. So now black culture is defined by rap. Yo, bro, you're lucky I'm not a race baiter.
But rap music is still a
race baiter, bro.
Black culture.
You're so lucky I'm not a race baiter, because I'd be in here, oh my God, this is racist. Like, I'd be going ham right now. Do you even realize what you're doing right now?
He's so dumb.
Hey, so what am I doing? Have you heard a rap song?
Bro, you're a white guy giving a black guy a lecture about black culture.
No, you're trying to paint black culture as something that I don't believe that it is.
You can believe whatever you want to believe.
How do you know? How do you know? All right, Hitman, the boot came in. I'm putting you backstage.
I know what country music culture looks like.
Ryan's
what that looks like. Where did country music?
I don't believe that's one
rap music looks like.
All right.
Where did country music come from? Hold up. Where did country music come from?
We are so fucking back.
It's really frustrating when black people don't know they need to pay.
Pardon me. Let me read a few super chats that came in. Harry Ludwig sending 10 just to say hello to everyone. Sponsored by Gen X says, what is the decision when a trans woman wants to implement her lesbian wife to abort a developing human? Who will have the say in a court? That's a good question, actually. That's a very good question. How do you determine that?
Maybe the lesbian, whoever's the one carrying the child.
Just as confusing as it looks, Ryan.
The birthing person, you mean, Ryan?
Yeah, sure. What's wrong with that?
It's a little dehumanizing, is my opinion.
How is birthing person dehumanizing?
Like you're reducing someone to their biological
person. They're literally like someone who's pregnant, right? A pregnant person is pregnant person dehumanizing.
You want to be called?
If you don't want to be gendered, you're an it.
We have a word for that. Brian,
is pregnant person dehumanizing, Evan?
I personally think so. Like that.
You're an idiot. Okay. So anyway, are there more super chats before I give my spiel and then get kicked again?
Lawrence King getting his new membership. Executive Suite says, for a woman to struggle with the question, what is a woman, is insane. They never ask, what is a man? It's an agenda that is losing steam. Crazy. Yeah, I find it insulting. Just in, my personal feelings about it, it's very insulting for somebody to say, what is a woman? It's like, are you kidding me? Like, you could look across the room and say, that's a woman and that is a man. So yeah,
I agree. In fact, Katanji was probably also in jail.
Hang
the fuck on before you ask me some other question.
Hold on. Go ahead, angry man.
Let me just say this, and just for the record, this is part of the reason why Black people that are gay have been so vocal recently, because there was a time in the Black community where they were not acknowledged. They were overlooked. Okay, so I'm not trying to say I experienced every Black person's experience. I'm just telling you guys what was generally being done in Black culture during my childhood into adulthood.
Okay, thank you for sharing. So I just wanted to quote Ketanji Brown Jackson's actual answer to the question.
Oh my God, he went right
clearly
back to her.
you didn't know this, right? So I looked it up. We watched it on my stream because I was curious.
I'm sending you $10.
I just want to read it, and I have notes about the actual topic too. So I just wanted to say this for the record so that we're all aware. So she said, Senator, are we going to let me say it? Okay. So it says, Senator, in my work as a judge, what I do is I address disputes. If there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look at the law and I decide. Seems like a pretty reasonable answer to the question, right? So I want to speaking to the prompt. Anti-wokeness is actually the cheat code. If you dog whistle Nazi rhetoric and your stock prices will surge through because of all the controversy. If you record yourself calling some Black kid the N-word, you get a massive GoFundMe and make an entire career out of it.
If you kill a white kid, you make money too.
If you peddle reactionary rhetoric, especially if you are from a minoritized background, you will fly up in the algorithm because there's nothing more that anti-woke people love than seeing someone who's Black complain about Black people, seeing a woman complain about women, seeing a trans person complain about trans people. Anti-wokeness is the cheat code. You fucking losers. I'll see you.
White teenagers love having something to do.
It wasn't the cheat code 4 years ago. You're fucking moron.
You're just wrong. It always has been.
How can women complain about women if we don't know what a woman is? Evan comes in with a big 5 and says, to be charitable for the leftist meaning of woke, it sounds like the right-leaning phrase, noticing noticer. I don't think the current wokeness is that. Robert Demita says, win 8 months. Thanks for all the streams, Sarah. You're most welcome. And of course, our darling Heart Attack got kicked to the back for disrespecting his elders. Angry Man knows the community culture he grew up with, and he has the gray hairs of wisdom to prove it.
Can I say something about that? I actually asked him literally the exact same question. How old are you? And I got to fuck you. And I'm surprised that he didn't.
You in back too.
Hey, okay, fine. You can do that. But
you asked me how old I was?
No. I'm saying that I asked the kid, I asked him, how old are you? Because I'm like 40 years old. And he was literally saying the same stupid shit.
You look good for 40.
Yeah, I know.
Cash app.
Good genes. I'm a Jones. But no, I got the fuck you. I was just surprised that he didn't give you the fuck you. Just saying.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was in sensitive territory, but I don't race bait, so I'm not gonna do that. But I just found it wild. Like, you can't tell somebody their experience like that. That's
well, Angry Man. I agree, you can't do that. But I have a chatter who says he's older and blacker than you, and says they're entirely wrong.
And let me read one more, and then Ryan, you got the boot to the back. At Hitman, the whites had the Macaroni Club in the 1800s, the early stages of switching community. Did you know that? Look it up. Him. I don't know what the Macaroni Club is.
And for the record, Ryan, if he's a boomer, I really don't give a shit what he has to say.
Well, Gavin says, Ryan, get your dumb ass back there. And then Bueno Kitty says, boot Ryan, please. My woke dars say less YT man privilege, more cancel. For the participation award target, and then also Powder Dusty sent 20 to also keep Ryan to the back. So you got
I sent 10 to kick Ryan to the back, and then 10 to change Marte's name to Margay. Margay. Make it work.
Fair enough. I got you.
Why are you being woke?
Why am I being woke?
Yeah, why are you being so woke right now, bro?
I'm not the rainbow one here, Mark.
Just to go.
All right.
to go and explain like my super chat a bit, I feel like the people who go and complain about online saying, "Hey, do you notice?" I feel like those people would be even more annoying than like some of the woke stuff now if they had like the institutional power that the current woke people have, and you can kind of see it a bit with like the like if you look at like books and stuff like that, they had an entire Zionist lists or whatever where they basically exposed authors for being Jewish and not denouncing Israel. So it's kind of like, in that sense, it feels like anyone who's just going to be heavy-handed about suppressing others with no good reason, they'll just be irritating and just be societally destructive.
What institutional power do woke people have?
I would say when Larry Fink and several other major investment agencies go and push it, and they will say that they won't go and send their thousands of like shareholders' money to like businesses unless they don't go along with what they promote. Then I would say that is a major institution that goes and backs that. And
who's
Larry Fink,
who's Larry Fink? That the milk guy?
He is the head of BlackRock. Or like
BlackRock. I thought you were talking about
when I think of institutional power, I think of like politics.
You don't think of the money
Kimmel
behind
fired for
politics?
the same thing Alex Jones got banned for, which is questioning official narratives about a death.
Not really, no.
And Marte Margay says with a big 5, Ryan is a poorly placed plant, a walking overcorrection of a woke panelist. Brock says people claim to be woke yet deny objective truth and reason. I think that's a fair assessment, actually. When we
Brock.
Not really.
forget where our logic and reason is, and we just kind of peel apart a banana of feelings and maybes, and let's just change all the definitions because why not? Martin says, I can't with Ryan. Go woke, go broke, kick please. Yes, a lot of you came in for that one.
5 stored kicks?
Yeah, pretty well. Like they all just kind of came in at the same time. Sizey says Gen Z doesn't claim him or her. And then Margay says to change Dusty's name to Destiny. You are now officially Destiny.
That profile picture with your new name, really, the two go hand in hand, don't they?
Tell me all kinds of names. Go ahead, Destiny.
An executive suite says being born in 2000 plus, you are in no position to lecture Angry Man about the Black experience or anything about Bambaataa. Wikipedia can't explain Black culture. That's fair. That's fair.
I was actually
fair.
going to
Yeah, there's some nuance there. There's a little subtle nuance there.
I was actually going to ask Angry Man if you want to take this time to actually sit and tell all of us white people about white culture and heavy metal and all the stuff.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to give a stern lecture
about our. You want to tell us about our culture now, since you got told about yours?
I was going to give a stern lecture about the finer points of white culture. I was definitely going to do that. But I'll refrain because I don't want to be called a racist, though.
Snowman, you look different, bro. I did not recognize you without the
beard. Yeah,
beard's different.
Cut it down, man. I look, as you can see, when I cut it down, it all turned white too. So I just got a little bit of red left. So I'm getting older. I'm pushing 50.
Hey man, what do you think I'm hiding under this? What do you think I'm hiding under this hat?
Nothing.
Correct.
Did you get a haircut, Flo?
No, I just shaved. But I still have my luxurious, insane hair.
Your was it
frazzled
Earl?
state?
Oh, is that still there?
Yeah. Frazzled state.
No, I figured I would just go ahead and accept that I'm getting old instead of trying to stay young. I mean,
that's fair.
You're about 20 years behind, bro. You've been getting old.
Money talks. Margay wants to change his name back.
Why? Was it starting to challenge your were you uncomfortable with your sexuality?
Hold on, Destiny. We don't need to hear this. I'm changing my name back to Destiny.
That doesn't bother me nearly.
I would like to.
Marte, do you want to change yours back on your, because you had all your stuff in there?
But the picture is gayer than the name, though. Why did you change the name and not
I'm
the
a pro
profile
athlete. What are you talking about? What are you?
And Harry Ludwig completing the goal on
I'm
our
pro
side.
dad
Shout out
bod,
to
baby.
you.
I'm
Dad
a
bods aren't-
pro pot smoker.
Dad bod for the fucking win.
All right, back to the topic.
Yeah, did you notice that when Ryan came up though, and he started giving you those stats on Ketanji Brown Jackson, he never addressed the whole light sentences on pedophiles thing. Because in my opinion, out of everything, you know what, we could table the whole she didn't want to give a answer to what a woman was because she was trying to stay politically correct or whatever. But the fact that she completely skirted over when she was addressed about the whole child predator thing, and she didn't want to give direct answers. That right there, to me, I mean, that's a disqualifier in and of itself. If you can't put our kids first and you're going to give light sentences, and specifically there was one case where it was a repeat offender that she let out twice. And she couldn't give an answer for it. Why didn't Ryan want to address that? You know, I mean, that right there in and of itself, if you're really progressive and you claim to be for kids, that should be a disqualifier in and of itself that your Supreme Court justice wanted to let child predators out of jail early.
You know how
I don't really believe that. I don't really believe that this is an actual standard on the right, considering that Brett Kavanaugh had credible allegations of sexual assault.
No, he did.
Credible, my ass.
And
how many years after
he got confirmed for it?
There's only
I don't believe
especially considering one at a time, please. I can't hear anything.
Especially considering that the right has decided that they don't care about the Epstein files and they don't care about pedophiles.
That is wild.
In their government. I don't believe that the right actually cares about like this stuff. So I think
I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to disagree that the right isn't just as culpable in this. All I'm stating, I don't care if she's right or left. The fact still remains she was letting deviants out of prison, and she shouldn't be sitting in a Supreme Court justice seat. Period.
Do you think it's the right, or do you think it's Trump? Because Trump's, even though he's claiming right now, let's not forget that he is not right from the beginning.
It's a problem. It's a problem across the board.
I find it hilarious whenever anybody on the left starts giving moral lectures.
Really? Why would that be?
Absolutely.
Now, why would that be?
Why would that be though?
Because you guys are fundamentally immoral.
Exactly. Like what? Like
how so?
Was that a legitimate question? Or was like,
no, for real. Like,
and I'm kind of like not particularly right. Any
prime example
that is hold on, any political agenda that is grounded in theft, which is what leftist redistribution is fundamentally immoral in my mind.
Right. I mean, just look at the reaction.
Are you just talking about,
hold on. George Floyd gets murdered and the whole country gets burnt down.
Are you talking about
Charlie Kirk gets murdered and half the country goes to church? That's your fundamental difference right there.
I'm trying to talk to
Ray Hobbs dies and nobody calls him an old school racist.
That was a truth bomb.
I didn't hear Fatty.
Yeah.
Roy Hobbs, man. The natural.
I was trying to address Dusty's point. And
which one?
The one about theft.
Oh, yeah, economic redistribution. The left
are you referring to taxes specifically?
Yes.
So you think taxes are theft?
Absolutely.
There are certain ones, yes.
Is it a voluntary transaction? Or a coercive one? What is a coercive transaction? Theft.
If it's taxes.
I understand. I know it's a nicer name, but it's referring to the same behavior. If I decide to start taxing my neighbors and telling them what services they're going to buy from me, it's racketeering.
Why do y'all say it's taxes like that's supposed to be? Taxes. You do realize that taxes were supposed to be temporary. You do realize we had an entire revolutionary war because of taxes.
Over 3%,
no,
mind you.
It's not. 3%. It wasn't about them being temporary. They wanted taxation with representation.
Oh, it's supposed to be temporary. He's right about
income taxes were temporary. It's supposed to be only during World War II and only for the very rich. All tax proposals, new taxes have every time been. It's only going to affect choose a different group, right? Not the majority.
Yeah, and if our representation is temporary, that would assume that anything they're implementing would be temporary.
No, I mean that's dumb. It literally was sold as a temporary thing because it's World War II.
I mean,
right, if you recall, what was it back after World War II that when they
was-
were doing the news in the theater, that's how people got suckered into believing it was a thing. They said, pay your income tax. It's the patriotic thing to do. They actually kind of suckered people into it with these kind of
people are still getting suckered by the
Uncle
same
Sam
exact-
ads and stuff like that.
All you
Evan,
fuckers-
Evan would like to make his exit. I'd like to give him the floor. So
Then
he
get
can
the
say
fuck out
goodbye.
of here.
Shut up.
I'll just say it seems like with every single like conquest of like a major society, like only this is like a more cultural and more soft sort of thing. The people of that society put in their own, and it's typically a form of like supremacy. Like when the Mongols conquered China, they didn't put the Chinese in charge; they put their fellow Mongols in, like their Turkish subordinates. But in this case, since all these people go to like the same universities and they're trying to push the same messaging to go in, try to put their own ideals of the world down on the U.S., they are trying to shift things to go and make it sure that their own people go and do it. And I would say that's what like the whole woke thing is just finding a way to go and hide that fact while trying to make it seem noble. Like, because they know if you empower someone and if you empower someone, they are more likely to be loyal to you because you gave them everything. So I'd say that kind of like the case with like a lot of the ideologies of like that particular brand of leftism, and about like the case earlier about the noticing concept of those who. Sorry.
I thought you were talking about Charlie Kirk, bro. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah. Anyway, it was good to hear you, and sorry for kicking so many people, but you deserve the money, Sarah. Have a good night.
Aw, thank you.
Apologize for that shit.
Good night, Evan. Like Evan, good guy. Means well.
He is a good guy.
Fair enough. Let's see. Do some diff. When I was popping and b-boying in 1983 to 1985, we didn't know anything like that about Bombada.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that were kept secret back then, man. That, I mean, how long did it take for everybody to realize that what's his name?
Diddy.
Not
Diddy. Oh, yeah, you bring up Diddy. That's all you got to do.
I'm talking about like Judas Priest. How long did it take for him to figure out Judas Priest was gay? He was big into the heavy metal scene, and a lot of people didn't realize and didn't want to accept it when it came out.
Yeah, well, I think this may not, when it comes to Gen X, this may not even be specific to Black people, because if this wasn't the case, why is there such thing as the closet?
Dude,
we
grew up playing Smear the Queer, for crying out loud.
Yeah, so like there was a thing where it's like it just wasn't mainstream. Like people were gay, but that wasn't always broadcast. So
I miss the F slur sometimes.
Yeah, there used to be. It used to be that people kept their sexual deviance in the bedroom where it belonged instead of wearing it on their sleeve.
Yeah, it wasn't anybody's business, So.
Well, yeah, that's another thing that I question too, is why are we bringing bedroom talk out to the forefront in terms of people and what they do and who they attract to and who they want to fuck? Like, why do I want to know about that out in the open? That's something you do behind closed doors. That's where it should stay. Beersford Greenville said Sarah needs an in-house masseuse. She's a good lady. Yes, a lot of things would be a lot more comforting and easier to tolerate if I had an in-house masseuse. And of course, Dusty wanted to change his own name, allegedly.
Mm-hmm. All right, bro. You want to go to war? We could do this.
Is this gonna be a name war all night?
Sarah's just gonna get paid off of this.
We were talking about.
Is that true, Marte?
What are you talking about?
Talking about dad bods earlier. I just wanted to say it's not a dad bod; it's a father figure.
We have to go.
That's awesome.
I still got man boobs.
That's
See,
racist.
that's a good dad joke right there.
But you know, when it comes to what you were talking about, Sarah, as far as bringing the bedroom out into the public, I honestly, personally, just think that it's mostly because that's the only personality a lot of these mentally ill people have. It's the only thing they have to talk about or anything that they actually care about. And that's why it's becoming so prevalent. And it's also being allowed.
Well, it's going back to what I was saying earlier about wokeness. It's
right.
one of the traits that I notice about people that proclaim to be woke. It has nothing to do with activism, like actual activism, as much as it's like, okay, this thing that I'm doing is what makes me special. This is what makes me special.
Let
Like,
me ask you this about woke.
Isn't it also possible that maybe people are reacting to like being told that they're not allowed to be gay for years and years, or being told that it's shameful to be gay, being shamed for being gay? Sarah just sat up here and talked about how she's attracted to dad bods, and then she, in the same breath, without even realizing, she goes on to talk about how people. I don't want to hear what people are attracted to, and everyone's nodding along, like, yeah, like I mean, you're doing exactly what you're doing.
attracted to dad bods?
well, here's the thing, Ryan. Nobody said that gay people being shunned and told that they shouldn't be gay. No one said that never happened.
I'm also
No, but
not
it's still
demanding. I'm also not demanding anybody accept my attraction to dad bods or change policies because of it or anything out of the such. I'm not making demands of anybody else just because I think dad bods can be attractive.
But
What if they were trying to? What if they were trying to make it illegal for you to marry someone with a dad bod? What, you're acting like it's a crazy. What if they were? I'll ask it again because maybe you didn't hear me. What if they were trying to make it? What if they were trying to make it illegal for you to marry someone with a dad bod?
Well, I guess a lot more men are going to be incentivized to get in shape now, aren't they?
There's 8 billion people on Earth, and there's always somebody crazy trying to do something.
Okay, you guys obviously aren't engaging with the question. Whatever, I'm being pushed back. And
Well,
it's a very simple question. It's very obvious what the analogy is. You guys are just not engaging because you understand what the point, right?
Game if you want to play the game.
I always go with involuntary.
Like it's very clear what the analogy is. Like there is very real possibility that gay marriage could get overturned, and we're talking about real policies. We're talking about real policies that affect people's lives. This guy, this fucking this fat loser over here is talking about smearing queers. Like this is a real world that we are going to live in, right? And you guys don't give a shit about it. And you guys you come on here and complain about wokeness or whatever. But this is the world that you guys are pushing for. You are pushing for an anti-woke world that actually has real.
You realize you're the only
person. You think it's all a big fucking meme,
Ryan? You realize you're the only person getting angry, and the way you're acting is indicative of the people of your side. You guys always get angry and violent.
We are angry. We're angry that foul old losers like you want to smear queers. Yes, we're angry at you. And if you try to smear queers, if you try to smear people, we're gonna fucking smear you.
Ads right in the neck in front of them, Ryan, and then sit and say how it's a great thing. We're angry about that, and it's
if you want to smear gay people, we're going to smear you first. All right.
From what I understand, you can marry
any grown person you want. Okay, Ryan, you got the boot. I'm going to put you back again.
We quit playing that game in '91, bro. We quit playing it in '91.
Don't miss that.
This is to mention too that gay people existed way before they were even allowed to get married. I mean, it's not like we're just erasing their entire existence or anything.
But
so not here, Ryan.
This is interesting because he's talking about.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it, Dusty.
He's talking about gay marriage being overturned in a climate where most people don't even want to get married at all.
I would beg to differ.
So I think it's perfectly understandable why someone would be angry when. I think it's perfectly understandable that someone would be angry when an entire group of people, their rights are being threatened. I think that makes sense.
Congratulations, Ryan, for taking the break.
That is happening. That's happening with gay people because of the whole,
how are their rights being floating when there's active legislation getting passed all the time just for them? Explain how rights being taken when legislation is being passed.
Hold on. You're all talking at once, and nobody's hearing anything any of you are saying. Go ahead, Kay. Finish up.
Yeah. So the right is floating the idea of making gay marriage illegal again, and the right has been attacking trans rights for God knows how long now, and all that the left or the woke want in terms of trans rights is just for trans people to have access to the health care they need to mitigate you're shaking. I see you're shaking your head, but this is the case. This is the case. I'm not done yet. All they want is for trans people to have access to the medical care that they need to reduce the rate of suicidality among trans people.
Castrating kids.
What?
Like castrating kids? Is that the healthcare you're talking about?
No, that is right wing propaganda bullshit. That's not what the left is trying to push.
It's not. That's bullshit because nobody is taking the right of a perfectly healthy adult to do whatever they want to their body away from them.
No,
the only rights that you guys are mad about us trying to take away is your right to castrate and to mutilate our children. That's the only right that you're worried about.
Not just about adults, Bub.
That's my point. You said the right is attacking trans rights, and I'm saying the left is attacking children's safety.
No, so when a child is trans, they have a high rate of suicidality.
Child?
Are
we really going to go down this road?
Hold on. It's a real thing. It actually happens. I know it's uncomfortable for you because you can't comprehend the fact that gender can be different from sex.
It's so wrong.
The grand thing
I will literally,
case,
bro.
That this happens, and it is the case.
Hold on.
It is the case
that. Go ahead. Finish your thought, Kay, and then I have to boot you to the back.
It is the case that trans kids, whether they're in their early teens, generally, when they're trans and they don't get the care they deserve, which is generally just gender affirming care, they have high suicidality rates. Like this is just the truth of the matter. And if you don't care about that, or you don't want to do anything to help these people not kill themselves, then I think that's a pretty bad thing, and it makes me angry.
Hold on, Flo.
And it makes Brian angry, and it makes other people angry, and it makes sense that
you're angry, fat boy. Why haven't suicide rates gone down as trans have become more accepted?
Exactly.
They haven't become accepted.
What are you talking about?
This is the whole point. They haven't.
Dude, the whole trans movement is forced on everybody. How is it not being forced to be accepted?
So what I can't figure out,
right is in power right now, and they are actively attacking their rights.
When's the last time you seen one?
Okay, Kay, I'm gonna put you back.
When's the last time you talked to one?
Why are we as a society?
Just the other day at my wife's work.
What up?
Hold on. Why are we as a society?
Are they everywhere? Right?
Why are we as a society making huge decisions about something before we even know that it's a thing?
What decision?
Because somebody's
sexualizing any person, human being under the age of 18. Why are you sexualizing any human being under the age of 18? Why are you sexualizing children? Why?
Who are you contending with?
Why are you sexualizing anyone under the age of 18? That is not only wrong, but it's illegal. Do not sexualize anyone under 18. You sorry person. Oh my God.
Hold on. One at a time. Go ahead, Angry.
I want to point something
Here's a perfect example.
Hold on. Go ahead, Angry. Listen, hold on. Sorry. Let me just... everyone be aware that Angry Man is the feature of the evening. When he talks, you guys shut up just the same. Okay, this is his night, his claim, his stuff to defend, and we're going to give him all the space to do it because it's him against the world. Go ahead, Angry.
So here's a perfect, now that Nev is up here, here's a perfect example. Here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? Now, when it comes when it comes to people that belong to certain communities, right? It's not about y'all just having rights. Y'all now have more privilege than everybody else to a certain degree. And one example is an interaction that happened on a panel, and Nev was on the panel, right? And I was on the panel. So this is what happened. Nev was on the panel. Somebody misgendered Nev, right? And the host, this has been a while ago, you probably don't remember it. The host of the panel, it was Fight Club. The host of the panel said, hey man, let's be respectful, not misgender anybody, right? And everybody's like, cool. Right after that, somebody called me a Mexican and everybody laughed their asses off. And I'm like, bro, I'm not Mexican. Why is it cool for you to call me something that I'm not? Not that there's anything wrong being Mexican, but why is it cool for everybody to laugh at? I'm noticing that if you're a straight heterosexual person, it's cool to come at us crazy and call us everything and say whatever you want to say. But if you're trans or you're homosexual, it's like everybody has to tiptoe around them. That is not a real society. And in my opinion, if people from intersectional groups ever want to be fully accepted into a society, you have to catch the smoke just as much as everybody else catches the smoke.
Yeah,
that's being normal.
Totally all true. Angry Man, what is your definition of woke?
What's my definition of woke?
Yeah, can you give it? Wait, before you answer, can you give us like a general term that we can all operate on, one that we don't need to have like some unique Black experience to understand? Can you give us a general sense?
Anybody, my definition of woke is anybody that believes in all of the new age progressive concepts that go against traditionalism, and you have something against people who want to be traditional. That's my definition.
So that's still pretty nebulous. I mean, could you give us something more specific? I know that you stopped on trans ideology. It seems like a reactionary.
Well, no, I didn't stay.
But do you have anything else that you'd want to like?
No, I didn't really want to stay on that topic. We stayed on that topic because Ryan kept going into the thing about what a woman is, right?
The tiny brown.
Yeah, I wanted to talk more about just the total concept of wokeism, because it's not just gay people or trans people that are woke. There are straight people that are woke. You know what I'm saying?
Trophies.
Is there any other conclusions from that sort of mindset that you'd like to like sink your teeth into or like provide some criticisms for? Because to this point, your definition of woke, again, I guess you're saying more traditionalism, less progressivism, and the things that attack that traditionalism, but you're still not giving us any sort of like concept or anything. You're making broad strokes, and we've only really kind of fine-tuned on like the gender ideology one. So what else?
Okay, so in a nutshell, it shouldn't be wrong for me as a person to be a straight male, to believe in the nuclear family, and to believe in traditional ways and practices, right? However, when it comes to this day and age, I'm treated as if I'm wrong for my existence. If I go into ChatGPT right now and I type traditional into it, it tells me traditional is a bad word. Literally, it tells me traditional is a trigger word. It tells me traditional, patriarch, anything that has to do with anything masculine, manly, or whatever is considered trigger words and considered offensive to people.
Well, I just did that, and ChatGPT doesn't say that at all. But I think I understand that what you're probably meaning to say is that traditional is largely a subjective term. And in the context of the American experiment, we could probably like figure out what you mean when you say traditionalism, but I don't know still, like I still don't know anything more about your position here. It's still very nebulous.
I got one for you.
I think that what he's trying to say is, like earlier he said that woke used to mean like more so the conscious community type of people, or what people used to be considered as conspiratorial. That used to be considered woke. You know, people that look beyond, you know, what we were given in the mainstream media, maybe delved a little deeper to find out the underlying, you know, factors of what happened or the conspiratorial level. Now today, what woke has become is if you believe in anything that is, like he was saying, that's, you know, nuclear family, traditional values, anything like that. If you believe in anything that, you know, what we consider the, you know, normal society in America, that's considered, you know, anti-progressive or, you know, anti-liberal or anti-American now, even for that matter. You know, you got woke means you got to bend to everyone else's will.
Okay, the last thing I'm going to say is the reason I made such a conceited effort to try and get a definition of woke from Angry Man or for whomever else is because it seems to, from my perspective, that woke is this like nebulous monolith thing that you can just throw shit at when you have a criticism or a critique about the world, and it generally comes across as like lacking in compassion, even though I know a lot of people have like realistic critiques. Like there are things of like along the lines of like the bigotry of low expectations, like things like those emerge from progressivism and from wokeism that I think are real criticisms. But a lot of the reactionary right, they don't even care to define it or to make real critiques. It's all progressive bad. And,
Well,
is it that it's nebulous, or is it that it's a spectrum by the people who are defining it?
Pardon me, everyone. Neve, I'm gonna send you back to the back. Trippy's gonna take your place.
Okay, this is what's really annoying about this. What's annoying is whenever someone is on the left, they act as if they don't understand what we're saying or that they don't get the concept. So let me be clear. This is what woke is. Woke is when Disney says, we don't want straight white males to be the lead in a movie.
There you go.
That's one. Okay. Woke is when they say we're going to have Rey be the hero of the trilogy, but she doesn't have to go through the hero's journey because she's a chick. She's just inherently good at everything. Even though we've watched all the other Jedis have to learn to be Jedi, she doesn't have to learn it because she's a woman. And women are inherently awesome and men are inherently bad. That's
if you would have made a whole movie about her training, you'd still be bitching about the movie about her training.
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, nobody would be
problem. No, I wouldn't, because we grew up with Sarah Connor. We grew up with Ripley. Yep. We didn't have no problem with them. When we watched Terminator 2 and Sarah Connor was kicking ass, we was cheering her on.
Yeah, and when they came back with that other movie, right, where she was old and she was just like blowing shit up, we were like, "What is this? What is this? Why is she 70 years old and falling out of helicopters and surviving?"
Here's the other
literally
thing.
watched her train herself up to who she was from.
Yeah, we watched it. We watched her progression. She went through the hero's journey, right? We don't have a problem with women being heroes. We have a problem with them not having no type of earning it. Like,
and she started out as a victim,
right?
Earning it, right?
I'm going to go ahead and let Marte make his exit. If we could give him the floor, please, for his final thoughts.
I know Angry Man is the man of the hour. What's up, man? Good to see you again. Also, I just came back to fight Ryan every chance I get. Anytime I see him on the panel, I'm always going to be combative with him and Dusty over here, too.
Did you hear he came out?
Look forward to seeing you guys. So, you know what? I'm wrecking you in the next debate. So I mean,
okay. Oh, we heard that last debate.
Yeah, bend him over and wreck that ass.
I have that every time I see you, Marte.
Never happen. Anyways,
Destiny, I say hi.
The woke ideology is a delusion pushed by the left to obfuscate this is feminism, which is the biggest shit test in America right now. We're seeing this as we speak. It's moved from goalpost to goalpost, from black community over now to liberal white community, in women especially. So we're seeing this. They're double dipping as women, as feminists, and also as liberal women. So this is really horrid. So anyways, I bid you guys adieu.
Yeah.
Thank you,
and I'm not gonna appreciate you, bro. I'm not gonna leave it just to movies and stuff. Woke is also changing the language of words that we use. Like, instead of saying homeless, let's say unhoused, right? And it's like you're more concerned about the verbiage than you are the actual situation. Like,
birthing person.
It's basically birthing person and like it. Whenever you change the language, you literally change the culture. Right.
Well, you also change the value of those words and the meaning behind them. Amy says, Ryan, I know how you feel. I've been shamed and oppressed for the past 15 years for being a Christian in most open places. That's a very good point, actually.
That is a retarded point. It's still the
Christians are consistently made fun of across the board, and they've just been having to deal with it.
Complex.
It's the biggest religion on earth. You guys are fine.
Well,
biggest
look,
religion on earth
what
next
Angry
to-
Man's saying, another example of woke is like what happened today at the cross country meet. My son comes running down. My wife screams, "Pick it up, boy! Pick it up! You're halfway in the pack. You're halfway through the race, and you're in the middle of the pack. Pick it up!" And three angry, progressive, rainbow fucking umbrella having, patchouli smelling weirdos spun around and gave my wife a dirty look because she called him a boy.
Is she okay?
That's woke. That's woke.
Is she okay though?
That is woke.
Yeah, she's okay.
Like the fact that we're sitting here talking about wokeness, and then you have people who obviously are on the left or close to the left that are woke. Like, well, I don't understand what you mean. You know exactly what I mean. Like, you know exactly what I mean when I say woke. Woke is the fact that if you get into an argument with me and you're on the left, you can call me whatever you want to call me and go all the way in. And I'm probably going to be like, word, that's how you feel. But I'm not going to lose my mind over it. Meanwhile, if I go in on you and start saying certain things, you're going to lose your shit. You're going to snap out. And you're allowed to do that. Like, you're allowed to take it to that level, even if you have to take it to a violent level.
So I kind of want to point something out, that the people who are so worried about definitions are always going to be worried about these definitions because it's a debate tactic, first of all, but also they're never going to change their ways. So while we know that they're going to stay woke, maybe a good way to take this is, what is the cure to woke? What is the way that we're going to be able to smash woke?
Logic.
An internal locus of control. And
how does that play out in the real world on a mass scale?
It's an individual thing. It's not I don't know about that.
Dude, I just try to
make shaming make shaming great again. We got rid of shaming. We got rid of
that was what Angry Man was saying earlier, man. We need to bring shame back to culture. You know, it's like the most everybody's pretty movement, you know.
You think
Tootie Bug comes in with a big 5, says, keep your satanic hands off our children. And Bishop asks you, Angry Man, is this a woke panel? Are we woke?
Nah. This is not. This is like, it's
Hell
like
nah.
It's like a couple of woke people. But let me not say that, because they'll get offended and say, I'm not woke. Like, you know.
Ha says,
I actually don't know what you mean by woke.
Kids should not be given GA care because the only long-term study shows that 80 to 90% of kids with confusion will grow out of it if left the fuck alone.
Gender affirming care. I grew out of thinking I was Batman, damn it. Now I'm the Joker.
Sad.
Yeah, I didn't grow out of that.
Me neither.
He says, kick a panel sitter. Let's hear effigy. Flo, which person is the panel sitter of the evening? You're pretty good with this.
Maddie. I mean, I hate to. He's also the most woke, though, so it feels.
Let me go in on second place trophies then, because I can defend second place.
I wanted to actually give a concrete definition of woke. It's actually pretty simple. It's quite literally any far leftist ideology that pushes against anything traditionalism or anything on the right. Really, it's basically just a subsect of intersectional politics and social engineering that tankies used to do. It's literally all it comes from. It comes from feminism. All of it is leftist back.
You could probably work the kinks out of this definition.
I thought it was all pejorative that you guys use to dump literally everything you can in. That's all it is. It means nothing. There's no actual definition. You right wingers have taken that word and just thrown
it literally
like a dump truck, thrown everything into it. You're just bitching about people on the left. That's all you're doing.
No,
it's not it seems like black supremacy when Marcus Garvey was.
I literally said far left. How is that everyone on the left? Not everyone is far left.
Vapor said everything that is not on the right, and Vapor
on the
said everything that you don't agree with.
That word
you guys are
came out of my
agreeing.
mouth. Those words never came out of my mouth. I said far left. I said far left ideology that promotes intersectionality and other far left things. It also
that a
included
crew neck t-shirt?
Socialism.
Used to be.
How the fuck did you do that?
God,
he washed it and it didn't dry properly.
Words before they use them. People are saying shit like intersectional. You all have intersectionality.
Look
all
here,
intersectionality
all right.
is how your identity.
We didn't land on Plymouth Rock.
All it is. Do you have a religion? Are you
landed
Christian?
on us.
Do you have a race? How do those two things interact in your?
Hold on. All of you are talking, and I can't hear any single bit of it. One at a time, please. And if I keep having to say it, I'm just going to throw you backstage and bring up someone who will respect my rules. Effigy, you were saying something.
Yeah, I'll just repeat really quick. Everyone has intersectionality. All intersectionality is how do your identities intersect in your being? Do you have a race? Do you have a religion? How do those things overlap? That's all it is. Everybody's got that. All it is the study of those things in people. You keep making it some kind of weird fucking thing because you've never actually looked up the definition of it.
What's
the
utility?
sociology? How people exist in the world? How groups think?
Here's what the
Their
difference
ideas
is.
are.
Here's what the difference is. The difference is for someone like myself that you would consider on the right, I'm not going to make every decision based off of intersectionality. But what's happening on the left is you have people making decisions primarily off of those identifying factors.
Lots of people on the right do that too, though. MAGA.
Yeah, but
yeah. Show me a person on the right that doesn't make decisions based on their Christianity.
Look, I think the people that we identify the most as the woke are the ones that are going, because I'm black, I feel this way. Because I'm gay, I feel that way. Because I'm trans, and that they identify themselves most likely with their sex, race, fucking gender, religion, exactly. And that's the first thing they usually introduce themselves with. And then they tell you about how they're woke without ever saying the word woke. Just like we're
Not all
based.
Democrats are black.
See what I'm
and gay,
saying?
though.
It's still a sides thing. It's like we're based, they're woke. Woke sounds stupid. Base sounds pretty stupid. I think we should start being human, but whatever.
Beast. Tootie Bug says house challenged. What does that mean?
Oh no, but
I don't know.
Right.
To define wokeness.
Sounds like a cards thing.
Trippy, if everyone was treated like humans, they wouldn't need to ask for fucking rights, would they?
No, and people wouldn't be celebrating a certain CK's death, you know?
Eclipse says woke, a pseudo-intellectual pastiche?
Pastiche, yeah.
Of postmodern and neo-Marxist tropes dedicated to the idea that categories themselves do nothing but privilege and oppress.
I feel
like
like
that.
pastiche is a woke word to use. This definition is woke.
Yeah, Eclipse is still cool enough to give that to us for $10. That's nice.
I'll take it. Trib1 says, can wokeness come from the right? The feeling, not the term, I mean. For example, Pam wanting to go after people for hate speech.
Yeah.
How is that not woke?
So
That sounds
I
so
have a
woke, and I
definition
hate the
that can
fact.
apply to both the left and the right. It's
I hate
anybody
that
who
she
is
shows that wording, though. That's all I was going to say. Sorry.
it's anybody who is lying, obfuscating the information, or violently ignorant to push their own political agenda.
Anybody celebrating Jimmy Kimmel getting fired is woke as fuck.
He
The
earned
woke
it, though.
right
I mean,
exists.
I mean, he's
It's
not
a
funny.
thing now.
The show sucks
Yeah,
too, so.
He should have been
agree.
fired
I
a long
think-
ass time ago.
Yeah, I
he
was going to
should have.
say his numbers were already dropping anyways. So
Right.
it was like,
It's
is it worth
expected.
it maybe? Yeah.
Right.
I'm
No,
celebrating
no,
him being fired
They
with
just
the shit after he
use it
left
as
the
an
man
excuse to
show.
push it up. Come on.
I'm celebrating him being. I'm celebrating him being fired, but not because I'm woke, but because he's one of the guys that ruined late night television.
That's right.
That's a fact.
Angry Man. Do you remember when he used to dress up as Karl Malone? And he'd be like, I'm Karl Malone. And he'd say the dumbest shit.
Man,
I used to
like
watch
chicken wings.
the Man show.
Yeah.
I used to watch that show.
Me
And
too.
to watch
so
him
wild.
to watch
often.
him transform into this thing that he's become.
Crying all the
Him
time.
and Kevin Smith, but that's a whole nother. I don't want to go into
They
that.
both
but,
cry all the
Kevin
time.
Smith disappoints me.
oh, bruh, disappointment is an understatement. But
He
this
crying.
whole thing, that's another reason why I don't like wokeness, because of the transformation of people that I actually watched and in some cases looked up to in the 90s, and they've transformed into these panty waists that run around constantly crying about bullshit that's irrelevant.
That's a good thing you bring up there, Angry Man. Remember when
You
Ryan
guys
said
were all
that
just
it was
crying about how people were
Get-
saying straight people are bad. You
Can I
guys
get just
were
a
just
second?
crying this whole night about it.
You said what?
I said you guys were all just crying a little while ago about how the people on the other side were saying, "Oh, straight traditional people are bad." I thought you guys were the guy who didn't give a fuck about that.
Bro,
Y'all didn't give a fuck about calling names.
Hold on,
or
let me
anything like
address them, bro. All you do is cry when you come up here with your unironic icon, bro. Like you come up here and you whine and you complain about people whining and complaining. It's the goofiest shit in the world, but you think you're morally superior or intellectually superior because you come up here and try to point out everybody's flaws in their logic and shit. And it's so cliche and boring and pedestrian, bro.
I got a flaw in some logic to bring up. You know, Ryan said earlier that
just said like what we all do on this.
Hey, Scooby Dooby. But yeah, Ryan was saying earlier that people, you know, go to the right side because it makes them more money. Why is Jimmy Fallon so fucking woke all of a sudden? It was to make money, right? It was the cheat fucking code. As Ryan said, we were doing the cheat code. I don't make a fucking dime being not woke.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
different classes.
Speaking of money, Bishop
I will
sends
pull
in
your
5
ponytail.
to say my fault.
Right.
Chuck in Tennessee says,
you
Sarah, new idea. Everyone talk at once. Yeah, I might actually just let it rip for 2 minutes and give you guys a moment. Long
Dude,
Live
too
Liberty
farty.
is requesting the horse video, and I will so politely
What is a
oblige.
woman?
This message is sponsored in part by.
There you go.
She's got great genes.
JB says, woke, the idea that groups with fewer resources, social and economic, only have less because they have been systematically oppressed, and that forced redistribution from the majority is justified on that basis. And you were actually speaking to this earlier in the beginning, Angry Man, about people make themselves their own like victims.
Yeah, it's basically Marxism, what she's describing right there. Marxism, socialism, communism, that same crap. Oh, we have less because we're marginalized, so we need everybody to redistribute everything, as if everything isn't going to rise back to the top anyway. Like, it's the goofiest shit in the world.
Yeah,
it's just a justification mechanism to steal other people's shit.
I agree. Like, you have that, I want it, but I don't want to earn it, so therefore I'm going to make you just give it to me because you should feel bad. Trib says, Flo's choice for who to boot, or Sarah's choice if she's feeling frisky. Do we think it's okay what the chairman of the FCC said? Do y'all think it's overstepping their place in media by threatening companies? Number 1, Flo, pick 2 to boot, please.
Oh, 2 to boot?
I'm going to be taking off here.
1 to boot. I'm sorry, say it again.
Well, then I don't choose you. Crew neck.
Crew neck. All right. Vapor to the back.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually jealous of Effigy's icon. The fact that it's animated and shit.
Stop backpedaling. It was funny.
It's just a GIF. I'm just playing. I don't know if that's what it is.
And then anybody have any remarks on what the chairman of the FCC said?
Crazy overstep. His job is to enforce rules on the books, not to make personal commentary about like the whole thing's fucking crazy. I'll probably end up doing a stream about it.
Are you going to start it by going, well, the FCC won't let me be or let me be me, so let me see.
I might now.
I'm sorry. What I'm live under a rock. What did the FCC chairman say?
I don't want to paraphrase it off.
Basically said you do something about Kimmel or we're going to do something about it.
Yeah.
He basically threatened
the broadcasters hosting Kimmel. And so that's why Kimmel's
Yeah, he threatened their license.
Maybe he was just.
But this is what happens when you allow. This is what happens when you allow it to get this far, to go
the
this
pendulum
far.
is just swinging at this point.
No,
you said what?
I said the pendulum is just
quoted
swinging at
as
this
saying
point.
against this.
I mean, when you
guy
have
is quoted as saying he would never do this like a year ago.
Yeah, but then he just did it.
And he
okay, but here's the thing: for everybody that's crying, for everybody that's upset about Jimmy Kimmel and saying this is overreach, where were you guys when they kicked Roseanne off her own damn show?
I know, right?
I don't know. That's whataboutism, though. Like, I wasn't aware of it at the time.
Not really.
But I'm aware of this.
They must have been hiding in the.
U.S. government didn't.
But again,
threaten him,
I mean, let's be realistic, though. If you're a celebrity or an actor or somebody that is the face of something, right, and you represent a particular like ABC network, Fox, Disney, whatever TV show, yada yada yada, like. If you represent them by being on their screen, they have the right to choose to say, hey, we don't want to be represented by whatever you say.
If you have a government regulatory agency telling a private company which employees to fire or not, that is fascism because that's a merger of state and corporate interests.
I do agree with that. Unless there's some kind of Well, I get. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, but that's
Eclipse
fair.
says-
That's fair, but you can't. But you can't wait until the right is doing it to all of a sudden grab the torch.
I started as soon as I became aware of something like this. That's when I started.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
he did.
well,
He's
you
different,
may
though.
have done that. You may have done that, but there's a large portion of the country that completely ignored this when Biden first got elected, and they were coming after everyone. Like they went after
Facebook. And they're wrong. And they're in the wrong. They should apply it uniformly, like you're actually not doing right now, because you're justifying applying it ununiformly.
I am.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Hey man, get back is a mofo. That's all I'm saying. The get back is a mofo.
Eclipse says Destiny is very a pastiche in his salmon shirt. I like your shirt.
This is pink. What's wrong with
only
that?
white people wear salmon.
Salmon is a little bit more fleshy. Yeah.
And the trip says Kimmel was the second most popular late night show host. TV in general is down. That's because we've got all of your attention over here on YouTube. You ain't watching TV because you got us. It's a right-wing lie to say he wasn't popular comparatively. He's basically the most popular for his position, facts over feels. That doesn't mean his numbers weren't declining, though. And this
was not a business decision. This was a regulatory threat. So
it was a reaction. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what his numbers were doing at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are they getting
government money forever ago?
And Realistic Heart says, with a big hundo, hello, Realistic Heart, welcome over to this side of town. When you take intersectionality to its logical extreme, it spirals into the individual. That's the paradox.
What?
Yeah,
I don't think
it's
how does when they talk about intersectionality.
Collectivism is pretty leftist.
So, guys, I have a very important thing to say because I'm going to be taking off here in a minute, but just follow along. No interruptions, please. So there's 3 soldiers
anyway, like we
in
were
the middle of the desert.
Is he over here telling my panel what to do?
There's 3
I'm
soldiers
kidding,
in the middle of the desert, and they're all on their last legs because they've been lost for 3 days straight. They're marching along, and off in the distance, they see a tree. They end up pulling out their binoculars, and they look closer, and there's bacon hanging off of the tree. And they're like, oh my God, it's a bacon tree. We're safe. So they start running for it. And then all of a sudden they hear a gunshot, and one guy drops to the ground. They hear another gunshot, and the second guy drops to the ground. The last guy stops. He ducks down, looks at the bacon tree, and looks back at his friends and tells them, I knew it wasn't a bacon tree. It was a ham bush.
That is so foul, dude.
That is so
Wow,
bad.
what a way to make an egg.
He won the internet.
That was a dad joke extraordinaire.
Yes, winning.
Like I think that we all have another kid on the way after that joke.
Oh my
Hope not.
That was such a dad joke. It got all of our women pregnant.
You know what?
Shut
You're
up.
probably right.
Why would you want to put that kind of bad juju on anybody, Flo?
Hey, it's okay. We don't all have to do the work now. We can just sit back
What
and
you guys
relax and
on
let
the
him
right? You
take
need
over.
to start breeding more so you can quit, shipping all the Browns over.
Dude, I'm a reformed Pookie. I got plenty of kids.
You are a reformed
Pookie.
Pookie, aren't you?
What the? I don't even.
What's a reform?
100%, sir.
Ah, no.
100%.
Wait a minute.
But I'm the
You
powdered
can-
dusty man. Get out of here.
Wait a minute. You can reform Pookies?
Yeah, you can, man. You can. It just takes a lot of work.
And how
that's
many
sweet.
years?
How many years?
I don't know, sir. I don't know how many
There's a
years.
double entendre.
Okay, but I personally don't feel bad for Jimmy Kimmel. I do see where this type of thing can be bad if taken to an extreme. But I'm sorry, guys like Jimmy Kimmel ruined late night television. I
don't like Kimmel either. I'm not advocating for Kimmel. I'm advocating against the FCC chairman.
It's not about Kimmel.
Kimmel was horrible.
The government did.
Himmler,
Who cares
yes.
what we think about Jimmy Kimmel? He's a rich dude. He'll be fine. I don't care that he lost his job. I care how the job was lost. I care that the FCC chair stuck his fucking nose in there and fucking strong-armed a company to do something. Like, that's not cool. That
But
is
haven't
crazy
they been doing
all
that
the
with
times we talk about free speech? This was actually against free speech.
Hasn't the government been doing that with social media for the last 10
What
years?
aboutism? That's what aboutism. No,
I need to know for sure.
No,
This is the most
I'm saying we've been dealing with restrictions and regulations just on social media platforms. I mean, we're the ones
Do
that
you like
that,
free speech or not? Do you agree with free speech or not? Yes or no?
I do.
Yes.
I agree with free
Then who
speech, but free speech also comes with consequences of free speech.
So, which would be less free speech. So you don't actually agree with free speech.
No, I'm saying you have freedom. You have freedom of
no.
speech. You don't have freedom from consequences of your speech, sir.
No, the government coming down on you is not a natural consequence of having free speech.
I understand that. I understand that, and I'm not saying that what the FCC did was right.
So you need to shit or get off the pot, Snowman. Do you want free speech or not?
I told you, I agree with free speech. Free speech comes with consequences.
Well, that doesn't mean society. Well, and I'm not saying this is what happened to Jimmy Kimmel, but we're not saying that society can't come and disapprove of what you say. I'm not making the argument.
You're making a point. You're beating up a straw man over here. That's not what happened to Kimmel, and you acknowledged that before you then started fighting the straw man.
Well, you're just asking, do you believe in free speech, right? That like.
Yes, which means that the government can't interfere with my speech. Not rando dudes coming in and lose my job. The government can't get involved.
Are we even 100% sure that he lost his job as to what the FCC leader said, or did he lose his job because of multiple instances of him saying stupid shit on his show over the past 10 fucking years?
Because you haven't looked into it.
Okay, but this.
I can look into it in a minute and a half, man.
Problem with this.
Go look into it. Come back in a minute.
This is the problem with this, and you're gonna say it's whataboutism, but I really don't give a shit. This is the problem with this. The problem with this is every single time there's an instant like this, right? We always expect the right to take the moral high road. We always expect the right to be the most patriotic. We always expect the right to be the standard. But then when it comes time for the left to be in charge, they do whatever the hell they want to do. And then we're trying to maintain a standard. If we're going to maintain a standard, we have to maintain it across the board. It can't just be.
I agree. It needs to be maintained across the board. I actually think that anybody who identifies too strongly with either the right or the left is retarded. That's basically everybody on Earth. You're all retarded. It's really the concern is the powers with the non-powers, right? Government versus people.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bigger concern than right versus left. So,
absolutely.
And JB says leftists are offended by the right making basic distinctions. The right is offended by people being deceitful and ghoulish. We are not the same.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel was released because of the comments about Turk. It didn't have anything to do with the FCC, dude. He got fired before the guy from the FCC said what he said on Fox, man. It didn't have shit to do with what he said.
No, it's not on
Chuck
Fox.
says, Chuck says, Brick, pick 4. However, he says 5 minutes each, but because there's a line backstage, it's not timed when there's a line. So they have to sit back there until they get traded back out or somebody leaves. So, Brick, pick 4.
We'll take the 3 in the bottom middle.
I guess I could remove the names.
Sam Hyde, Effigy, and Hitman. That's not Sam Hyde. Sorry, dude.
K, Effigy, and Hitman.
Yeah, and I guess because Brandon has been panel sitting a little bit, I'll pick him too. I'm trying to be fair to the people who would want the conversation. So,
hey, Nick, off those suckers and stand in your square. Good choices. Good choices.
Wait, who is the 4th person? I'm sorry.
Brandon.
Brandon.
Like I like that guy's forehead. It matches the top of his head very well. He's got like this whole thing where his skin matches. It's crazy. Angry man, I'm glad to know that you're Mexican. Like he was telling us earlier. Oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry, that's not what you were saying.
Benny Johnson. It wasn't CNN or whichever network source you claimed. The original threat was made on Benny Johnson, which is a podcast.
Benny Johnson.
If we go back to the Kimmel firing,
I know Benny Johnson.
It should have been Fallon. It should have been Fallon. But
I think it should be all of them at the end, right?
But also, I don't support it. I don't support it. I think the issue with it is like collective blame and collective guilt. I think most people who aren't hard left or hard right are generally really put off by that when somebody throws something on your plate and says, you should feel like shit about this, or you should do something about this. Most people don't respond well to that. And I think that the conclusion of those sorts of politics, at least from the left over the last while, has been things like cancellation, cancel culture, and sometimes censorship. And so the right weaponizing this from a reactionary perspective to say, okay, remember when the left used to cancel you? Remember when you couldn't say X, Y, and Z? It seems then weird to go into this sort of like, when they have the mantle of power, it seems weird that they would then kind of double down on those policies and in some ways make them worse, right? I think the First Amendment attacks from like Trump, or sorry, the GOP, Trump is just a figurehead.
Why you don't like Fallon?
I just think
Unfunny?
I think Fallon is corny. Like Kimmel, they're both.
He
kinda
wasn't
corny.
even funny on
Fallon's got a
Saturday
corny
Night
laugh.
Live.
Fallon's got a corny laugh. It rubs me the wrong.
I'm sorry.
He likes to laugh into the camera too.
Here's my thing. I'm not a huge fan of Fallon. I like
Only
it better.
thing he did that was funny was Night at the Roxbury. That was it.
Nah, bro. Look, let me tell you something. Jimmy Fallon playing, pretending to be Barry Gibb is freaking hilarious. I don't care what nobody says. That shit was funny as hell.
Was he in Night at the Roxbury? I don't remember him being in that.
He was not in Night at the
Roxbury. He was.
Oh no, wait! It was the other dude that kind of looked like him.
You talking about Chris Kattan?
Yeah,
and Will Ferrell. Like that was years before Fallon started on there.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, they're the same person, man. They look the same. They're both white. They're Mexican.
We all look the same. I'm a little bit blue, honestly. If you look at the skin shade,
Can somebody correct me? But I don't think anybody of high power had anything to do with Fallon. I heard it was multiple like smaller stations that collectively decided not to.
They didn't collectively decide. They got collectively. They're owned by a parent company. It's Sinclair, I believe. The biggest media broadcasting company in the world said is pulling all of its small local affiliates shows of Kimmel.
Wow.
Yeah, and Disney is the one that owns them at the end, and Disney said that he's fired indefinitely.
Big corporations using big government to do political silencing.
I don't know, man.
I know you don't know. That's why I'm encouraging you to look into it.
I did look into it, and I came away with the conclusion that Disney, the people who own the network that he was on, fired him for his comments over Kirk. That's what every single news website says. And it says that the FCC head...
How many websites did you look at in 5 minutes, Trippy?
Brendan Carr, literally the head of the FCC, said it's only the first shoe to drop, meaning like, we're taking the fuck over. All right, we're done with this bullshit on this whole woke thing. Fallon fucked up how many fucking times over the last like 10 years? He has made stupid comment after stupid comment.
So do
he's
you
called
agree
people
with free
fascist.
speech
He's
or
called
not?
people fucking all sorts of names.
Do you like free speech or not?
I don't give a fuck if it was free speech or not.
Well, I'm
okay,
asking you your
Dusty,
position on the
he
topic.
He helped to radicalize people
What
like
is-
Tyler Robinson. He
What
helped to
is
fucking
your
radicalize people who will assassinate people.
You
it
need to
doesn't
have
matter if it's free
on the
speech or
topic.
not, dude.
I haven't heard that one yet, bro.
So you're not a fan
I
of
don't
free
give a fuck if you heard it or not yet, Mr. fucking beard face over there with your little stupid
you're
fucking
woke.
hat and your
You
stop
recognize
sign.
that you're just
I don't give a
another
fuck
woke
what you said
right?
either, Dusty, who's trying to call everybody else woke and trying not to sit on
woke.
one side
You're a
when your
woke
fat
clown.
fucking ass is literally more right-leaning than half the panel, you idiot. Because you don't look into what you're actually talking about, and you just want to be the funny little Fred Durst guy.
No, you are woke. You don't have any
I
idea.
don't need to be fucking woke to see reality.
Reality.
I am not woke because I see reality. Jimmy
you
Fallon
don't.
ruined
Nobody-
his own damn job and got fired over his own behavior because that's what happens after time passes if you keep being stupid on the fucking airwaves. And if you keep putting yourself out there like that.
saying things that people that makes the government mad, then the government will have your job fire you. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not because he made the government mad. It's because he lost all of his fucking viewers. He did nothing but make his own show worse and worse over time, and he lost his job eventually. Do you realize how many times he got away with that kind of stupid shit?
And he should get away with it forever. Everybody should get away with saying whatever.
No, he shouldn't.
The government should not be. So you don't believe in free speech at all?
No, what I am saying is that when you have a television show and all you're doing is killing your own ratings, eventually you get let the fuck go. Usually, right?
By your employer.
No, he was being protected by his woke ideology, and now that's over with. We don't have to keep kowtowing to it.
Who is the entity that was protecting him?
All of fucking media, the people who put gay people in every TV show, trans people in every TV show, the people who make As Angry Man had put it earlier, when there's a white protagonist who's not a white protagonist, where there's a female protagonist.
Sinclair, the biggest media company in the world, as far as local broadcasters go, is the one that pulled them from all their.
Disney made the decision. The owners of Sinclair.
So okay, right.
Disney made the decision.
Huge companies that are protecting wokeness actually didn't protect his wokeness.
After time, look, they kept losing out every time they protected his wokeness, so they let him go in the effort to make money, man. It's not about woke for them.
Effort
after
to keep
all this time.
He
lost his show.
You have both big business and government regulation.
He lost his fucking show because he was stupid for all that time, and they just now gave him the repercussions. Isn't that hard to believe?
Stop attacking Kimmel and start defending the government's actions here.
I'm not defending the government's actions. I'm defending the actions of the company that owns the show that he ruined. How about that?
You're right. They should fire him.
He should have let him go a long time ago. We agreed.
Put out of business by the regulator.
He didn't get put out of business. The guy made the comment after Jimmy Kimmel was fired, and he took credit for it.
No. Bro,
look into it. You keep telling me to look into it. You're over there on fucking Grok.
There, I'll play.
Are you on Grok or ChatGTP, or is it Google?
I'm on X.
So you're Grok. Then.
You've been looking into this for 10 minutes. I looked
into it a little bit more than that before I came on.
Yeah. So the FCC,
we both like sowing a little controversy.
You don't think the FCC chairman threatened the company
afterwards? After he was fired,
how could
he put out a threat to the rest? Maybe not specifically to Kimmel, but he put out a threat to the rest. And I don't think a single network is going to be willing to pick up Jimmy Kimmel because they know that he's not going to make their network money.
Because all of them have to adhere to the regulations of the FCC.
It doesn't matter.
They can't pick him up.
Well, I mean, of course, everybody has to adhere to the thing, the FCC, except for us on the internet as of right now until they take that over.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the FCC is run by right-leaning people, or do you think is it run by the same people who ran it when Biden was in there?
It doesn't matter what tribe is running it. What matters is that you have a government institution silencing private citizens, and
they're not silencing private citizens
telling private businesses what the fuck to do. Yes.
No, they're telling public businesses and public citizens. You think that Jimmy Fallon would be considered a private citizen?
Public business.
A public business,
private,
yes.
There's private. You understand that something that's publicly traded on the stock market is still a private company?
Either way, it's owned by what? One single entity, one single person? Or is it owned by a corporation? Is it owned by a corporation? Does it have many people who all put their heads together to decide things?
You tell me, which one is public ownership? Is it owned by a corporation or owned by a person? What's the difference between public and private ownership?
I'm not 100% sure. Why don't you fill me in?
I know the fuck you're not.
Well, why don't you fill me in?
So why are you arguing with me if you don't understand?
Why don't you tell me since you know so well? Pink shirt. Come on, man. Come on. Just tell me. It should be fast. I know it's not going to be a long.
A public entity is a government entity, basically. A private entity is owned by private parties. So even if it's a publicly traded company, meaning anybody, you or I, can buy shares in Coca-Cola, it's still privately owned. I'm a private person. I'm not a government entity. So when I buy a share of Coke.
Right. So when Disney made the announcement that he was fired indefinitely, what, do you blame the FCC for that? Because Disney made the decision to finally get rid of the guy that was losing their money? You know, Disney's been losing money on movies too.
Are you saying that the government coercion didn't have anything to do with his firing?
It probably didn't. It never did before, did it? Because what? The government just wasn't saying anything about him radicalizing people and helping out insano people think about what they're going to do with their gun?
Wall Street Journal. Disney pulls Jimmy Kimmel show after Kirk remarks. Right
after
there.
Kirk, Wall Street Journal says that. Fucking
after Kirk
CNN remarks. Says that it was before he said that. So which one's right? CNN or Wall Street Journal?
4 chapters that he wrote in Project 2025.
Project 2025 is what it is. Did you read it? Did you read all the pages, Dusty? I mean, not Dusty. Sorry. Sorry, Dusty. I know you did.
Bro.
Fatty, did you read through all the thing, or are you just going to complain about it because you heard other people complain about it?
940 pages twice, bro. I did.
So I appreciate you so much right now. I've never heard someone fight so hard for free speech the way that I do. Thank you.
Hey, man. Look, I am all for free speech, but he kind of ran out of viewers. The viewers got tired of his free
The
speech.
question actually came in for you, Flo. Dusty, a better question for Snow Vader would be, are you a free speech absolutionist? And this was in reference to earlier.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a free speech.
or not.
No,
Right?
no, I'm not a free speech absolutist.
And I don't even know that I am really, but
if Biden's FCC guy would have done this to like Fox News, right, we would all say that that's fucked up, dude. Nobody on this side would say that that's not fucking right. Okay.
You said what? You said what? What did he say? Say that again.
If Biden's FCC chairman went to Fox News and told them to pull a fucking show off because it hurts my feelings.
You mean like how they kicked Tucker off of there?
Yeah, they kicked Tucker
Or
off
Glenn
of there.
Beck.
Like, what are you talking
Yeah.
about? Y'all are literally saying shit
I'm
that
not
already
advocating for that.
happened.
I'm saying that it's fucking wrong and it's fascism, just like Flo.
Well, what about Dan Bongino?
I appreciate you, Flo.
Well, what about
I do, dude.
the countless conservatives? What about the countless conservatives that had their
All right, I didn't have my mouse in my hand.
shut down?
Right.
I felt it.
What about Steven Crowder, man? He got kicked off of Fox
Wait.
too.
Are you referring to the countless
wasn't-
conservatives that had their bank accounts shut down?
Oh, see, he doesn't even know. Like,
Wasn't Crowder like a camera guy?
Why don't we start now? Since we can't change the past, right? All the what about is we all missed a bunch of shit in the past, right? But we can look at the situation now and say,
that's stupid.
Right now, moving forward,
That's
do
stupid.
we agree with this?
That's stupid. The reason why it's stupid is because it's a private company. Who's going to sit here and tell me what to do about my company and how I lose money or gain money? How are you going to justify that? So this whole argument is stupid.
What?
Whoever works for any company, you are subject to whatever you sign on your contract when you sign for that company. I don't
The
care if
government
it's
shouldn't come in and put their
small
boot
person
on your
or
neck,
if you're a
right?
top dog. It doesn't matter. And
Do
if-
rights apply to that?
I'm not
What's
even
that?
sure what point he's making.
I'm making the free speech point. You can't just sit here and say things and do things and not have consequences for whatever job you have. Doesn't matter if you're a Joe Smo working at McDonald's or
But should
somebody
the
working-
government get involved in that?
What do you mean? The government didn't get involved in it. They just
Yes,
ultimately.
yes, it did. That's the point here.
They made the threat. They made the threat. The FCC made the
right.
threat.
Okay, well,
Bishop says, I would rather watch Conan O'Brien and his puppet dog instead of Jimmy Kimmel.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah.
But then he also says, I'll take Jay Leno over Jimmy Fallon. What's
All day long.
F out of here.
Definitely. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
FOH.
Jimmy Fallon should have never had his job in the first place. Let's be real.
Yeah, I agree. Dude, did you guys know that Jay Leno said that he would love to come back, and instead the network just completely got rid of late night altogether after Colbert? Like,
I'm not shocked.
Jay wanted to come back.
I'm not shocked. I feel like Jay Leno was the beginning of the decline of late night.
I like his car show. I like his garage.
Yeah, he's got some nice cars.
Bishop follows up again and says, son, give me Jimmy Swagger over Jimmy Kimmel.
Dude. Give me
And then-
Angry Man over Jimmy Kimmel. Like, let's get
That's
Angry
fair.
Man a late night show, man.
All right, I'm going to get angry about this one.
JB says Dems, P1, the right are fascists. P2, it is just to unalive fascists. Conclusion, it is just to unalive people on the right. Also Dems, what? We're not inciting violence.
All right, so this is just stupid as all fuck. Just because I call Donald Trump a fascist does not mean that I am calling for political violence upon the man. This is ridiculous. I've heard this from so many people, and just all of this. It's just.
Are you a raving lunatic?
What is it? Just
no.
let's start here. Start at the
Okay,
beginning.
so number one, wait a second. So number one, let's address that. You're not a raving lunatic, right?
No.
Okay, so you're not going to operate like a raving lunatic. However, if you're on the television every single day referring to Donald Trump as a fascist, saying that he's a dictator, all of this stuff, a raving lunatic on the left may be inclined to want to do something about that. So it's not about you as a person that have a rational mind. We're talking about individuals who are not rational minded and are impressionable and easily swayed to doing certain things.
Like man, how many subscribers do you have?
Kind of like how people used to get conned into sending televangelists money because they thought they were talking to them.
No, they just
send
Trump.
How many is Angry Man taking responsibility for all 800 some thousand of your subscribers' actions?
No.
Okay, so then why would Jimmy Kimmel take that responsibility that you won't?
No, that's not about this. Okay, so first of all, it's not about Jimmy Kimmel taking responsibility for the people that's watching him. The reason why Jimmy Kimmel is in the shape that he's in right now is because people who watch the show, not the lefties that agree with him, but most of the country that watches the show that are sick and tired of entertainers preaching to them. This is the reason why their numbers have went down. This is the reason why people would rather come here.
And over numbers. This was not a business.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Let me just say this before you go back into that. Okay. We get it. The FCC chair is Palpatine. We get it. But look, here's the thing. When you have this constantly going on, because this has been a constant decline, not just in late night talk shows, but in news, movies, television shows. People are sick of it. So Jimmy Kimmel just finds himself in the middle of the perfect storm right now. You can sit there and say, well, it was because of the FCC chair, but I guarantee you it wasn't just because of that. That probably added to it, but he already was on his way out the door.
Maybe, but it happened the day after the threat. And if
they have
you're basically being told, get rid of him or we're putting you out of business, you can move forward assuming that's the reason that he was gone the next day.
Big question. How do you put them out of business, bro? How would they go about putting them out of business? Answer that question.
Because the FCC issues licenses to broadcasters. If the SEC does not renew a broadcaster's license, they cannot operate.
What else is going on other than that, though, right?
Paramount, they're not a cable channel; they're broadcast channel.
You're getting ready to do a merger, right? Like $1 trillion merger, right? And not being able to have like the government involved in that would be pretty cool. So
Nexstar is trying to have a merger that supersedes the limit that a company is supposed to have as far as the number of broadcasting stations. So they really need the FCC on their side right now because they want them to break a rule.
Yeah, extend their monopoly. They want to make it bigger.
Screw us all
Here's the thing: like we're not acknowledging, because you also have the Skydance and Paramount merger, right? We're not acknowledging that just maybe, just like somebody said earlier, this is the pendulum swinging back the other way.
Yep. I've been waiting for this since like 2017.
If I shoot somebody and they die, but they had cancer as well, would I get charged with murder?
Cancer. You just cured cancer. I was put you in jail.
Is that a murder defense then? Well, he had cancer anyway, so it was going to happen.
Yeah,
I would put you in jail for curing cancer.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Like, I get what you're saying, but the point that I'm making,
trying to disagree, but I'm like winning at whack-a-mole up here. Pop up.
Striking It Rich says Flo is right. It's a slippery slope, and people on the right cheering on someone being canceled is peak irony. The small hats are rubbing their hands. Ooh.
We're not doing that.
And JB says,
can we just clear that?
JB says, I'm so eager to hear your opinion, grown man who collects toys.
You're actually thinking they're not toys.
Hold on fucking second. I am a grown-ass man, and I love Transformers, and I am completely unashamed of that. And if you want to make fun of me for that, fuck you.
Yo, Sam,
wait a minute, you didn't even have to do that, bro. I got it. You didn't have to do that. Put me on the screen.
Wow.
Put me on the screen.
That glorious collection.
Oh, I see computer equipment too. Oh, we've got things in common, Sam Hyde.
My virginity is growing back the longer I look at
that. No, actually, I have two of the six of Devastator right now.
That's awesome.
I'm working on getting the rest.
Hashtag let's buy Flow State action figures to fill his background.
I'm proud to not even know what those are.
Are you heading out?
I'm going to head out. Yeah. So thanks for having me on. Sarah.
Oh, you know what?
Thank you, Kay. Have a wonderful
Good night,
evening.
Kay.
Good night.
Yeah, I was gonna say no attacking dudes that collect.
Yeah, you got the
figures,
Thundercat
man.
sword, don't you?
Oh yeah,
Look
hell
at
yeah. I got
Open, holy shit.
awesome
Have you
collection.
got the Highlander sword yet?
Nah, I haven't got that one yet.
Dude, I know a toy collection that we could all pay to get Flo to have in the background.
Real men have real swords, bro.
Yeah.
Don't you have the Infinity
Real
Gauntlet too?
men of genius.
My sword's a little bit limp. I got a limp sword.
Can we clarify something really quick? If this was just a normal canceling, if this would have been just like a whole bunch of right wingers got together and they were pissed about what he said about Charlie Kirk and they had some kind of movement that influenced the company and they fired Kimmel because of that, I would not be complaining.
No problem.
This is about the government putting its boot on the neck of someone over a license that will end their company.
Don't discount the fact that people did write letters to the company and tell them they didn't want
And-
Kimmel around anymore.
Nobody
Who was
got a
at
letter
the-
to Kimmel in one night.
They did. They have things like Twitter and an email you can reach out to them with and all sorts of stuff. There were people writing to.
I'm gonna
the-
come into
that
your
specific
animated world
show.
just to light your cartoon caricature on fire.
People tell
That's okay.
companies how much they hate their employees all the time.
They just
But
wouldn't
this
listen for
was
the
a
past 10
direct
years.
threat from the FCC. That's why he got
Yeah.
let go.
But
It
Trump
was-
makes
it
direct
was a
threats to news
suggestion.
corporations all the time, and they don't always just start
It's
firing
not a
people, do they?
suggestion. It's not a suggestion.
What's
If
the job of the FCC?
If you have the option between
know, they
doing
won't
what I
let me be.
say and dying, that's not a choice.
And I don't know who said that Disney and Paramount was merging, but they got their information wrong.
What up, Chuck?
It is
I
not
didn't say-
Disney
I
and
didn't say
Paramount.
Disney
you know
and
about
Paramount. I
broadcasting.
said
Somebody did.
I said
Chuck, you
Skydance.
understand broadcasting, right?
Yes, sir.
Can a broadcaster stay in business if they're not allowed to broadcast?
Well, I know when I lived in St. Louis, which is a fairly good sized
Why are
market,
you telling a story? Like
Well,
it's-
I kind of want to know now.
because you got the pink shirt on, you act like a woman. Settle down.
it says maybe I am the drum.
Your estrogen is overtaking the market in St. Louis.
Well, damn.
Soy milk.
What'd you say?
What's your problem differentiating between gender and sex, but you actually don't?
Soy steak.
Tell us your
I'm
story.
waiting. But in the market, and I'm trying to remember the instance, but they refused to air a national broadcast. Instead, they reverted to, they just put on some local programming in place as a protest.
Okay, for how long?
And I forget what the incident was. But from what I'm reading, there was 24 out of 26 local stations that refused to air Kimmel any further.
And all of
Well,
them
you-
were owned by
one company.
All of them were owned by one company.
There was two companies, Sinclair, and what was the other one? Nexstar? Yeah. So, whoa, don't put this ugly mug on this screen like that. But
Tell us your story.
Giving
Chuck.
you the,
hold on. Here's the
stage
thing, Chuck.
and the
Here's the
violence
thing.
for you.
I didn't. Somebody else was talking about that. I said there's a merger going on between Skydance and Paramount. That's what I was talking about.
Somebody else said Disney and Paramount.
Oh.
And as a
Think
Disney
Disney-
shareholder,
Disney had some type of piece.
I believe they own the entire thing when it comes to the
Yeah.
network that Kimmel was on. I believe
Yeah.
they do.
I still push back on the issue that just because Donald Trump's president and the FCC is a government agency, that they can just ultimately just take somebody's license. Ultimately, if you look at the process,
They
actually
dropped
have
a
to go
threat.
through you have to go through a lengthy court process to actually pull it, because the freedom of speech part. So
No,
the fact
you really
is,
don't.
You don't. Yeah.
No, you can just take the license and then the court process.
No, that's not how it works. You don't-
You don't sue back for your license. No,
the
they can
court
just
process goes first, and then they take
No.
the license when they.
You're
judge
talking about
is-
revoking, and I'm talking about expiring. They expire automatically.
Oh shit! I looked down and I saw Soy State down there when you talked, Flo. And I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
What, did I get a name change?
No, there's
I
a
didn't
photo
change
change
it.
on the StreamYard though.
What is that?
Look at you down there.
What is it show? What show was Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar? What's the name of that show?
The View.
The View.
Mhm.
Okay. There's also the FCC chair said, "Give us a definition. Are they a news program or not? Because depending on which way they choose, they may be forced to offer equal airtime to the opposite side."
Yeah.
Just another
in order to
turn of the
retain
wrench.
a certain designation, right? And that's the
Yes.
thing, the difference, right?
It's just to keep the integrity of fair reporting.
Right.
Right. Well, and categorization, right? So if you're lopsided, then you fall into a different broadcasting license category. So if they wanted
Correct.
to maintain the same license, they would have to be more balanced. But what's unprecedented really across all of government regulation, as far as I'm aware, is a government saying specifically, you have to fire this employee because what he said was offensive and we deem it
I think
incorrect.
you're overreaching your statements. And that's
Technically,
what-
the last time it happened was with Nixon.
And
then Elite Eater. So I want that name, Elite Eater.
Yeah.
Once again, the horseshoe theory of the
Whoa, no,
political
that's a
spectrum.
man's name, Sarah.
I love food. Once again, the horseshoe theory of the political spectrum, far left and far right are almost mirror images of each other. The open end of both about
Equal and poop.
equal and shit.
shite.
Equality and shit.
Yeah.
Equality.
Oh, yeah. Good way to put it. I like how Sarah she de-scrambled that message that came through the airwaves.
Normally I can't. Normally I'm like, I ain't nothing. I don't know what I'm saying.
Better than Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you're gonna be a pro at reading Morse
How
code.
co-
You keep doing this
How
stream.
did we get two flow states on panel? That's scary.
I didn't point
Why,
that out.
why
already.
don't we have more is the real question. Some of y'all need to change your avatars.
Oh, we can do that.
I could. I'd have to make myself actually a little bit more.
You need to get me a Pope state.
My hard drive isn't big enough to hold your ego, Flo.
There's Flo's favorite. There's Flo's favorite. His little toy.
That's what we should get. That Flo should have a shelf of those things behind him.
There you go. There's your toy collection.
Anything is a
There you
dildo
go.
brave enough.
Yeah, if you're brave
Whoa.
enough, dude. You got like cacti up there, you know.
Lindsay's not here.
You ever watch those ER shows where they find things up there? They get some weird stuff.
Oh, I went to school with some nurses. Woo. The stories they told.
What was that guy's name? Wang, the guy on YouTube. You guys ever watch his video about weird things found on ER or on X-rays? And he talks about that dude that with
You
the
asking us
thermometer.
if we watched a dude named Wang do weird
Asian guy. He's been on YouTube for years. Yeah, Wang. And he talked about it. I'm
Isn't
surprised
you
he's-
know, with the FCC right now really no different than when the FCC took all the labels and music artists to court and made them put parental advisory stickers on their albums?
Parental advisories were voluntary
That
to
was
each artist got to choose if they wanted it or not.
Where does everyone stand on the participation trophy concept?
It's
in
retarded.
writing with the idea, even all the way up to the DEI hires and so on and so forth. Where's everybody stand with that?
If everybody's a winner, nobody's a winner.
Coaches, you've all coached your son's teams. You've all coached your daughter's teams and stuff, right?
If everybody's a winner, nobody's a winner.
There's a
You said
Go ahead, Fatty. Go ahead.
There's a reason, right, why every team gets a trophy.
Why?
Okay.
You guys haven't been
We're-
parents of kids that play in like park and rec sports or what?
Yes. Yes. D-ball.
doesn't suck.
So you're paying for select clubs.
So do you give all your kids birthday presents when it's one kid's birthday?
No.
Exactly.
Wait a minute.
But I do on Christmas though, and I do at the
Well,
special
Christmas is
occasions.
for everybody, but when it's someone else's birthday, when you have a birthday party, do you make sure everyone else gets a gift too?
I do solicit donations.
That way they don't see.
Right?
You lose.
Coach, right? As a coach, I like it when the parents ask and offer to do this because as a coach, right, it gives me like
real opportunity for some team building, like we do after the game, right? Like learning how to take a loss.
Do you give them all the same trophy too?
You
Like
lose incentive to be better.
Why aren't you teaching them how to be winners? Hold on. Why are you teaching them to be losers instead of teaching them to be winners?
Because every team goes
exactly.
So
What?
the participation
Clarify
trophy was
that.
essentially a
Clarify
boomer
that,
thing because their
Blowborn.
parents treated them
When everybody wins and gets a trophy, nobody wins and gets a
If
trophy.
you as a
It's
coach think
meaningless.
that your job is to teach your players how to be good losers, you are not a qualified coach. You need to get the fuck on.
Yeah, I would use it more as a motivation. Paul says, question for the panel. If woke is good for enlightenment, then why must it be forced upon us rather than let it be a natural process of knowledge?
I love this question because actually, from my understanding, woke comes from the Enlightenment period. Like that is actually where it comes from.
God.
But it's
Oh,
the
Lord.
extreme of it.
You're
So
trudging too
it's
deep
taking
into it.
it's taken to extreme.
Woke is a thought.
So is enlightenment.
Sarah's is too.
Hold on, can I get my definition of woke?
Here, who's a woke thought?
So
Your mom.
because
Nice.
She is.
because we've seen where staying awake can mean vigilant, right? So like when you look at the creation of the country,
shit, hold on.
moving forward with what would be called liberalism, John Locke, right? That stuff. That's literally the definition of enlightenment. He used enlightenment in his theories to create his theories on what we actually use now in law. So now it's been taken to the extreme, way out on a limb.
You're thinking too hard about it. It's not really that deep.
No,
This is brick blow. He can't think because that requires a thought.
Here's the reason I want to bring this up, because I'm a solutions guy. I believe that
I'm an ass guy.
That we
Are you?
I'm a kitty guy.
Hey, agree.
Go ahead, Greg.
What if you got both?
I like solutions.
That's preferable. Yeah, that's a prerequisite. That's required.
You know what? Yeah, I think we're all going to change our answer.
Go ahead, Rick.
And the solution for me is education in most things, right? Education. I believe that people really don't understand what they're getting behind, right? We've moved and we've achieved a lot with what we would call enlightenment and liberalism in the law, right? So we have the 14th Amendment now. Hey, that's great, but we don't need to push it so far that social justice becomes something like firing somebody over free speech. That's crazy. That's crazy.
This moment, this era in history, in human history, if we survive it, it is going to be considered one of the dumbest eras in human history, because we actually think that we're enlightened and we're still pretty barbaric in some of the things that we're doing, and we're acting like it's not barbarism. It's kind of like when you look at the videos from the pandemic and you see people walking around with trash bags on and freaking and we can look back at it now and be like, oh my God, we were idiots. Like, what are we doing? It's the same thing with this entire concept of wokeness and all of this. If we survive it, we're going to look back and say, okay, we were enlightened.
But we're not going to get smarter and stop making dumbass mistakes. We'll make dumbass mistakes in the future too. Like that's,
yeah. Well, I look forward to the future where I make bigger and dumber mistakes as time goes on. It's going to be.
I have
wonderful.
been making bigger ones as I mature as well. Like
I want to, man. That's just what else is life.
I
right?
can't wait till I'm old enough that it's expected that I make mistakes.
Well, let me one of the mistakes you made. That why I came up on panel. May I do that, gentlemen? Is that okay?
Who made a mistake?
You and Trippy together.
Oh no!
Both of you. Yes. Are you ready? I'm gonna spank your ass, Trippy. Now listen.
Whoa! I'm in. I'm
used to it now.
It's like what? Come here. I charge admission. Now.
Was Trippy the ass man? I didn't hear who was the ass.
Bruised.
What's your cash app
from last time?
I don't know. Are you an ass guy, Trippy?
Hey, Flo said, "What's your cash app?"
Oh, my cash app. It's on my page. Look, gentlemen, it's not all about the FCC. Okay. Like, you have front men for a reason, all right? It's like when there's things happening in contracts or squabbles or anything with a label or a production company or a network, they'll have a front man and they'll put out the reason why, but it's not really the reason why. And I'll tell you the reason why. Kimmel's contract was up in May this year. Does anybody know this?
Okay.
Well, I know that
there's back to the shooting somebody with cancer analogy. So fucking what?
Yeah, his contract.
Well, the point is he was already up on the chopping block. His contract was up. So the mere fact that this happened during that time frame, then it's a perfect excuse to let go. And the ratings are down. The controversy is up. Hold on. Let me finish. Second of all, I watched the clip of Kimmel. I don't believe.
Well, hold on. No, let's address the first bad point before we move on.
The bad point. All right, sure. What is it?
Okay, when is his contract up?
It was May this year.
Oh, it's already expired?
Yes.
So they were keeping him on.
Well, you can't just get rid of somebody like that. There has to be something to replace it, or they have to cancel it.
They were in a decision.
They were in negotiations.
Right. Keep in mind, ABC is owned by Disney, which is the biggest woke company.
But it has nothing to do with the fact that. But that has nothing to do with the fact that the contracts were in negotiations already. Okay, so this was the perfect excuse. Matters. Yes, it does, because it's called trimming the fat. If the ratings aren't there, the money isn't there.
Trim fat. I don't care how bad your health is. If I shoot you in the head,
I don't know what the reference to the health is.
I'm raising my little hand. Effigy is correct. His contract was going to be up next May, 2026.
So
no matter if he's on the air or not, he still gets his money because that's what a pay or play contract is.
Yeah, they have to pay. Yes.
If somebody's gonna die in the future, anyways, if I shoot them and they die now from the gun wound, I murdered them. Right? That's murder. If he was gonna get fired in the future, maybe not. Doesn't matter what would have happened. That didn't get a chance to play out because the FCC capped him.
I don't know what. How did that case?
You're missing the point.
Because
you're missing the point. How many of you are from the industry? Raise your hands.
We're all in the industry right now.
No, you're not. You're on YouTube.
Have to be in the industry to understand how contracts work.
No, hold on.
This is show business the common
man.
Now.
It's
we
being
are in show
infiltrated
business right now. This is show business. Yes.
It's being infiltrated by the networks. There's a lot of industry plants right now. I could be one.
Hold on. If the government steps in and tells YouTube to get rid of somebody, that's a problem.
Hey, I've been telling them to get rid of the guy for years.
You guys don't understand how contracts work, so therefore you're not in the industry. If you're not signed by a major label,
YouTube has already done that.
Sorry, you're not.
How a contract works? Wait,
hold on. Yeah. So what is it about Jimmy Kimmel's contract that you think is unique to contracts that
it's not unique? There's nothing unique about what has happened. It was just a perfect excuse to trim the fat, get rid of the guy with the low ratings. No one watches TV anymore.
Could the company have said no?
I suppose. I'm not them. This is not. It's not up to me. I've seen.
You're right. You're right. No, nobody gets to actually know what could have happened because they did what the FCC said. But just walk through the mental process. What would have happened if the company's like, "No, we're going to keep Kimmel on," and the regulators like, "Okay, well, we're not going to renew your licenses." How would that have affected the company?
It would have affected them majorly, but that's not going to happen because they make a shit ton of money. They deal with all kinds of stuff.
What we're working with is they did not have a choice. It was get rid of him or you're toast.
A threat, a literal threat.
True. You keep saying that they're not just toast.
Yeah, it literally seems to be that way. It seems to be that way.
Because it seems to be that way.
You guys are still buying the bullshit.
You know what?
That's
what Carr said?
You guys are still buying the bullshit, huh?
You know what Carr said? Do you know what the guy
said? Go ahead and tell me.
Yeah. So the guy said we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. That's what he told ABC.
Like that, exactly like that, those words.
So what is it? What is it you're trying to say?
Exactly those words.
That they were threatened? You think that threats don't happen all the time behind the scenes?
A threat's okay though. A threat's okay?
Yeah, it makes them all the time.
So it's okay for the government to just come in and threaten people.
This one didn't even have corruption happens behind the scene. This wasn't behind the scene.
Doesn't matter.
It was during a podcast, like Flo was telling me.
I already made the point. You guys, it's nefarious.
Corrupt. When
this is nefarious.
You're saying, oh, it's all good because it's my
Clay or Brick. I don't see it as government corruption. I see it as a lot of people wanted to see Jimmy Kimmel off the air for years, and I see it as there being multiple. Hold on a second. There's multiple excuses for why this happened. The fact is, it already fucking happened, right? I know we can complain about it. We can say like that's stifling free speech, but
I'm not.
No. I'm not saying that you are.
Hey, I didn't care much for the guy.
I feel like he
I
earned
didn't
it.
watch him. I didn't
He
even
sucks.
watch him.
He sucks. Yeah, he sucks.
But the
I'm not-
problem for me has always been government corruption. I'm actually
If
in
you
the
do that
business
again,
of
Nova, I
this.
was about to start agreeing with you, actually.
No, I refuse to let that happen. All right.
My other point is I watched the clip of what he said. He didn't really deserve to get kicked for that. He didn't really say anything that
It was smaller than others.
It wasn't that far out to get canned for.
It really
So,
wasn't that. Yeah.
No, it
but
really
my
wasn't.
point, and again, my point is not to defend Kimmel. I don't think he ever should have had the job. It's
No,
to
he should
attack
never had
the FCC chairman. He should not be doing that shit at all.
Let's see Sarah with a
Well,
late
it
night
just
show.
seems to
Or
be a
something.
I think what I'm trying to
agenda.
propose to all of
Yeah.
you is this: don't buy
Girls
into
aren't
everything
funny.
that you see and everything that you hear. You
And that's
understand?
I agree with you now.
So the
Yeah,
government
they're
has
just
always
telling
had
us shit,
agendas
though.
in media. If you
They're
go
gonna
back
tell us
to
whatever they want us to
on.
hear.
the
Don't buy
movies
into
that have
it.
been released, a lot of them apparently have to be reviewed by military writers, especially ones that are dealing with war. So there's always been agendas being presented by the government. Like we
That's
have
not
freedom
exactly-
of speech, but we don't have freedom to broadcast. And I wouldn't say that it's corrupt. It's working as intended. It's just a change in agenda.
No, it's
And,
not working as intended. Look, businesses.
Well, it is.
The
That's how
FCC
it's
is in
supposed to
charge
work.
of licensing. It's not in charge of HR for that company. To tell a company which employees it's allowed to employ is massive overstep in any industry at all.
Well, was it for
Unless you're
employment
cool
or
with
was it to get him off
fascism.
the air?
That's
Could he not
employment.
be employed by the company?
That is an employment decision.
Well, yes, but like, could he still have a job, a
I
position?
mean, as a
at the
janitor,
company?
I don't know. It didn't
Exactly.
get that far.
Well,
That's
the
not his
employment
job, though.
angle. But he
No,
doesn't
he
have the
didn't.
freedom
He
to
didn't get
broadcast
fired. He didn't get
nationally.
fired. His show was suspended indefinitely. That's not fired.
Right? It's like, hey, we're gonna put you on hiatus for the rest of your life.
Technically not fired.
Cop being
JB
suspended with pay.
JB says woke presumes that there is no natural social cognition. It's all power and narrative control.
Correct.
David Loans says Bino Nation salute. And then again over on your side, Boot Ryan's twin Hitman. And we definitely do recognize Boots from all channels. So and Hitman, this is officially a boot for the evening. If it's $100, unless somebody chooses, unless somebody chooses to revive you and save you, they can send $100 in to negate.
All right,
this
I'll stick
boot.
around. I got hope. Someone,
yeah.
Well,
me.
I'm gonna
need
give it. I always give it 2 minutes before I kick you out of the backstage. So
That's all that
but
anybody ever needs, isn't it?
it's all they need. Trippy wanted to ask you a question, and that should give us about 2 minutes, and then you can say your goodbyes.
Hey, Hitman, how do you look like a less straight Jeffree Star?
Wow.
I don't know who is Jeffree Star. Is he all tatted up? Because I have
just
no
Google him.
I have no tats.
You'll think
That's
he's
messed
hot.
up.
He's a
messed
lot
up,
more
Trippy.
thin than me, though.
You ain't shit for that, Trippy.
You don't watch SpongeBob, so
Hey, he's okay. He's a good sport. Is Ryan still back there, Sarah?
No, he
Aw.
left after that final boot. I think
Sadly, he
was-
died of an aneurysm.
The
I
last
think
100
he
that came
He was
through.
so
that
I'm sure he's
frustrated
having a
at black
stroke.
people who didn't realize that they needed saved by him that he stroked out. Rest in peace,
Yeah, I was
Ryan.
going to say, I'm sure he's having a stroke on his live stream right now.
So do I get to say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
There
I
it
just
goes.
want to reiterate my point that freedom of speech is not freedom of broadcast. It
Good
goes
point.
back to Elvis doing what he did, and there's always going to be a government agenda. And it seems like in the last 10 years, the government agenda has really shifted, and ABC and Disney have not aligned with the direction that we're going. And they're going to have to find one way or another to realign it into the way that Trump has forced or it's not even just Trump, it's the entire world, right? There's a lot of right wing movement, and for better or for worse, we might need it for the economy.
His take is as basic as your hair. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I kind of. There's always going to be censorship, especially when it comes to national broadcasting, and he can still say whatever he wants. He still has that right, but
he'll make a
the
YouTube,
agenda, and it's working as intended.
You don't think okay, I'll shut up.
He'll make
no,
a
they
YouTube
are.
channel.
They are, and it's for good or for
dig his own grave.
bad. But the public is being controlled by a narrative, and the narrative has changed.
So just so you know, broadcast, that refers to press. Also 1A. Just so you know. So you're kind of off a little bit there.
What part am I off? You don't have the freedom to publish everything. But you have the freedom to.
So there are limitations on speech. There are limitations on press. There are limitations on there's limitations in the First Amendment. But that doesn't mean that what you are saying or what you're publishing all of a sudden just gets limited because of this thing that we call there are limitations. Those limitations are that. And that's
Say goodbye,
Hitman. New, though, right? So in the
Hitman, it's $100 boot. I have to respect it. That's a lot of money for somebody to pay, and then you keep talking. Say goodnight.
Good night, everyone. God bless.
Good night. Love you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I mean, but still, to pick up on, like, as part of his point was about the broadcast aspect of it.
Oh no, Angry Man's. Oh, hold on.
He's popping back. Yeah, if you guys in the chat want to help raise some money so Jimmy Kimmel can get a live stream, you just donate right to Sarah.
Yeah, no, but my point is, why
would you undermine her like that?
Why does free speech just overshadows like the private sector's ability to control whatever they put on the air, whether it's influenced or not influenced?
Your question doesn't even make sense.
What are you talking about? That's all you say. You don't even.
I got a little lost.
Yeah, I got lost too. Can you kind of?
All right.
No shirt, no shoes, no service. I have the right to deny service to anybody. I have the right to deny
Hasn't the government FCC been regulating speech for quite a while, especially on airwaves? I mean, there used to be a time when you couldn't say any curse words on TV, right? You know, or you would lose your show. There was a time when
this is not a categorical rule violation, right? There was not a FCC reg that he violated. This is a specific hit on a person. And that's what I'm saying. This.
And people celebrate it because they've been waiting for so long.
People celebrate it because they're mad that douchebags are celebrating Charlie Kirk, right?
You're right. And you know,
it's reactionary.
After Braxton's done,
the Hegelian dialectic is working well on the useful idiots.
No, all I was trying to say was simply, who are you to say what a private company can do because somebody has free speech? Free speech doesn't mean you can just override and take control of a company and say whatever you want to say, and they can't do nothing about it because it's your free speech.
Who's overriding a company since saying whatever
That's
they
what
want?
You're saying. You're saying he should not have gotten fired, or people should have just.
I'm saying the company didn't have a choice in firing him or not.
A company always has a choice. They can either
not when the government says you have to do it, or we revoke your ability to be a
gun to your head and tell you to give me your keys. Do you have a choice about whether or not you give me your keys,
Mr. Braxton? Do you know? Mr. Braxton, do you know the trolley problem?
A little bit.
Mr. Braxton, I have a question for you.
Until you go to court,
Mr. Braxton, I have a question for you. Do you know the trolley problem in philosophy?
Explain.
No, don't explain it. Just say yes and let's go.
So essentially the government holding a firearm to your head and saying choose the 10 people or choose the one person. That's the trolley problem.
Oh, I mean, this issue is you're doing this hyperbole that's over exaggerated.
It's not hyperbole. It's not hyperbole. It's actually
no, it's not, because
it's very easy to understand, man. And this is
a bad analogy.
So how is it a bad analogy, bro? How is the
Can we hear from Nova?
Yeah, what? I can't even hear the guy, honestly.
I just would rather listen to you than Brick right now.
Well,
you seem smarter than him.
Is your seat a little shaky? Is it bouncing or anything?
Don't you have to raise it back up and sit back down in it?
Yeah, you know,
that would be wonderful.
you know, it happens, and I jiggle around a lot, and my legs sway. I'm nervous, you know.
It sounds more like coercion, not necessarily. The trolley problem is you have a scenario where there are victims in either direction, but in this instance, it just sounds more like a coercive. I'm going to just force you to do something because I want you to do it. The victim mindset would not necessarily be in one way, but only in the other because it's forced, right? But I don't think it's a trolley scenario.
It's either Kimmel loses his free speech, which is it's an issue, right?
You don't have, but hold on,
He doesn't lose his free speech. He has the freedom to speak his speech on any other platform, just not that one anymore.
Right. It's not. Again, people keep confusing between like a private platform and then the idea of I could walk outside and say whatever I want to say. Now, even if I walk outside and say whatever I want to say, I am still not I'm still subjected to consequences from my peers,
from
my
the government. It is
community, not
illegal
from
for
the
the
government,
government.
not from the government, not
Right.
from the government. But when it comes to a private platform, right?
That
You know,
didn't have a choice in whether or not I hired him from the government.
I'm not
Why do you
disagreeing
keep
with
making
you there.
arguments if you
Because
that
he was
lying and
saying
saying we don't have
something
a
else. He was saying
there with
that
you,
the
Dusty.
idea.
Right there with
Anyways,
Can I say what I was saying? Because I
Yeah,
didn't
go
get a
ahead.
chance to say it.
Because it sucks. Let's.
If
Y'all won't let Sarah finish. This is so sexist. I'm so
that's
offended.
right, man.
Sexist.
It is.
Sexist.
It's sexist and it's racist against blonde women, and it's heightist because some of us are taller than Sarah.
Yeah,
and
and me.
Everyone's taller than me.
I think I'm your height.
Actually, the funny part is I blew a lot of the guys.
I figured it was about time I hit play on that one.
You'll never get rid of that clip. I love how
That's
he
right.
strategically left the tail end of that sentence off of there.
Yeah, I cut it off.
How
You can kind of tell a little bit.
convenient. Draco says Jimmy pushed a lie. The assassin was MAGA. He got the smoke.
Yeah, that was a lie. I mean, the guy did admit that he was a hardcore leftist. His father said that he was kind of a really staunch leftist even before that. I believe the girlfriend or roommate, whichever it was, also commented something similar. There's a few family members that came forward. I wanted to bring up somebody after you read this. Please.
You want to bring up what?
Oh, I wanted to bring up Gretchen Faulkner Martin, who was the writer of a comic book called The Red Hood. She was recently let off of her contract because of things that she said on Twitter. And the first comic was going to be released, Red Hood #1, and they ended up releasing it, and then they ended up giving everybody who wanted it back their money because of things that this lady had said on Twitter about the CK situation.
Was the government threatening anybody in that?
Well, it's Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers literally had to fire her because DC wouldn't do it. Now, I don't know if the government stepped in and said anything, but I'm guessing if they would have, then we don't know better.
Wait, I got a question. I got a question. I got a question about this. That Red Hood comic, was that about Jason Todd?
Yes.
Thank
Also,
God she got canceled.
Also, the writer was a male to female trans.
She was gonna ruin that character. I know she was.
And the writer was trans as well.
Oh yeah, that was about to be a disaster.
Oh yeah, he is about to become trans.
I don't know if they were like
in what
psycho leftist. Well, I mean, I guess they were
Which
psycho
means
leftist.
what?
If you look at
Trippy,
the tweets.
is it not allowed in your world that a trans person can write a fucking comic book? What are you even
Effigy,
trying
you know
to
me better than that, I would think by now. But Effigy, if you really want to argue about it, if you really want to argue about
what kind
it,
of rabbit hole are we going down?
well, no, because you don't know anything about the situation for once. Hey, man, I know you're really smart, and I know that you got a good head on your shoulders.
Is it cartoon hour?
Yeah. I know you got a good head on your shoulders and everything. This Gretchen Faulkner person had been saying that, it's a good thing about Charlie and said that, it's a shame it didn't happen sooner, and had been saying things like that for multiple days. And before that, had even more.
People can have consequences. That's fine. But
it was
the things you are saying.
It was
like, yeah. And
I'm saying that they're trans as well.
As though trans people are like some kind of like default evil in society now.
Not at all.
What the fuck is
not
that?
at all.
What the
Because
fuck
I'm
is that
surprised
language?
that people
then why do you say things like that?
because I'm surprised that people who are liberal like yourself aren't more upset about her firing.
I mean, I just heard about it.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that surprising?
I mean, if she was fired because Warner Brothers put pressure on DC Comics because of the things that have been happening, which is how it works, right? So every time one of these companies capitulates one time, they're going to capitulate every time after that. That's how it works.
I think they did it prior to the Jimmy Kimmel firing, and this person had violated a contract multiple times.
Warner,
they have a social media contract that they sign when they sign up to work for DC. They have a social media contract, and she didn't fulfill the contract because she violated the contract, is what I should say, multiple times, like over and over and over, and had never.
We can agree on that, right? Like I just don't see why you bring up all the other shit.
Well, no, I was just adding so that they knew who it was and like who. If I bring up that the person is trans and they are also happen to be leftist, which are not one and the same, then you can see that if the person is also leftist, they're probably going to use "Hey, I'm transgender" as like a way to try to protect themselves from the removal.
Was the writer trans, or was someone they knew?
Yes, the writer, Gretchen Faulkner Martin. They were let go right after issue 1 was released. Right after issue 1 was released, and
if they violated something in their contract, then
multiple times, but it never was a problem in the past.
I don't have a problem with people catching consequences out in the public square.
The problem is that it was never a problem prior. It was never a problem prior. They had violated the contract like 6 to 8 times. And it was just this last one. They're claiming that it was the final straw, but it shouldn't have been. They don't let other people get away with breaking the contract that many times in a row.
Oh, I'm sure people do, though, right? And that's just the thing. Like everybody's hyper focused on this one thing, but they're willing to excuse bad behavior everywhere. And that's like the society right now is like fucking chock full of bad behavior everywhere, fucking everywhere.
I mean, I've been seeing it more out of the left side lately, especially on my Facebook. I've been getting into a fight with my best friend's little brother over Charlie Kirk because he's been celebrating it.
I got a question for you.
You know, I'm sure you know a few people who have just like gone down that side of things.
Let's let
Neve,
I know people
Neve
who
is
say horrible
going
things.
to
they'll make every excuse in the book to try to make it seem like it's justified, and it's like, well, it's still not.
Neve is going to make
just
her
like,
exit for the evening.
Guy brought up.
Neve is going to make her exit for the evening. If we could just give her a moment for her final thoughts.
I'll get fuck trippy. This is my turn. I think that the one thing, there are 2 quick statements I wanted to make. One, I think that most Americans support participation trophies. When you consider that there is a lot of people who join the military, I think that the people who join the military are given a collective appreciation for their sacrifice. Even though we acknowledge that there are people who will see the front lines and combat, there are other people who take administrative roles. Despite that, when somebody tells you that they've served, you give them this, general appreciation or warm feelings and thoughts. In my mind, that feels like a participation medal, even though the military acknowledges ranks and achievements. My second one was that to call something fascist is a descriptive claim. What you decide to do with that information, I think, is where the extremist component has kind of come from the left. And I wanted to say that to call the GOP or to call the Republicans fascist isn't inherently something that I think is extremist. I think it really is a description about the sort of populist, authoritarian style government that they're doing right now. And there's a lot of different examples that you can draw from that. One of them being suppressing freedom of speech and thought. Jimmy Kimmel, case and point. So I'm going to bed.
That's really nice.
Fuck you, Harry.
I agree.
This
I
is
agree
the
with Angry Man.
in the world, and this is why this is so freaking annoying, because people on the left pretend like they don't do the exact shit that they call fascism.
Hey, excuse me, you're being a fascist, populist, socialist, this over there.
For Effigy, I got a question for Effigy that got so offended a second ago. Name for me the trans person that created a awesome piece of intellectual property. I'll wait.
There's none.
What up, Gemini?
Created an awesome
Name
piece
the
of
show.
intellectual property.
Name the
Wait,
show.
have you ever watched a little movie called The Matrix?
That was well before that person was outwardly trans, by the way.
Those two
30
people.
years ago.
Bro.
You get that The Matrix itself is an allegory about being trans, right?
They can say whatever they want after they wrote it and put it out, and you
Really?
know that it was well after.
Switch in The Matrix.
Remind me again who made The Matrix. Remind me again.
Wachowskis.
Yeah.
It was a black woman. It was a freaking black woman. And I don't even think she was trans. You don't even know what you're talking about. They literally stole it.
Wait a minute. I thought Andrew Tate created The Matrix.
What are you even talking about,
Matrix.
bro?
I thought Keanu Reeves did.
This is what happens. This is what happens.
It was the
when you
machines.
think you're the smartest guy in the room, but really your head is buried up your ass. That's what happens, bro.
I like him.
He's good. He's good. Isn't
I like him.
I've been watching him for a long time.
That's my first time.
Someone else can direct that movie franchise. If Steven Spielberg got his story from a book and still directed Schindler's List, did he not get the Oscar for the movie? What the fuck are you talking about?
The movie wasn't even a true adaptation to the book. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ooh.
They changed
I'm not
so
talking
much
about the
shit
original
in it.
story, am I?
One-on-one.
Who directed those movies? What are you talking about? Who directed those movies? Who directed
Mr. 280 IQ? Did you read the original book?
Who directed the movies?
Did you read the original book?
Was I bringing up the book?
I brought up the book, you jackass. Did you read the original book? Because your logic is just because Steven Spielberg got the idea from a book and he directed it, he still got the Oscar, didn't he?
I saw the Animatrix.
But the idea is what we are arguing, right? The idea where it came from. So it's not trans allegory. They just came up with that last year when they had to lean on to what
I was trying to say too. Thank you,
but it's
Albert.
not a trans allegory. It's never been a trans allegory, actually. From the beginning, when we were talking about that, it was never about any trans allegory. It just came up last year. It was always about being able to see how we are enclosed in this system where we can't see what's happening out here. It was always about that. It was never about any trans bullshit.
And the original point is this: when it comes to people that are woke and on the left, you never create original IP. You just commandeer IP that already exists because you know your ideas suck. So what you do is you take ideas that are awesome and then you try to transform it into your ideology. And once you transform it into your ideology, guess what happens? Then it sucks.
Yes.
So is that why pretty much all culture comes from the left?
That's nonsense. That's nonsense. What do you mean all culture comes from the West, from the left? It doesn't come from the left. First of all, if you're going to look at, for example, one of the best movie
I'm sorry. I didn't realize Christian Rock was hitting the Billboard charts.
It's basically an allegory of Christianity. What is this thing you do? Like when somebody's speaking, you just start speaking like
that wasn't me, Sarah. That was FG.
If you look at Beauty and the Beast, you look at all these great works. They have nothing to do with the leftism.
Yeah, if you look at the Matrix,
you're trying to capture the art of humanity to claim it for your side. That's nonsense. This wokeism and all this left-leaning
Matrix should actually more so.
And the problem is, as a filmmaker myself, we are being forced to write this bullshit into our script so that we can get a capital.
Yep.
So it is not a good, it is so, no. You are literally forcing people to insert the weak ideas, to insert all that preachy nonsense, to insert all this identitarian garbage in it, even if it doesn't serve the story. We are being forced that because I can give you, I've been 20 years in this game. I know the reason why most of us have run away from that bullshit, because you've turned the greatest movie industry in the world into a joke.
Yep.
You decided that you can turn Iron Man, who was a fringe character, into this glorious character, but you wouldn't be bothered to pick a black character and do the same to them. Instead, you want to give us seconds on Captain America. It is bullshit, and everybody understands the pandering that goes to it. But when we're trying to address it, all people say, "Oh, this." No, it happened exactly as we saw it. What people are trying to memory hold is all the nonsense that woke people have been doing to us for the last 10 years. You are trying to memory hold that with the government edicts and what? No. At this particular moment, what is happening, the culture has changed away from this dishonest culture where everybody is being forced, oh, you must put a gay guy in your movie, or do some feminine character, or do this this.
Right
they gave one of the worst movies in history 13 Grammy nominations because it was about transsexuals. Tell me that is not about forcing an idea instead of just doing a great story and let people decide what that is.
Facts. Even
so
right
when you're
now,
trying to memory hold this thing and say, oh,
right now,
it's not organic at all. It has never been organic.
Not everyone.
Disney right now, as we speak, Disney has admitted that it has ruined Star Wars. They are literally right now trying to find a new IP to ruin as we speak.
Yeah, they want some like new creation, so they're asking people all over the place. They're like, "You got any free? Any characters we can pay for?"
Disney don't need to ask anybody. Disney has a treasure trove of great stories, great scripts, great concepts. I'm telling you, if you go into their archives and find what they have in terms of great storytelling, they don't lack in those. What they are doing right now is a PR move. Oh, yes. But we really didn't know. We thought guys like this. No, we've told them from the beginning that we don't like this shit. They knew that they have removed everybody. They removed everybody who was competent from Hollywood to change them for gays and transsexuals and black women, lesbian, trans,
and whatever. Redheads.
And what has landed them is people can't write basic stories that we used to write in high school. That's what we have now. People don't know how to develop characters because they don't have the depth to develop a character, because everything to them is I'm gay, I'm trans, I'm a black woman, I'm this.
Is what I put my weenie in.
What is your humanity? What is this great human experience that all the other movies before this crap started were able to capture? What is the human experience you are trying to explore with this film? It is not about your fringe ideology, because that's what it is. It just had government and corporate backing. That's why you even bothered about it. It's fringe. It does not explore itself honestly. That's why people have to start telling us bullshit like a trans woman is a woman. The fact that you have to say such a statement in public and still be accepted should show you just how far down it has fallen. The fact that they are trying to make you agree with lies. The fact that you have to be censored when you don't agree with lies. That's what you're trying to memory hold for 10 years. And it was so quick to change. It's quick to change because so many people are losing money. Jimmy Kimmel has been fired because he's losing the company money. He's too expensive. He has no growth in his viewership. Ballooning budgets, diminishing viewership. How do you make that? How do you square that circle? You can't. The thing is, they found something. They found something right now that they can peg on to, because of all those contracts, they get a bit litigious. But they found something that they can tag on something that was in the contract, that you have actually lost as viewership, and because you've antagonized half the population, more than half actually. People keep saying half.
70 million people, yes.
What people are like 15%.
Maybe like 140.
You've antagonized more than 50% of the population to feed these narcissistic, self-absorbed people. Small group of people who don't even buy shit.
Albert.
I mean, I don't understand why anybody would even argue with about
this man's last name is Arsenal, y'all.
Hold on. For the record,
you know what I need? I need a video clip of an airplane landing at least. You know, and that would be like the clue. It's okay, Albert. It's okay.
For the record,
you were on, and I appreciate that. Trib One comes in and says, would love for the right on the panel to name the fascistic actions from Biden or Obama, and I want to know if they think it happened as often as Trump.
I got
wearing
this.
face, like the
mandate.
The mandate. Closing down churches and
Yeah, like Star points out.
Not letting people stand within 6 feet of each other, shutting down parks, national parks.
Standing in front of the whole country, standing in front of the whole country and calling half the country fascist, maybe.
Getting rid of the Smith and Munt Act, right, Star? And allowing media to spread
propaganda.
Thank you for the word propaganda. And
didn't he say MAGA was the enemy in that speech?
Calling MAGA the enemy, calling all of MAGA fascist. As a great man once said, guys,
everything
racist
turns to shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Everything woke.
Don't forget how he stood up there like Palpatine with the soldiers behind him with the red in the back.
That's what I'm talking about.
I remember that. I remember that.
That was when he said that all. That's when he said MAGA was the enemy, and they were
secret police to walk around and ask papers, please, to a group.
I don't know, man. Remember when
country?
Democrats created the KKK?
Oh, wait.
How about that? You remember that, Effigy? You remember when the Democrats had the KKK as their secret police?
Mm-hmm.
Like I was literally waiting for. I was literally waiting for Biden in that speech.
They weren't conservatives. The Democrats did not start off as conservatives and then become the opposite. Okay, that is a lie. There's always a fucking excuse with you people.
Was states' rights.
It's always a fucking excuse with you people. It's always, oh no, that's not how it worked. It worked like this. Please believe me.
I'm sorry,
gay,
you don't
trans,
understand
black,
American
white,
politics
orange,
and
purple,
how
and
it's
Indian.
changed over the years.
Fuck, man. It's always a fucking excuse with you motherfuckers. You never take fucking accountability for shit.
Damn.
You're always like, oh, well, you guys don't understand.
JB says, brother, in your heart of hearts, you know damn well a girl didn't write The Matrix. Laughing my ass off. Trib says, can a trans person do good? Can a trans person make good media? Yay or nay? What do you think white Southerners thought about Black people?
So, number one, Anne Rice wrote Interview with a Vampire, which was awesome.
Hell yeah.
So what the hell are you even talking about, bro?
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. See, this is what's funny to me. What's funny to me is I'll get labeled the woman hater for the critiques that I give on my channel. But then some asshole will say some stupid shit like that, like it's impossible for women to write good, stories. I've seen women write good stories. You know who I haven't seen write good stories? Trans people. I have not seen that yet. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's not possible. Look,
they've definitely ruined a lot of really good comic. They've ruined a lot of good comic universes.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying I haven't seen it. And future performance, past performance is an indicator of future performance. And I'm a comic book fan. So when I heard that, like, the woke community has already ruined comic books. Literally. Like the stuff they've done in comics has been deplorable.
The Tumblr crowd that moved from Tumblr to Twitter and then got picked up by places like Marvel and Disney over the years based on how they wrote tweets, and they were given the ability to write comics. That shit started in what, like 2016? Right? And they just destroyed the stories, and that's why the movies had to actually, take old stories that were known to be good by like when Jack Kirby was around and Stan Lee was still working on shit. They had to use those stories first to draw your ass in and get your fucking money, and then they move on to the stories about Riri fucking Williams.
Yeah.
Somebody whose name literally means retard.
Where they literally have her say, they literally have her say, I would be able to be Iron Man if I was a billionaire. What?
Dude, they made a black woman steal shit to become a superhero. Like that. Hypocrisy.
Tony Stark built this with spare parts in a cave.
Dude, in a cave. And like I said, they made Riri steal all of her equipment from Tony Stark. She had to steal it.
You know what? If I was black people, I would be mad. Dude, I'd be mad if I was black people. Stereotyping there, dude. Stereotyping.
It's hypocritical. It's hypocritical.
I'm so offended. I am. Trust me.
Trib One says gay person in the movie means it was forced. LOL, straight person in movie, not forced. Logic. Yes, there are writers who want a specific thing and companies who want a specific thing. Both want to make money.
Yeah, Trib.
And they're not making money. And they're not making money. That's the thing. How do you lose money 10 times and then you're still saying, "Oh, people want this"? No, come on. That comment makes absolutely no sense.
You are obviously
It's because
War
it's been
Machine, sir.
tried and failed repeatedly for decades.
And
I mean, like, there's straight people who have played gay people. There's gay people who have played straight people. I don't care who you're fucking playing. It's fantasy. Like, I don't agree with this whole, like, oh, a black person has the voice of black character, an Indian person has the voice of Indian character. I don't give a shit as long as the voice acting is good.
Dude,
it shouldn't fucking matter who's behind
be
it.
A straight guy and do some gay shit on film, you're no longer straight.
A la Destiny and Nick for I don't know if that's true, but yeah, a la Destiny having that hot dog in his mouth.
Hi.
He ain't straight.
And for the record, to my chat, you're letting that goal go bye-bye, and I don't know how I feel about that.
I think it means we need to swear more.
Sarah, you need to straighten these people with your goal. Please do.
They weren't even close. They weren't even close on this one.
Straighten them. Make them get your money right, because if you're gonna be a pimp out here, you gotta run her money, please.
I am the panelist
run her
pimp.
money.
For the record, I am the panelist pimp.
Get your pimp hand out there, Sarah. Start slapping it.
Pimp hand strong.
Absolutely unacceptable.
I've had a lot of booze. I finally can speak. I was in two stupors at the same time. And when you listen to eloquent people speak and you're in a stupor, you're like, I don't know if I can escape this zone I'm in. I was in my own matrix, so I'm glad y'all brought that out. And then I'm finally escaped the matrix, so I'm back and I'm present. So let's address a few things. Sarah, I commend you, because this panel is 40% black. It's indicative of where the progress we made in America.
Are you saying this is a DEI panel? Are you saying this is a DEI panel? We will never be the majority.
I don't care about the DEI. We'll never be the majority, but we've made it the 40% effective rate on this panel. It is 10 people on here. There are 10 people on here, and it's 40% black. So thank you, Sarah. You've done a great job. This is the closest we have come to a victory since Obama. So I thank you for that. Like, you got Angry Man on here.
I don't appreciate you assuming my race, sir.
African American, and you got Mr. Braxton. And let me tell you, the reason I know really we should be 50-50, because if I go with Mr. Braxton's, just how nappy his beard is, that accounts for an additional black person right there, if I were to just go by that. So when we think about that, it's really 50-50 black, because his beard is extra Negro.
There's also another black man backstage. Does that help too?
We can't speak to him. He's in the back of the bus. We've been through this already.
Racism tonight.
He's in the back of the bus. We don't speak to him until it's his time to get his press op. His press op hasn't arrived. We speaking to the black folks that are on the forefront right now. Angry Man is here on the forefront. Albert Nahigat as señal. You know what I'm saying? All of that. I said it like that on purpose. He's here on the forefront. And we got Mr. Braxton with the most Negro beard I've seen. Like, the bottom half is Brushwell. The top half is outlandish. This is like indicative of black culture. You have a demographic. His beard represents the part of us that are together. And then we look at the top part of his beard, it's like, yeah, we can't do nothing with the rest of these Negroes up here.
You said your beard is party in the back and ghetto in the front.
In here, we're together. So, Sarah, I'm glad to be here. Shout out to you. I've fixed another cup. I'm back and I'm focused. I was in my stupor. I'm focused.
Fair enough. And Angry Man is leaving us for the evening, and he would like to have his final words. Go ahead.
Only thing I got to say, it's been a great conversation as always. When I come over here, I appreciate y'all having me. I appreciate you hosting me, Sarah. And for everybody on here, great conversation. I'll see you guys next time I come through.
Hell yeah.
Great night, man.
Thank you so much for joining us. Shut up. I am the host. You let me make the exit. Thank you,
Angry
Angry Man, for
Man,
joining
I'm
us.
one of
Do-
your
Are
biggest
you
fans from
serious?
Kenya.
Do I have to
One of your
repeat
biggest fans
myself?
from
Is he fucking kidding me right now? He's fucking kidding me right now. Angry Man, thank you so much for joining us this evening. We look forward to much, much more. We got to get him in on a debate too. What do you guys think?
Hell yeah.
yeah.
You should come over to my channel tomorrow and do the movie night.
You should make him debate Ryan.
Ooh, Ryan. He's a fun one.
Would I torture you like that?
Nah, please don't torture me like that.
Well, Angry Man,
And-
Ryan's good because he can take the punches to the stomach.
Or I think you should debate that other white guy on black culture.
Oh my God. Angry Man, do you want me to disconnect the stream on here?
Yeah, I think I don't know how to shut it down on my side.
I could do it on my end. I will take care of that. And if anybody's watching over there who wants to continue the conversation with us, we're over at the Raging Tomato on YouTube. Please feel free to swing by if you haven't already. And thank you for hanging out with us tonight.
Have a great night, bearded Morgan Freeman.
Bad Gemini. Maybe Chase, you said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna pour
I
out
said
another
Morgan
glass
Freeman. I
for
meant
you."
the other guy.
Maybe you
Ike
should
Turner.
follow that with a glass of water for sure.
And just like that, you're back down to 20%.
No,
Oh,
dude.
shit.
That's crazy.
Damn it.
Finally out of the
Never
back of
mind.
the bus.
Nope.
No, got the 40s.
Made
I
it up
filled
to
it
the
right
front.
back in. I filled it right back in.
I think this must be racist, Sarah. It might be racist.
And Long Live Liberty says, I love you, Sarah. You're a sweet jewel. Yes, I am. Thank you. Elite Eater says, Trippy cast debunking the myth of the party switch. What really happened by forgetting history
Oh my God, the
on
party
YouTube.
switch.
Good history vid.
Yeah, debunking the myth of the party switch. I love that, dude. I'm going to have to check that video out. Thank you.
There was never any party switch at all. It's
I know.
The fact. There's a lot of people that actually think it's insane. It's like, no, it's like they're called Dixiecrats for a reason. They are always have the same opinions. Almost every prior KKK member was still Democrat and never changed. They never left. All the
Kaiser
policies are
Gaming.
hard to black people.
Two
They're
wings
still
of the same bird. How about that one? Same bird, two wings.
Was the main,
I don't care about the
main
wings.
thing the
No.
Democrats fought for.
Only wings I do, or only wings I care about are chicken wings, motherfucker. That's how I see it.
I like chicken wings.
I think everybody here
I
likes
did
chicken
not
wings.
say that because the panel is
Unless they're
40% black. I
And
said
that's
that
why
because
Uncle
I'm from
Sam
Detroit.
clips your wings.
Oh, now
Uncle
listen,
Sam.
speaking of clipping wings to the chat, you failed to reach my goal.
How could you?
Oh no.
It is almost 2:00 in the morning. I have zero incentive to want to keep going for a whole nother hour. So you either cough up a big hundo or we all go night-night. It's up to you. Figure it out.
No,
You
chat,
have
it's-
exactly 5 minutes to do so.
Support independent content creators. Sarah's out here more than once a week, and it takes a long time to step up behind the scenes, guys. You like the content. You're here every night enjoying it. Please
Yeah,
support.
Sarah's got to do her makeup and her hair and turn on lights and turn the microphone on and get the computer started.
Put
Let
up
the
with
dog
all of
throw it
y'all.
off and-
Okay, that's the biggest part. Okay, fuck the makeup.
That's the easy part. That's the easy. There you
Sarah's got to
go.
water the animals and take the plants out for a walk, and she's got to set fire to the neighborhood
Feed
without being
dogs,
noticed. And
water the plants and water
Tomatoes.
the tiny tomato seeds into better
look at the
debaters.
clips out here.
Welcoming both
Tomatoes
sides of the spectrum.
in the chat for
IFG.
Eclipse. Tomatoes. I want
Eclipse.
just a line of tomatoes for Eclipse because you guys all know my favorite color here is red, especially when it's on my screen like this. Thank you, Eclipse, for helping to continue the
We love
show and saving the chat from another failed evening and taking their L's. You all may take your W's, but you better thank Eclipse for allowing you the privilege of having a W.
W.
I love this. Texas Girl says extortionist. Mrs. Gambino. Yes, I will.
Oh man, they
He doesn't
running
do
up
this
the
shit for shits and giggles, friends.
And I can't.
He was
Well,
groaning.
look, I here's how I look at it. The first 3 hours are generally kind of not free, but free-ish, right? I'll stick out the first 3 hours because I'm here to put on a show, and if it's just a bad night, it's just a bad night. I go home and no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But after the 3-hour mark, I don't have to be here, right? We could just I've already done the show. I've presented the content. We had the conversation. Well, we don't have to go any longer.
No, Sarah, you have to be here. Let me tell you why you have to be here, because people want to see your face. Let's stop playing these games. First off,
I'm
you didn't used to get your
I
nails
can shut
done.
my shit down.
No,
I
we
can
don't
shut
want you
my
to
shit
shut it down. These thirsty folks don't want
then
to
she's
shut it
saying
down.
that if you don't want it so badly, then put your money where your mouth
No,
is. Have a
they
water and shut
desperate
the
for
fuck
Sarah.
up.
She has
he's
to
my
be
EBT
here.
for
They
that.
want Sarah. They thirst for Sarah. They love Sarah. Sarah didn't used to get her
They
nails
can love
done
Sarah
like
all
that.
they want. They can put their money where their
Her
mouth
nails
is.
are getting
Show
done
her
though. Look
how
at
much
her.
they love
She's
her.
putting
I do
effort
this
in this.
maybe once every couple months.
It doesn't matter. They're done, and I noticed it tonight. So she's putting in effort.
You only
and
notice
I
it
hear
because
what
it's
you're saying.
black.
Yeah,
And you put your hand up.
That's
me.
true. I do
forget
like
about
black
the
things.
goal.
I do like
and
black
sometimes
things,
Sarah has
Sarah.
to remind them, and then they come through.
Yeah.
This is important. And
Dude, we
so,
all
yeah.
know that. We
I
all
like
know
how
what
you
it feels
snapped
like.
your neck right there. You had a like a black you know what I'm saying, mammy. Like, see, I can say this because I'm black. That came and raised you and slapped you, but like, it's like, that's right. You know, I'm tell you, Sarah, we had them and they came and made sure I was doing the right thing. So shout out to him. Look, I want to say this here. We're still 40% black on the panel. Actually 50% because I got to count Darth Vader. You know what I'm saying? So now the
He's
panel
cold,
is
though.
balanced.
He's freezing his little machines off. He might be running at peak efficiency. I don't know how electronics work in space.
They don't.
Solar power.
Well, I mean, you got spaceships. They seem to be doing just fine. You got the International Space Station. That seems to be staying up there. You can go outside and look at it flying over your head. I mean,
Riveting
I guess they do.
content, guys. Riveting content.
Shout
Yeah,
out
just
to
like your forehead.
Eclipse 916.
Like, cover
You
it.
dropped the fresh hundo. You're a legend. Sarah appreciates that. You're the reason that
Actually,
she.
Sarah, I'm a bounce off, so you can give my spot to Dusty.
Okay, you
Oh,
want to
goodness.
put your final thoughts out there?
No, peace out. Everybody stop being bitches. I'm out.
if he leaves and Dusty's not in blackface, I'm going to be sorely upset. I'm going to be so mad.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we
He's
go.
probably taking a honestly, Flo's probably out taking a shit right now. This is just his hold my spot video.
I love it. I love it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We're all alone, Sarah.
We do have Duck back. Oh wait, we got another boot. Caldy says, "Bye, Brick. We got to get those black numbers up." Well, unfortunately,
let's up those numbers.
You didn't even get the impasse yet.
Hey, shout out to all of y'all who represent
shit.
us, man. Us brown people are proud.
You guys got the
Jeez.
the brownest white man in the
goodness.
universe, folks.
Oh man,
There you go.
it was.
Excuse me.
I believed you until I heard you. That's how I feel about life. I believed you until I heard you. But carry on. Let me try to believe this furthermore.
All right. Let me say this. So
looks
people
like
forget
good job
that the
for me.
woke movement. Let me kick this off. People forget that the woke movement started during the time around when the Tea Party was coming out, and this was a bunch of evangelicals and billionaires pretending to do a grassroots movement. So it was one of those unknown, scary things.
Thank you for the information.
Is that information?
I don't believe so. I think they're very
What are you gonna do with
specific
it, bud?
when you're referring to work. When you're
I'll
referring
wipe
to
my
work,
ass with it.
it's a very specific movement, not just trying to extrapolate because he.
So why the fuck would you say thank you then, Trippy Cast?
I don't know why
Why
you're
would you
so
say thank you then,
hostile,
you
but I like
condescending
it.
prick?
I don't
Yeah,
know why you're so
you're a prick.
hostile, but I don't know if you're going to have very
He's
much
a
fun going
vegan.
up against me with that kind of bullshit, especially when it sounds like you're just made of fucking estrogen and you've never seen testosterone in your life.
I gotta set my alarm.
Come on.
If I gotta set my alarm, there's no way I could be woke. Like, what is this man talking
I know, right, dude? I sleep too long to be
Yeah.
fucking woke.
Hassan
it's Doc. Okay.
says,
Sleeping. Oh, he's Amish.
Hassan,
Yeah.
Amish.
Dude.
Hassan says, "Got the blacks." Not
San
sure.
Ali. I mean, Lyal. Look at
He's
Duck over here
she's
thinking
my
that facial hair
black
means he's got testosterone. You do know there's guys out there with titties and beards, right? Titties and beards. Titties and beards.
Women
Should
have
I,
titties
like-
and beards.
Should I put all the
Testosterone
black
is an
guys up on the
anabolic
top?
thing. So when you're building,
Oh, she got all the brothers. This is the best
we
ice
go.
cream sandwich I've seen in a long. This is
That's
a
all the
double
preparation
ice cream
you guys
sandwich.
get. We'll sit in the
So
back.
she put the ladies in the middle.
You got two brothers on each side. Like you can't buy this ice cream sandwich in stores. This is
Well, here we can do it. We can do this
This
way.
is a
Here we got
double
both the ladies.
Oh, she's making
Now
a
we got
checkerboard.
The Oreo.
Now we got the Oreo.
We got a mini. We got a mini. We got double Oreo.
So Kinetic's in the middle. So
he has
let's
on
see.
a pink shirt and Dusty. Here we go.
But I also have on my FBA hat.
Nice.
And I smoke menthols, and I'm a felon. So
And he has a low credit score. So like,
Yeah, but he's.
So are you a foundationally bitter
for him.
American with your FBA hat? So you're foundationally bitter American.
I'm a foundational Black American. Yes.
Bitter.
and he left the state when he found out he got his girlfriend pregnant. Hey, we can still build this list.
Indian tribe.
But there are a lot of foundationally broke Americans as well for the
That's true.
FBA, but it depends.
Well, I'm one now too because I paid $25 for this hat. So
Okay, I gotta ask, Vapor and Gemini, do you think that Kinetic is short enough for you guys to high five in the middle, or can you kiss? How short is she?
That's actually so funny, bro. I'm like 5'8". Well, I might be 5'7" now. I lost like a millimeter of height when I got hit by a car.
how did
Wait,
you
you went from 5'8" to 5'7" and you lost a millimeter?
Did it fall on you?
Yeah, that's a millimeter.
Okay, I might have said I was like 5'8" before, but now I don't know if I'm 5'8" past.
She's like five. She was 5'8".
She might be
so
slightly
a millimeter,
under.
she was
millimeter instead of
5'7",
it.
like 8.
Should I door check?
Nine,
You guys want me to door check? I can show
Your
you.
math is terrible. She was like, "Yeah, I lost a millimeter, which is
How many-
equivalent to an inch in my math."
I think she's
How
just
many
rounding
cars
down,
do we
you know,
have to
she's
hit her
rounding
with
down.
before she's the size of a normal woman?
Kel, this is the internet. You just tell people whatever height you choose because that's how.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, she's definitely 5'7". Yeah.
I tell everybody I'm six
Oh, she
foot. They're
looks
like,
like
you're
a
6'2". I'm
wildling
like,
from
okay.
Game of Thrones. Yeah, you're a wildling right now. Like she get, yeah.
Funny thing is, she thought that we
Somebody
knew.
hear an axe.
She thought we knew how high that sign was hung.
Yeah,
Like that. That don't matter. The door could be tiny.
No, you're not.
No, Kinetic, you semi
Like
cute.
average,
For
like
somebody
average female,
that
female height.
has fair
Semi.
vision, you
She doesn't
semi-
have her headset on. Like, give her a
I'm so
sec.
glad I didn't delete this.
Gemini.
I like it.
Oh
Nice.
shit! Look at Dusty up there. Hmm.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
She's gonna get
Hold
blacked.
on.
We've.
Hold on.
This isn't the
What?
first time that.
Wait, is there one of those a Sarah?
I didn't think I'd ever get to use this meme again. But
Hold on, I have to like
Is
move
that a
you to be able to-
Pornhub excerpt? What is that?
She's getting black, dude. That's black.com.
Damn, when did that stream
That's
start? That's
updating,
crazy.
folks.
I could
That's
make you
not
one,
bad.
too, Sarah. If you want one, I can make you one too.
They're fans, bro. What is this from?
Shit, damn it. I was gonna hit you with the booty
Fail.
picture.
What's that cat for?
When is what is this from? Why did you make this? It's weird.
Corn
Why
Hub,
not?
you know?
You don't remember
Those farmer
Hold
websites.
on. You don't remember when I? Nah, you were sauced.
Is she
I've
high?
already
Oh.
played that on grid ones. Yeah.
How
It was a
dare
four.
you.
It was a
What is that
Four Locos
from?
night.
What is that? Why did you make that?
If you don't remember, I'm not going to be the one to explain it to you.
He's fulfilling one of his fantasies.
You know how
Yeah,
somebody's
I have no idea why
I
you
was
would
waiting
make
for
that,
you to
bro.
get there by yourself, but it took too long.
You and
Still blushing.
Yeah,
who's
it's a little
the
funny.
big dude, ginger dude with the beard? Admiral
Lucky?
Gibbs.
Oh yeah.
You and Admiral Gibbs was laying into you about some trip to California or something. I don't remember actually the specifics of it.
Oh
but you guys
yeah, like he was trying to mischaracterize. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I have fucking yeah.
You were getting kind of fed up with his shit.
Yeah, it's not good to burn any bridges in this sphere at all. So
I love
you know,
burning bridges. It
if you
smells
don't have
good.
anything nice to say, you don't say anything at all.
Then you're going to be pent up and
Say nice
upset
things.
that you
This
didn't
is a
say what you had to
Band-Aid.
say when you
Rule
had the
number
time to
one.
say it.
Say nice things.
Hey, Sarah,
Say nice things
Sarah.
about the woke
Yeah.
movement, folks.
Now
Say
I want to
nice
say
things
this
about woke.
before, look, I know he's talking. Before we get back to the main topic, I want to say this. It's not often that you have a woman that's equally as cute as you. So a shout out to Kinetic because you did a good job. Normally you have the ugliest woman up here.
No,
just so you look
disavow.
better.
Now you're a woman hater, and we hate
Oh.
you. Now the pretty
So I-
women hate you.
No. Why would you hate me when I say
Because
she
you're
did a good
talking
job?
shit on women, and we support women's rights and women's
You
wrongs.
can support women, but ugly women are ugly women. Let me
Ugly
tell
women
you.
don't
You
need to
can
be
have a hairline
supported.
like
Look,
that and say,
look.
"Oh yeah, you have the
I
ugliest
feel the same
motherfuckers
way
on
about
here."
ugly
You know what I
baby.
think? Yeah, you know what I think
feel
is
the same
sexy?
way about
You know what I
ugly
think is
baby.
sexy about Gemini? I think what sexy is
Ugly
being
baby.
willing to get up here and speak your mind.
Anything ugly,
Yeah, I
I
think
feel
anyone
the
Oh,
willing
same
to
so
way.
put
rude.
on your
I thought she said
That's
if you didn't have
normal.
anything nice to say.
Oh, Kinetic,
Yeah, that's
understand
kind of
this
mean,
here.
dude.
Yeah, we gonna talk to Kinetic real smooth. Kinetic, understand this here. Let me tell you, I have a simple rule. There are a lot. I get
I
mad
normally
at
have a
parents.
simple rule to not talk to fucking people who are so drunk they're babbling, but I will make an exception for you because I love.
No, I'm not. First off, I'm not babbling. Give me a topic and we can discuss it equally.
Now,
If
you're the
you
one
need
who has shit to say, so go ahead.
I
This is
do
the
have a
topic.
lot to say. And why did you miss the compliment in that when I said out of Sarah, you had a woman that was equally as cute? And normally that's not always the case. Is that a negative? You worried about other women. I'm talking about you. So what are we talking about here? Why would you worry about other women when I'm giving you a compliment? Explain that to me. I gave you a compliment and you were bringing the other woman. Oh, I'm defending them. This is how I feel. I gave you a compliment. Is that a negative? Oh, her thing is frozen. Why is she gonna do that to me?
No,
Oh,
she's just giving you the resting bitch face.
no, she's not. Look, no, that thing is frozen. Look, she's not
I
moving.
know. I'm being funny. Gosh.
Yeah, I
But
know you're being funny, but let me tell you this here. I like being in the middle of both of y'all. This is a reverse ice cream sandwich.
Oh, she's
This
back.
is my favorite. No. Oh, you lucky. I like being in that reverse ice cream sandwich.
No, but listen, Gemini, I let you speak,
Go ahead.
okay, right? So I know it's ladies first, so I let you do your thing first. But listen, it's
Oh,
because you
here we go with the
complimented me
jab.
in the
No,
in the
it-
midst of shitting on other women and being like, "Oh, normally the ugliest women come on here." And what I was saying is, you know what I
No, I
think?
didn't say the ugliest woman come over here. I was joking, but go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I know you were joking, but I'm just saying I'm gonna joke back and be like, "You're a busted ass fool for saying that," because I think it's sexy when women come on here and speak their mind. So I think
But I didn't talk about
you
women
could come on
speaking
here
their
and like
mind.
suck Sarah's dick, suck my dick, but as a feminist, I think it's lame for you to shit on any women that come on here. When you're an ugly ass, busted ass, can't take your sunglasses off at fucking whatever time it is for you, fucking hairline receding, oh, your barber, you should get a refund from your barber, and you want to come on here and be like, "Oh, the ugliest women
My
come on
barber
here."
is excellent. My barber is. Let me tell you this here. See,
Keep sweeping for your barber. The only person he's hurting is you, bro.
See, you have to understand. If I'm refraining from taking jabs at you, that's because Sarah has already said, like, we won't do this. Look, I've
Take all
given
the
you.
jobs you want. That's why she put us in a 1v1 because she doesn't want it in like the general.
No. You've given me 5 jabs, and I'll let
Yeah,
you
so give
slide
them
on
back.
all of them.
Give him back.
Why would I do that for you when I think you pleasant? For me to talk bad about you would me be talking about somebody. First off, I've seen Pippi Longstocking the musical. Like, is it true? Did I make that up? Yes, I did. But the point is, when I see you, Pippi Redstocking, the long-headed freckle-faced girl, right? You know how the song goes.
Roast. You might even have a good roast when you're sober, but I'm like, bro, can't even see straight enough or talk straight enough to come up with a good roast. Baby long stocking the musical. Come on, brother. You pick on women, I'm gonna pick on you.
First off, I don't want to pick on you. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't want to pick on you.
I care if you pick on fucking who's busted that came on her show.
I can't be busted. I can't be. I'm exclusive. Let me tell you something about you.
No, you
First
said the
off,
girls. You
let's
said,
talk about it. No, you asked for
girl
this.
as good
Now
as
you don't
you.
get the smoke. Sarah, give me 2 more seconds. She asked it for the smoke. I was being. Look, you have a pleasant smile. I don't talk bad about women, but first off,
wait,
your
that's
bangs.
all you need is 2 seconds.
Yes, I do, because I'm gonna get mine. If she doesn't get hers, that's her bad. But anyhow, so let's get to it. Look, I didn't want to talk about your bangs, and I won't talk about your bangs. Oh, she's doing the frozen thing again. Here she go. Like, Sarah, get me off here. She playing these games. Look.
No, I'm gonna make you sit here and.
Now I gotta sit and suffer. Okay, I'm gonna talk about a picture. First off, we talking about a woman that has freaking pink headsets. Talking about she got on what do you call those here? Apple Pods, right? No, we don't want to talk about that here. You're a redheaded girl with freckles. Let me tell you something. I thought you were cute, right? I don't want to talk about your piercings. I don't want to talk about any about that. Your bangs are terrible. They're covering your big forehead. At least I got my forehead shining on Front Street. You got a ginormous forehead that you're buffering and blocking with that. You're a sexy woman, but no, you're not sexy, because let me tell you this here, your attitude is terrible. I wanted to give you a compliment.
Bad Gemini. Right, bad Gemini.
I was
missing the whole,
for you.
wait, you're missing the whole point. You're missing the whole point because
There's
the whole
no
reason we're in
whole
this one
point because you don't have a whole point. The only point you need to make is shut your face up and listen
cute
to a
all
real
you
man
want.
talk.
And then you can roast on me, and yeah, there's the more you sober up, I'm sure the less cute you think I will be. Yes, I am a little fucked up looking. Like there's a reason.
No, I don't think you're effed up looking. I think you're ordering. In
I don't
America,
give a fuck if you think I'm cute or not, because the
Six
reason
out of
we're in this
10 is
1v1 is because you're like, oh, normally you have busted women on this show.
No.
And my
6 out of
argument
10
is that
is a
you
great
must
woman.
be a
I
shallow
like
ass
women that are
motherfucker,
6 out of
because
10.
the only women that I
You're
see on this
6
show
out
are
of
sexy
10.
bitches.
Your tattoos
that,
might make you a 6.5. If your tattoos might make you a 6.5, I think you're 6 out of 10.
You see, when I entered into this convo at the very beginning, and I was like, I normally have a precedent where I don't argue with drunk people because it's completely useless. And when I say
I wish I was more drunk so I could make sense of what
really
you're
mean
saying.
r/push.
I'm actually
I
more
can't
sober
make
when
my
I
point
drink more.
I can't.
I'm actually more sober when I drink more. I wish I was more sober so I can understand what you're saying. Because the points you're trying to make are, you came and said, oh, this guy's bashing ugly women. But guess what? Did I call you an ugly woman? So that means I wasn't bashing you. So what the hell are you talking about?
I don't care if you think, and yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying I don't care if you think I'm ugly or cute. I'm saying why to say that? Oh, girl, Sarah, you brought a cute
I
girl
bash
on the
ugly
show.
babies. You don't understand. I bash ugly
But bad
babies.
Gemini, can you stop yelling? Wait, why to say that? Oh, Sarah, you brought a cute girl on the show. I would have been like, oh, thanks. But instead, you had to be like, normally, you had to like put other women down to put me up, and I don't fuck with that. So the way that you're like,
So the word normally affected you.
no, it's just how you were like, oh yeah, normally, or okay, let me not use that word to like make you understand. How you were like, oh, Sarah, you finally have a girl as cute as you on the show. I'm used to you bringing on busted ass women. And I'm like, bro, why do we gotta fucking shit on any other girl that's been on the show? Because I respect and love and admire any other girl.
You have
been on
both
the show. GG.
been booted to the back. I love that. Normally, I would let speed
$10 a
dates.
pop.
I normally would let speed dates continue on, but if they're both being booted, I gotta boot them both to the back. I have to.
This shit is why the black GPs appeal.
Now we have to lose out on jokes because of a feminist. Again, they destroy another thing.
Nose ring theory has been proven true again.
Yes, it has, bro.
Not every piercing.
Now we have to miss
but
out
always
on
a
Gemini's
piercing.
jokes because, oh, Jesus.
Not everyone who has a nose ring is a leftist, right? But every leftist has a nose ring.
She's
Probably
probably
not all piercings, but always a piercing. You never
I mean,
like,
I think it's pretty funny. She's like, I'm a feminist, but I can't take a joke like every other guy, every other human being in the world.
Like, y'all don't even know.
Look, it's
The funny thing is,
the-
I guarantee that the reason she's a feminist is because when she was younger, some ugly bitch gave her cute girl shame.
Probably.
She's probably a feminist because her forehead's fucking huge. So she has those fucking stupid ass bangs.
So
Stupid,
I was
dude.
gonna say that earlier too, dude. Damn.
This shit is like why
Hold
like
on, hold
the
on, hold
19 needs to be
on.
repealed, bro. Like I don't understand how a man can give a woman a compliment. That shit is not enough for these bitches. Like I don't understand
We
that.
gotta go that far.
No, but have you
Yeah,
ever
we gotta
noticed
go that far. We gotta go
Yeah,
that far. The
it's
same thing
always
I was
the
saying
same.
earlier about woke shit being feminist. Case example of that shit.
I give you compliment equals I get access. That's some dumb
No.
shit.
Nobody thinks
No,
that.
no,
I don't
it's-
think, right?
it's him
Hopefully,
giving a
I hope nobody
compliment
thinks
and
that.
her-
Effigy.
on him
I
for
hope
giving her
nobody
a
does.
compliment.
It's like
Dave,
a
for your
compliment
talking point
shouldn't
is
get
really
you
slippery
entry.
slope into gay.
You know what gets you entry is when you spit on your hand.
Just spit on your head.
I got brick. Brick heard me. Oh yeah.
No, actually, I did not. I heard Vapor
Oh.
asking what is a slippery slope. That was,
Oh,
That is not what I said. I said, what did I say was a slippery slope? I said, what was a slippery slope?
yeah, what
No,
was
he
a
said,
slippery slope?
Effigy, go ahead. You got your own words.
Go ahead. What was
And there you go.
well,
I'm just saying, there's something a little bit sus about the when dudes are real eager for the women bad talking point. These bitches, we can't even fuck with them. We should go fuck with each other, bro.
I didn't say any of that.
No, so
I know you. I know you
bad.
didn't. I know you didn't. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying.
Hold on.
You're on the slope.
Kel, you're backstage, but your devices aren't connected. If you can hear me, get back in there so I can bring you back up. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Well, they're feminists, so they refuse to work. Or no, they don't work.
Refuse to work, bro. Send your grandma my way. I'll sell her a car. 29% APR.
You're probably already using her voting registration, aren't you?
That's why I'd consider myself a fucking moderate, because the leftists reject me because I won't say
Why
free
do you consider
Palestine
yourself a
and because I work a
moderate?
capitalist job.
Well, look, the leftists are going to reject 99.9% of people because all they ever do is just check you and make sure that you believe everything across the board. And to me, when I look at Kinetic, it looks like both of her lips are scabbed, and I'm wondering how that happens. Like,
have you ever hit a crack pipe?
Too much.
So the people that are saying
wouldn't the left be like the most intolerant of
they are
people? Because
they're very fascistic.
They they'll say you have to accept this and you have to accept that and you have to tolerate this and you have to tolerate. But the minute you say, "Well, I identify as a white woman," right? Well, no, you're a cis woman, or no, you're this, or no, you're that, or like there's always something. I feel like that is always being like
it's an offensive position.
No, but sure, whoever said that, like right when I left, how I
did hear
was
that one, Trippy.
How I was defending hypothetical women. No, it's only because he said, "Oh yeah, Sarah, you have someone cute on the panel." When you normally bring busted ass women, so all I was saying is that
he's a comedian.
Like, there's
Absolutely, no one cares. No one cares about you getting offended about other women's looks.
I let you finish, but it's a
No
clear
one cares.
insinuation that the other women who've been on here are ugly, and I just don't fuck with them. There's no reason to like put other people down to tear.
Why is that? Why is that an issue?
Also,
it's a very elementary concept.
Vice signaling, you fucking limp dick retards.
It's a very elementary concept. I'm like,
excuse me, how did you know I was limp right now? I will tell you when I'm hard, sir. Wait, no, I don't even think he asked for that. G, I think tonight we've proven that we're not the same person, because we get that joke all the time where people are like, Effigy and Trippy are the same guy. Yeah, I know, even though we've been on panels a bunch.
So I am curious. The people.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Bill says, redirecting my anger about seeing Ryan tonight call Sarah's panel openly fascist towards another mod on panel. Mr. Bill, you're angry.
Prayers for Mr. Bill. So, Kel, the people that say that you're only moderate because you work for a capitalist company, what do they do or suggest that you should be doing for like the resources you consume instead of working?
Well, I'm just saying there's people who, the same way when you're vegan or vegetarian, how it's like, okay, well, do you monitor your beauty products to make sure that they don't also harm animals, right? So it's like, that's the microcosm, so yes. And so if you follow that line of logic down, right, so I'm just saying, I would consider myself a moderate because before I'd gotten into like the debate sphere a little bit, when I looked at politics and looked at my political alignment, I'm like, okay, well, I'm pretty apolitical when it comes to most things, or was. But socially, I have obviously a trans roommate. I have people who, like, if you guys
but people on the all the way left,
you're
going too far away. But what would somebody who's all the way on the left be doing instead of working? Like, is there an alternative?
That's why there's multiple different kinds of lefts, right, Dusty? So there's people who are liberal.
I thought it was a binary.
There's the kinds of leftists who are like, oh yeah, we should be able to live like people in the UK who can just live off government assistance. I have a vitamin D deficiency. I should be able to collect enough.
I can help you.
I don't even think unemployment should be enough to live.
Yeah, it's called not going outside.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's plenty of people who pursue like vocational paths and are socially left, and so they would be deemed left on most sides of people's stature because they would fight for like trans rights, gay rights, random ass shit like that. But then vocationally, yeah, they believe in capitalism. They believe in like
all of them are on antidepressants.
Capitalism
right?
isn't.
no, I don't think
capitalism is
that's true. I think you're
strictly
making crazy
left or right-wing,
generalizations based on like the microcosm that you've seen online.
So there's a point of crazy where you don't explore.
And you see, this is the thing that usually is annoying. Is the way people they do things, they know what they are doing, but then they try to minimize it. No, those are just crazy. No, they are not crazy. We see it every day. It is reflected in all populations that are being surveyed. So trying to otherwise make it, no. That's how most leftists think. For example, you say you're pretty moderate, and then you got offended over someone talking about other people's looks. You're not moderate. You're an extremist who's trying to police everybody's. Oh, you're talking about ugly people. There are ugly people in this world. You don't think there are ugly people in this world? There are ugly people. People like me will be
because you have opinions on being mean.
Albert, can you say the phrase "Why are you gay"?
Why are you gay?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's good.
Sure, Albert. But no, I wasn't.
A celebrity in the house.
I get passionate because I'm like, it seems silly, and I see a lot of like, especially when like women debaters, like I've seen a lot of, I can only think of like a handful of women who have been on here. So all I was saying, and yes, I do get a little bit passionate in the way that I portray things, and it definitely undermines my message more often than not, and that's like something I'm working on. But no, all I was saying is I support women's rights, women's wrongs, and you don't have to say that other women who have been on this show are ugly.
What the fuck does calling a bitch ugly have to do with rights?
What if it was true though?
No, it is the policing of
That's
the
totally
language.
fine.
You
But
see,
I'm
when
just saying
you
you don't
police
have to say that
language,
the other girls who are
no, it's
are on
policing
here
of
are wrong.
language, and they've been
What if
doing
they
this.
were?
The
Right, and that's
religious
fine.
right,
I'm,
the woke
you
left,
can
they've
you
been
can say
doing
she's
this for
ugly. You can
decades,
say the
where you
other
want
girls who
to
have been on this
police
show.
what people
What if
say.
you're one of the ugly girls on the show?
Yeah, and you can say that people are ugly,
Sorry?
but I'm allowed
That
to.
was very
to
rude.
step back.
That was a
That's
really
all I'm
rude thing
saying.
to say.
Yeah, but
Why would you
who
say
cares?
something's rude
Dude,
for
I
for
really am
laughs?
not about
Yes.
policing language, unlike your side of the political
Well,
spheres we've seen. Wasn't
let's
possible
give
to
Tel
down.
credit.
about?
All
You
the
were like,
ugly,
Oh, come on.
Push that
What
first.
that
do you
didn't
mean?
like. What do you
Who's
all
mean?
the
telling us
ugly girls
to
that have
say
been listening
they
and
them?
their shit
Who's
Kel said.
telling us they'll
Care
die?
about that.
They'll kill themselves if we don't say they them. If we don't
So
use
much for
their
not being
pronouns.
in your
Who's
fifties,
saying
my
that?
guys.
Who's telling us that
I'm
we
sorry, I
must
can't
use
hear all of
sheep
you at
and I
once.
don't know what?
Could you speak one at a time, boys? I can't hear
I'm
all of
saying,
you.
who is saying, listen, who is saying that we must use pronouns?
I would. I'd say yes to that.
Pronouns?
I
Pronouns are
think
part of the English language. You would say she's right over
No,
there.
no.
He's right over there.
You know what I mean when you're telling me to use your they, them, and these, hers, who are or otherwise I'm dehumanizing you or some other bullshit. Who's doing that?
This message is sponsored in part by
To female asses.
Thank you,
Albert's
I don't
mic
know. I
sounds like
know a
it's
lot of
2
trans
cups
people,
of
but I've
string.
never met anyone asking me to use like these or pronouns. Ever.
Really?
Ever. No.
What?
And I live in SoCal. I live in one of the most like liberal cities in my life.
Wow.
Like you could ever
So let
picture
me
or
ask you,
imagine.
so all these emails you have to sign off.
Nobody.
This is the thing I was telling you guys. This signing off emails with your hims, putting them on social media on your profile, or everywhere you're checking, filling a form, there is they, them, and what. You're telling me that you've never seen that? This is what I was telling you guys, because the dishonesty is part of the game. Oh, I don't really see it. When finally people see it for the ridiculousness it is. So, it's not really. It's like Newsom was doing the other day. Well, I don't hear anyone who's saying they, them, and he was signing pronouns on his emails.
You know that
It's just a
certain
lie,
social medias-
one lie on top of the other,
Is
because
it that
it
offensive
begins
to
with a
you?
lie.
Are words really ruining your fucking life that badly? Is your life that pathetic?
That's not what this is about. Why the fuck do you keep doing that?
No. The thing is,
Someone's putting a gun to your head and saying that if you don't fucking do pronouns, then you're gonna get your life taken away.
You guys are fighting an invisible person.
Well, you're forcing someone to basically.
You guys are
acknowledge-
shadowboxing a caricature. That's all you're doing.
Acknowledge.
I just miss the F
Yes,
slur.
these people just don't exist. There's no
Illusionality.
one ever that is unreasonable ever in life. You'll never meet anyone like that.
No,
Ever.
but you're
There is one person on the
not
panel that
unreasonable.
said he would
Unreasonable
expect
for
you
these
to
are
use
pronouns?
certain
No.
pronouns.
That's a
There
whole
is
different.
one person on this panel right now that said he would expect you to use certain pronouns.
Why are we so
Yeah,
close
that
to Chuck's face?
The bearded guy.
It's
Oh,
so
this
hard to
guy,
argue
whichever-
with
whichever
stupid.
way
It
I
really
point it, the
is.
guy.
Like we can't like it's if you're not going to engage with the point in like a sincere way, it's like how are we
Kinetic, do you have a mustache or is that lip scars?
Okay, it's my lip liner. Sorry, it looked
Oh,
cute earlier.
I thought maybe it was like chocolate milk mustache for a minute there. It looked.
Nah, it's the skin from her upper lip turn because she doesn't know how to close her mouth. You know.
Maybe she's turning black.
God damn.
Could be too.
Or maybe she's smoking too many roaches, and it's resin.
A melanation, dude.
That could be. That could be.
I'm like,
Vapor, I'm getting some like angry at women vibes. Off
She's
you. Are you
adjusting it,
angry-
guys. She cares.
Yeah, so
I mean,
it's all
angry at
vice.
women vibes. No. Because I find
Are
someone
women nice
particularly
to you?
annoying.
Can I ask a crazy question, guys? So really crazy question. If I said I was trans, if I said I was trans on panel right now, would you use my pronouns
believe
not
you.
for sake of wokeness, but just because
You mean you
he,
got a
him,
vagina?
he
No,
wanted that?
I will
No,
not
wait,
use your
I'm not going
pronouns.
to change how my brain works.
I will not use your preferred pronouns because I don't
You're
like
way
to
too bitter
lie.
for me to
And I
call
don't
you
like
a
to
woman.
be
Like, it's just not going to happen.
emotionally manipulated
You don't get
to
to
lie.
determine how other people perceive you.
Yeah,
I think you'd have to
was
shave
gonna
that shit off your
say,
face first.
Quite frankly, there's certain scenarios where I look at it is if somebody presents, if it's a male and they present and appear and do everything more female than I do, then I just acknowledge and call them, she, her, whatever, because it is particularly though, if somebody doesn't make a big stink out of me saying one thing or another or doesn't
No.
demand it. Right.
Yeah,
And Doc, quite frankly,
no
you
one does.
identify as a
Sarah,
Doc and we all call
Sarah,
you a Doc.
I
We
will
respect you.
respectfully disagree.
Call them Amish.
I will.
You don't
That
have
is
to.
not
You don't
respect.
have to.
What
Hold
you're
on.
doing.
Hold on. You don't have to agree with me on that. Now, I do have
Of course.
an issue. I do have an issue when it's being forced down my throat or somebody like demands all these.
Never happened before.
Shut up, Dusty.
Somebody's going to click that.
But if I meet someone, and to me, I view them as a like female, feminine, whatever. And I may not even know the difference until I stop and think about it for a while. I don't even fucking care, right? Like that doesn't bother me. It doesn't faze me. I'm not insulted. I'm not like, oh my God. But it's when somebody is clearly a dude, right? And they're very much presenting that way and they've got a 5 o'clock shadow and they're just wearing a funny dress and they're like, no, you will refer to me as the fuck I ain't. The fuck I ain't.
A question,
Anyway.
Sarah. So you're fighting
That's incredibly
the
rational,
deception
Sarah,
as
actually,
long as
because
it's
you're
well
actually
done.
ceding to the
all-
side that is more genderized. Sorry, I'll repeat. I said I think that is incredibly rational because you are ceding to the genderized side of it. Whatever you are viewing with your eyes is as to more in line with gender. So I think that's incredibly rational to say,
So
and I don't
we're all-
think people should get mad if they're
gonna be
out here with a
crazy.
beard saying "call me a she." Sure, I think people can have an
I
actual honest
agree.
conversation about that.
But I
He's
also,
right. If you want to, you guys, if
but
you
I
want to make,
also-
if you want to make,
but I
Sarah, one
also,
second. If you want to
but
make,
no, don't the fuck. But I also don't push that onto anybody else to operate the same way I do, and I don't expect it or demand it or say like you all must refer. Like if you want to call a dude and a girl, and based on whatever feelings you
Cis
have about
woman.
it, I don't care. Right? Like that kind of dumb shit. Like fine. Now, if you're gonna call me a cis woman, but then demand that I not talking to you, but then demand that I like recognize that you're obviously a dude pretending to be a woman, and I say, hey, I'm not. Don't call me a cis woman. I'm a woman. But then you're like, oh well, I'm a girl, and I respect your stuff, and then you don't respect mine. Then I have a fucking problem with that hypocrisy.
Sure, absolutely. If someone doesn't trust your preferences, and want you to accede to theirs, yeah, then that's causing an unequal relationship. That's completely fine as well. What about if someone is intentionally misgendering someone as a stab, as a needle?
That's
like where
their
they're
choice.
just like
That's
fuck
the
you.
thing. Hold on. He's at stop it. Now I sit here very quietly and I let everybody talk, but then when I actually have something to fucking say, I fucking want to say it.
You poor victim.
I don't have an issue if somebody says it to somebody as a stab. I don't care. I like you like, it's not my problem, it's not my prerogative, it's not my thing. If that's how they feel about it, if you demand that they accept your delusion, if you demand that they accept your costume or whatever, however you want to call it, then that's up to them to refuse, right? They don't have to accept it. It's in particularly if they know you're the opposite or whatever the case may be, and they just refuse to play into it. I think that's fair too. That's up to them.
I don't. Is this your way of
not everybody
letting us?
like it just sorry, but just the same as nobody owes me anything, right? You guys can all sit here and say I'm a total bitch. People make fun of me in all sorts of different ways and yada yada yada. They don't owe me anything outside of what they want to give, right? So it works just the same. If somebody wants to say they're a girl but they're really a dude, and somebody says no the fuck you ain't, well, that they don't have to accept it. And that's the part where I have a problem with, is when the left demands that we accept it, or well, you have to respect it and you have to treat me like this. No the fuck I don't.
But that's the thing, is I think most people will find, once they like go out and interact with like anyone actual, like any experience that they have like outside of like their concentrated like media experience, like they're gonna find that most people aren't like, okay, boohoo, you got misgendered. Like, it might hurt your feelings. People might find spaces online to talk about it, but people aren't like demanding. Most people aren't like the weird like TikTok lady that was like filming people because they wouldn't like respect her pronouns. Like, most people
Not
aren't
a
like
lady,
that.
that's a dude. That's
Just like I'm
this is
sure
the
you guys
thing.
want to be
This is the thing.
respected as saying that you are
Yeah,
like a
Kel, when people ask, when
particular
people
type
ask,
of man, guys, come
No,
on.
the
Now.
problem I have,
But when you
I want to
expect
ask
that
Sarah a
people,
question.
hey guys,
Sarah,
let me
please let me
Let
ask
her
you a question.
finish. Hold on, let her finish.
when people expect you like to respect you as a certain kind of man or worker or whatever it is in the way that you perform in society, they might hope that other people perceive you that way. But hey, you might stumble across a guy that is a way higher earner than you, like that just looks down on you and just talks to you like shit, treats you like shit, and you're like, hey, I'm really offended. That's not how I want to be perceived, talked to, etc. But you're not gonna fucking do something violent, start filming him. You're just like, oh, that kind of sucked. Like, they exist in the same way that you do in society, and to like demonize it is so silly, you know? That's all.
Effigy, is this your way of telling us that you want to be called a lady?
Oh, hold on, Albert's been waiting. Go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, so there was a question on you, because I do understand they try to be civil thing. I don't think it's even more dangerous, because this is all how it all started. Oh, we just want to be left alone. Oh, we just want to. That's how it all started. And then now it's gotten to a point where you're saying, if somebody really passes for a woman, I don't care about the passing part. I care for what is true. And what is true, that's a dude. Like, she's calling a guy who walks around just with makeup and feeling people to get gorgeous, and then she's calling that dude a woman. That is my primary negation of this. It is
So
a
you're
lie.
saying that even if someone's 100% passing,
Wait,
you
it's
don't
a
think
lie.
trans should exist at all? At all? So you're
No,
saying
no,
if
I'm
someone,
saying, no.
even if someone's 100%
No, can
passing,
you wait?
they
Yes,
have
I know
vagina.
you're asking the normal question. They don't. Can you wait? First of all, mental illnesses have always existed. It's whether I like it or not. That's not the portion. The portion here is that those are mentally ill people, and you should not be going out of
So
our
you're
way
saying that
to
trans people
affirm
shouldn't
their
exist at all?
delusion.
And I can't talk to you, sir. Like, you're crazy.
Literally not what he was
Well, we're
saying.
not
Yeah,
saying
No,
that's
it
not what he was
doesn't
getting
matter.
at
It doesn't matter
all.
whether you call me crazy or not. It
But
is
you're
still
saying
a
it's a
mental
lie. You're
illness.
saying no
And
matter what,
whatever
like no
those
matter how
people
good the
and
deception
whatever
gets.
those people are saying is not true. It doesn't matter whether you
Right.
like it or not. Whatever they are saying is not true, and they have a mental illness
Well,
that
that's what
must
you're
be
saying.
addressed
So that's what you're saying.
by the
They do
right
exist, but you're
people,
saying they
the right
shouldn't
professions.
exist.
But we don't start otherwise placing all these mental people in normal society where they're destroying everything, because now everybody has to change their language, everybody has to open the toilets. No,
Useful idiot.
that is what I'm telling you. It's a lie, and lies must be refused. That is what I'm telling you, young lady. You people have been indoctrinated so much. You're fake with your fake morality. That fake morality that you're using to try to browbeat people into accepting lies. And I'm telling you here, as you're saying it clear,
I'm just
it is a
clarifying.
lie and it will not pass. You guys have done it too much. Right now, you've lost people jobs. You are going after children, and you still here talk about trans kids. They are not trans kids. There's a mentally ill kid and a deranged parent who's trying to fit in with an ideology which has been put.
Albert, I want to listen to your monologue, but I just want to make sure we're on the same spectrum
airplane.
here.
Let's land it.
Albert,
Guys,
I
really
want
heard
to let you go on your monologue, but I just want to clarify. So, because when you say that, when you're like, oh, we're perpetuating lies, you're like, I can acknowledge that they always have existed, they always will, but they're mentally ill. When I hear that, like, ideally we'd want everyone to be cured from mental illness, right? So you're saying, right, like, trans people shouldn't exist, or if they are, they should be in an asylum or institution or help, right?
No,
like,
yes, actually, that you've come in, if they do exist, mental illnesses, people think they are things they are not, have always existed. The thing is, we do not otherwise now change society to try and fit in mental delusions. So, because we know the truth.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to clarify. Because we're just not
people
going to
need
agree
to
on
be
that one.
treated for their mental illnesses, not affirm their mental illnesses and become big pharma guinea pigs, being done all manner of operations. Kids' lives are being destroyed out here with weird operations. You've turned your kids into guinea pigs, and you still think it's about you're not moral. You're just clapping along to an ideology that you found that is abusing children, sexualizing children, mutilating children, using medicine that was used to
like 1 point at a time, my friend.
to talk about
fight for child marriage again.
What are you talking about? Why do you people don't want to actually see the facts? The fact is that the number of children is destroyed.
I've got facts.
Because I'm down to go point by
I can
point.
drop facts on you like crazy.
Like, I'm down to go point by point, but you're just like spewing talking points at me when we've never talked. You don't know what I believe, right? So I just wanted to start at the beginning. I clarified that you think, okay, trans people don't exist as
Stop
people.
saying
you,
that. That
you
is
think
not.
that, you're saying that you think it exists only as a mental illness, right?
You don't like to work people because you're dishonest. I just said they exist. Mental illnesses have always existed.
Right,
I've
it's just
said
mental
that
illness.
several times.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying you're saying it's
people don't
mental illness.
exist.
Yeah.
Yes, it's mental illness.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what
It's
I'm
a
saying. I'm just
mental illness.
clarifying. So I'm down to go point by point. I just you got to break it down point by point for me, because when you spew off a bunch of talking points, it makes it really hard to engage with the conversation, right? Just I'm an ADHD ass, so I'm down to hear you. You're going like, oh, we ended up like at the children. Go point by point through your monologue. I'm down to engage with the conversation with you, but we got to keep it civil, friendly. I'm Cal. Nice to meet you, Albert.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Kinetic Cal. Yeah. All right, let's go. I have said it's a mental illness. Can you dissuade me otherwise?
Yes, I don't think it's a mental illness. I think that it's a state of living that we have solutions for. Actually, I could concede. I have a hard time engaging with this conversation. I want to bring up my roommate so bad.
Why do you have a hard? No, why do you have a hard time engaging with it while it's just about facts?
Well, because I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert in like gender theory or anything. So I'm like, well, I believe that this is like the state of people, and like I have people around me who can make the argument.
We can have a discussion as with basic biology knowledge. We don't need experts. We need basic biology knowledge.
Well, when it comes to like defending like people's right to exist, yeah, sometimes you do need an expert. Yeah, for sure. For sure you do.
No, listen. Experts have told us since the 1970s and 60s that the world is going to drown because of climate change.
Okay. Well, maybe it's mental illness, but luckily we do have.
Experts told us that the beer bug vaccine was going to stop everything and will be perfect. Experts are wrong all the time. The thing is this: we cannot use common sense and basic biology to have this discussion. I have said that it's a mental illness, and this is my justification for it.
Okay, so maybe being trans.
The person that is claiming what they are claiming is actually not true. They actually think they're something that they are not. That's a fact. They are not the thing they claim to be, but they want extreme medical interventions to look like the thing. Tell me if that does not mean it is delusion. And that the fact right now, you don't accept the fact that so many people, so many young people especially in the West, have been deluded by the things. They're mentally ill, a lot of them, and then they're just swayed by these
Albert,
people. You've
I
given
answered
them.
yours, you answer mine. I said that yes,
Okay.
being trans is a mental illness. Do you think that being
Yes.
bipolar is a mental illness?
Yes.
Luckily, that is how my
Bipolar.
dad and my
Yes.
sister were
Bipolar
born.
is mental
So
illness.
unfortunately, they went through life struggling for a long time, a lot longer than they needed to, when luckily there's a medication around that made them some semblance of normal. And sometimes when ladies go through menopause later in life, right, they have to start taking, HRT, because they start having hot flashes and stuff, especially if they go through menopause early. So if being trans is a mental illness, fine. But if we have the surgery and the medicine available to us to help subside that mental illness and cure someone of the current state of quote unquote ailment that you perceive, then lovely. If we're all on the same page, then it's about like getting fair and ethical medical care to everyone
Yes.
involved,
So
right? Just like up for a bipolar patient.
Yes, that's exactly a good point. Now, once we've diagnosed that it's a mental illness, we've known it. It has been called that for years until recently when you guys went crazy and tried to normalize it. The thing is,
and that's the problem is you say you guys, and that's the problem with the right is stop trying to divide us by. I'm a moderate, bro. I'm not like a fucking raging liberal.
Okay, then this is the thing. You interrupted me to bring up the problem with the right. You don't even know me. You don't know if I'm on the right. But
exactly.
No matter.
That's my point. Is don't say, you guys, because we don't know.
I wanted us to engage on the point. Stop bringing in right problem on the right. I want us to engage with the subject matter.
That's exactly what I was saying, Albert. I'm glad we're on the same page, bro.
Yes, and this is the thing I was telling you. The moment that we've had, it was recognized, because if you're going against reality, you're mentally deluded. The next thing was, how do we treat this? What has happened is that the treatments don't work. The treatments have ended up destroying so many people's lives that when those people come out to talk about how badly it has destroyed their lives, the people on the left, especially these trans activists, they go so hard on these people. Oh, you are going against the also. I've seen it, you've seen it. They go hard. I'm sure you played a part in it. These people who regret that I was only 14, I was only 15. Let me finish. I was only 14, I was only 15. I went for two visits to a person and they started giving me puberty blockers. Puberty blockers, by the way, that were used to castrate pedos. That's the music, the medicine that you're using to castrate young children. A lot of these children go up with extreme medical conditions caused by that, and still including infertility, a micropenis if you're a young man. And as a woman, it has destroyed your insides, your fallopian tubes, all these growths everywhere. These are things that have actual medical responses that have destroyed these kids. Everybody in Europe that has half a brain, they've cancelled those so-called gender-affirming care, because they have seen, just in the 10 years where they've really pushed it, the number of people that have been destroyed, because they tell me, it's helping people, until somebody gets their dick cut off, and then they're told for the rest of your life, you have to keep that wound open. And you're sitting here, it's like you guys don't want to really address the actual issue that's happening, because you've turned a lot of these mentally ill people into big pharma lifelong members, into guinea pigs who are being operated upon to turn penises inside out and vaginas into water and glitter. You have no idea, unless you're just being willfully ignorant, of all the destruction that has happened. Because of this thing of calling it gender affirming care, using poison on children. Like, you guys don't even understand it. And you argue the most. You're calling people trans children. Which trans children? Those are mentally ill children who are being indoctrinated and brainwashed by their parents and whoever adults they are with into that lifestyle. Children don't know shit. We know it. You guys decide that, your child at 7 has decided I'm a different gender. We are seeing kids over 5 years old being told I'm a different gender. How is a 5-year-old who thinks they can be Superman and be left to make such life-changing decisions?
Yeah, no,
it's
I put
ridiculous.
down all your points. I'll address them all. I totally agree. And that's so when you interrupted me when I was like, the left is trying to alienate us. The reason that I brought up, what is the right doing? Because You kept using that language throughout your entire little monologue, Albert. I'm not gonna lie. You guys. You would be shocked, including my trans roommate. Important amount of us would be against gender affirming care, whether you believe in that like term of the word or not, for anyone under the age of 18. Most people do not advocate for that for children. That's crazy. You opened with like 14 or 15-year-olds. Hey, I let you finish, right? Completely uninterrupted. So it would be ladylike for you to fucking maybe do the same. 14 or 50 getting puberty blockers. It's crazy. As someone who's pretty apolitical and uneducated in this space relatively, everybody in Europe, so many people have had their lives ruined. I'm just not educated. You have pulled up no stats or like I have no idea what you're talking about. I just don't. So I'm like, it's hard for me to even engage with the conversation when you're just saying like, oh, everybody, like you're making all these huge generalizations and pulling to authority that doesn't exist to me because you haven't presented me any like statistics to. And again, I just kept breaking down the you guys.
You realize the bar, no, the bar you're putting here is fake. Because the first thing is telling you that every point you have to give you a link to the data. This is the kind of general ignorance. No,
somebody's
tell
listening
me
to
it's cutting
disco.
off a 16-year-old.
Can I finish my sentence,
for them
bro?
to keep it open for the eternity.
Hello? Can I finish my
medical care.
sentence? Can you stop
Hold
being
on,
rude?
Albert, you are monologuing, dude.
Like, okay, yeah,
Well,
no,
sorry.
I can't argue with stupid. Like, yeah.
I think she froze it. No.
I'm like, I tried to finish my sentence like 3 times, dude. Like, it's very impolite. Like, it's just have some common etiquette. Like, how old are you, Albert? If I may ask. How
I'm
old are you?
47 years old.
Yeah,
I'm
you are
47
47 years old. Fucking learn some panel etiquette, bro. I know I have not had my best moments.
Okay,
I'm 23.
but
Yeah,
you have
I'm
been
learning.
over-talking
You're
people and
40
they don't
fucking 7
appreciate
years
the
old. Grow the
bullshit.
fuck up
I'm
and shut the
47
fuck
years
up.
old, that's
You're
why I
losing
don't
your
know.
microphone.
You can't take me. You can't
Don't
say
use
me.
your
You're
mouth
fucking
to say
body
that shit.
No, you are indoctrinated stupid girl. That is the problem. Do you want to be abusive? You're an indoctrinated.
To do was sign up for tier 2 'cause you're my Patreon girl and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
All right,
There was a lot of
JB.
language.
Shh. No, it's my turn now. JB sends a big 5 to say gender ideology toolkit, play semantics, play dumb, straw man, go meta, special pleading.
Perfect.
Rude Mudcrab says, DW Duck, we call you a bish. Pre-transition, it's very affirming.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
Chuck in Tennessee says, a woman is like a honeysuckle flower. The best part is inside. Awkward.
Oh, dang.
JB says, when I hear that and my disordered mind chews it up, sounds like ... If I convince you I am a cop, then I am a cop. Kinetic Cal. Let's see. JB says, I'm not an expert. Secular people always use the same copes. Well, I think that's fair. I think openly saying I don't know the stats and data that you're referring to, and I don't know, like, that's basically saying, look, I'm giving you my opinion, but it's not formal, and I don't have any, like formal training on this. Michael Tuglas says, by this logic, we should treat schizophrenics with high dose uppers and hallucinogens. And JB says, when all else fails, be smug, call them crazy, play dumb, good girl.
Somebody pat her on the head.
I don't like the way you said that, Sarah.
Well, just a heads up, we got about 15 minutes left. I think it's fair to say that you're both kind of in the realm of Albert, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with kind of the take and the concept of it, but I don't think that that's what Kel was actually advocating for in a lot of instances. Like I don't think she's on board. Are you on board with child transitioning, Kel?
No, yeah, and that was the point I was trying to
Yeah.
make is most people are way more moderate than you would realize, including the trans people. That's why I grabbed my trans roommate to bring on not like token fucking like that, but to bring on great people to talk to people about it, because a lot of people feel very like alienated based on a lot of stuff they've seen online, I feel like. And sometimes you just have to talk to real people that interact with real people that are fucking like trans and like intersectional and like
I'm from California.
I think go ahead.
I'm from California, Kinetic. Like that stuff is constantly being pushed down kids' throats. You know, like when I was growing up, I was a
I just haven't
tomboy.
seen it around kids at all.
Oh, I have. It's all
What
over.
part of California are you from? I'm like,
I'm from the South Bay.
Yeah, I'm like, not me. I'm like, not here. Maybe I got lucky, but I'm like, I've never seen that shit around kids. I've always seen people it's pretty conservative pockets around all of the schools. It's like, it's pretty like an anomaly.
Are you like in Northern
I live in
California?
Kentucky.
Northern California is a little more conservative.
But regardless, I'm just saying, like when we debate, right? Everyone always says, "Well, what are you talking about? Oh, that sounds like the minority, not the majority." If we're talking about minority, like these, like bigger, like inner cities, like Seattle, fucking LA, all this shit. Of course, like it's different. Like we shouldn't focus on this. We should focus on what's actually happening in the real education system.
That's the majority of the nation in those cities, though. What are you talking about?
Yeah, those cities have a lot of material, a lot of weight.
I live in a metropolitan area too, and that stuff is pushing. I'm in fucking Kentucky, dude.
Yeah, and I think a big point is it seems like you say you're a moderate, and then you're saying you don't notice a lot of the things that people are saying that they notice. I think you've just normalized something that's really left, and you think it's a normal moderate take.
Yeah,
and that's just my observation of how you've talked and how you expressed yourself. And I think it's you can believe what you want to believe, but that's just my observation of how you displayed yourself today.
Yeah. No, you haven't been here that long, babe. I'm like, don't worry. Yeah, it's really not that serious. I'm like, I just feel like, yeah. No, it's a whole other combo for a whole other day.
Like Kinetic, like the stuff that's going on, that wasn't happening in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s. You know that, right?
Again, I'm super down to talk about it on another panel.
Hold on. That we had
actually disagree a lot.
Hold on. We had transvestites, like men that would dress up as women, and we had that role playing, or drag queens too. We had that realm of things. It just didn't get as like, now we have the technology to cut things off and do other sorts and hormonal crap and whatever. And like, I would have been okay with things just being like, oh, that's just a weird person that dresses up as a girl, right? Like, I think we should have just left it at, well, that's just a weird person. I think we should have just left it there. And instead we took it too far, and now we have the like, oh no, you don't have to just dress up as a woman. Now
everybody
can physically become one now.
You are not a tomboy anymore.
I totally use myself as an example.
Those avenues are alive. I don't think most people aren't asking you to like respect their pronouns. But again, I think it's a huge conversation about like
it's a big thing on the internet.
Other people that we should have. Yeah, exactly.
Intersectionality is the problem. Intersectionality actually is the problem, because the ideas that have been espoused in that group of thought, if you like, is what has led to this. Because now, for example, me as a black person, I would be included in that group of minorities that must be necessarily taken care of by the left. So they've added black people, they go LGBTQ, they go this, they go that. So it becomes they herd all of us together to decide what we think and how we should speak about things. And you've seen that with the uniformity of political discourse and the way we engage socially. So the fact that people say it's fringe, it's not fringe. Actually, this is the overwhelming opinion of leftists, no matter their stand.
Internet leftists, like, you got to keep remembering, right? They are the minority, but they're a very vocal minority. We're a very quiet majority, to be honest, and we're starting to get more vocal because we have the access to it through the internet for the most part.
I think it's actually more even. I think it's just people.
You think
it's more? Yeah, I think it's more even. It's more so like how you said there's like the silent majority.
Yeah.
I think a lot of leftists will believe. They might not go as super far extreme.
No,
but
most people are probably moderate or middle of the road. Don't give a shit about a lot of this, and You know.
Oh yeah, I would say
Well,
overall in general.
I think it comes down to how much it's in your face too, on how much
There's also
whether
that,
it
yeah.
bothers you or whether it creates a problem or not, or like how vocal you're going to be about it, right?
Yeah.
If this was something that was very much like in the face of my children, I would be a lot louder about specific things and engaging and vocalizing myself in the places it needs to be vocalized in order to prevent that. You know, and I always look at concepts as for me in my household, this is how we're going to run things, but I'm also not going to go out into the world and demand everybody else run their household the same way too, right? And that's the wonderful thing about living in the wonderful United States of America is you can do that. You can choose to live your life and do your things your way. And that's why I say, like, I may choose specifically to interact and engage with certain people on specific pronouns that they've never demanded of me. But I choose that very, very, very specifically and under very small terms. But I also don't think that we should be expected or demanded to interact and engage accordingly. I can call you a fucktard just as much as I can call you a dude, just as much as I can call you a loser piece of shit, right? I don't have to respect you or your demands of anything. And if you know, and I think that everybody should interact and engage accordingly. Now, if we get into to where we're affirming everything because we're expected to affirm everything, I think that's where we're securing the delusion, right? I think that's what makes the delusion like locked in and say like, see, now you have to call me this, and see, now you have to interact with me like that, and you have to sign this way, you have to do it this way. That's that part, that force, that like legal force. If not, it's like a hate speech and blah 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 blah. That's where it goes too far, because now you're limiting the freedom of one person to accept or deny a delusion. You're taking away the freedom of that person to choose in order to secure the delusion of somebody else who is forcing themselves upon other people. That's where we went wrong, and that's what's not acceptable. If I choose to engage one way, then that's my choice, but forcing it is a whole nother thing. JB says intersectionality reduces individuals to their accidental characteristics, then tries to calculate their social value and entitlements relativistically. It's evil. And I'm going to bring up this super chat from earlier because this one was touching in on the intersectionality as well. And now it's probably in a good place. Where'd it go? There it is. When you take intersectionality to its logical extreme, it spirals into the individual. That's the paradox. Did anybody want to add into that?
It doesn't make sense because intersectionality is about collectivism, so it doesn't make any sense at all.
No,
I would just say, I have something to say. Intersectionality doesn't deny that systems exist. It doesn't deny that ordinary politics exist. Doesn't deny things like household structure that are really familiar to you fine folks. And so, to me, I like great super chat. Obviously, sick stuff, bro. But I'm not done. 1 second. I'm landing my plane.
I know.
I'm landing my plane. So saying that it spirals into the individual is really only saying that suffering and hardship is individually owned, which itself, if you think that's true, that's a decision. If you don't think that's true, that's also a decision. I don't think most people think that, the slave that was the worst beaten, tortured, and raped, didn't have an opinion about what American identity was, right? That's a story that needs to be told. So I disagree. It's a great question, though.
No,
I think it's a really
like
good
this.
question.
So you actually have to examine the individual in order to find out where they fit on the social spectrum. It's a paradox. It's stupidity, actually. But
No, because it puts people in groups.
Well, it just means
puts people in
everything's
groups, so it's not
everything's
individualistic at all.
subjective. It just means that everything's subjective to things that you were, like I was born a white female with blonde hair, right? And that may or may not come with specific privileges, and that leads to my experience in life and down the road. But all of that is subjective to that base core piece of it all, right? And then how I utilize that going forward can also be, can change things around as well.
Well, Sarah, the point of intersectionality is, even though like you can internalize and be like, okay, I can do what I want and make what I want out of these things that I have. That is true, but the whole point of intersectionality, it removes that. It literally says you're this, and this. This is how it cross sections with this other group. So you're in this group because you're in the oppressor class because you have these things, even though you live in bumblefuck nowhere making $2 an hour somewhere. Like you live the hardest life, but because you have these traits, you are lumped in the rich billionaire group because you look like them. That's the whole point of intersectionality. It groups people. It doesn't take into account anyone's individual things. That's why it's not individual at all. It's not a paradox. It groups people together.
It is
based on specific traits.
Hold on. I think the biggest.
You have to look at what the individual is. So you consider
it doesn't make it a paradox if the point is to move it to a whole group.
No, hold on.
Yes.
So the idea here is that individual has certain characteristics, and in order for him to gain power or wealth or any other type of credibility, then you have to examine that, right? And then by doing so, then now you can group them with this other group who can now give you that credibility and power and wealth. And it's stupid. It's a stupid idea, I would say. But yes, it's a paradox because you have to examine the individual in order to classify them.
No, that is a crazy reductionist thing, though. Like, go ahead, Albert. Sorry.
I don't think they go through that process because its main intention, in my view, is to have this group of people, this population of people for economic and political reasons. That's it. I don't think there's any kind of special, research into what these people are in order to make life better for them. It's just about grouping all of us together according to our immutable characteristics, because those things don't describe who we are, what our culture is, what is this. It is just what these woke people have picked: skin color, sexuality, maybe fatness. For just basically, if you feel like you are downtrodden. I don't know how fat people are downtrodden because they already have too much to eat. But they've added all these people into these groups of so-called victims so that they can cash in on them. Most people want to complicate it. It's about intersectionality from its inception in colleges. It's about all this. It's about economic power. It's about trying to force people to think a certain way. I don't have evidence for something.
We're literally talking past each other. That's exactly what I can
clean this all up. We can clean it all up. But the issue is when you're talking about these theories and you talk about all these different things, everybody's always trying to put a prescription on a basic concept. So then you just start talking past each other. Intersectionality at its basic core is everybody has their individual thought. They're individual people. And then everybody else has their individual thought. And then it grows on each other. It's like, can you perceive and understand how somebody else thinks within their intersectionality as their individual? Again, if you can use that, then you can actually understand them and communicate with them. And then it grows into a community where maybe your neighborhood, where those groups of people have a basis of understanding of their identity, their race, their class, their gender, and then you understand those group of people. And then you got a group of people here in this community, you got a group of people in this community, and then you kind of understand each other, how do they function and grow together. And then that just keeps growing outward into the world concept. And the people who understand that and can control all those groups and all those individuals on a basic level are the people who can garnish the biggest amount of power. That's intersectionality, but you guys keep trying to put prescriptions in your own worldview into a basic theory and concept, and it just goes haywire.
And
I was just
Fatigue
describing how it was.
says what these bias in groups tout is that they're the ones suffering because they identify as something. In reality, everyone suffers in life. Everyone. I agree with that.
I got a question. Why is it all of our job to make sure that everybody else isn't fucking suffering to begin with? It's already hard enough for everybody to fit in. Why are we making special dispensations for people whose their entire self-identity is wrapped up with their damn sexuality and their perverseness? I'm sorry. It's survival of the fittest.
I would say, I would say like, but if you take like an example, like let's say a really like a really like a buff dude or a hot chick, who's thinking about doing OnlyFans.
What is a
I would look
what
at
is
that.
a hot chick and a buff dude?
I would look at that really differently. I would look at both of those really differently if I knew that person came from a household of drug addiction and abuse, that they didn't have a great education experience. And so that's why like intersectionality asks questions that are like that.
Yep. And Brick, you're giving me
that is the PR twist of the intersectionality. But what it really is an identitarian movement that is lined, of course, with all the socialist communist nonsense that is designed specifically for political and economic power. It's just about this deception. It's about trying to bring this, because if you put an orphan in front of people and say, this black orphan has suffered or ABCD to this much, and then you put one morbidly obese white man there in this F-150, there is different reactions to that, and that's what they use. They didn't use the buff white guy because it doesn't elicit as much sympathy as the orphan. And that's what they've done. They've bastardized all of us. They made all black people look like victims. All gays look like victims. Everyone has been turned into a victim for the specific reason to be used for political expediency.
It's a
we know
pyramid
all this.
scheme.
I hope people can discuss it. Yeah?
They're martyrs. They're basically martyrs for the lefts.
Just
Yeah,
pushing a
basically
hot dog through a donut.
Like the whole point of intersectionality in its original inception, it does involve with groups because it was specifically coined by a black woman. It was coined originally by a black woman to address the struggles that black women women in the way that their complex injustices were being affected, that other things weren't looking out for, because these social justice movements just didn't work that they were trying to push into the late 60s throughout the 70s, and it was coined finally until 1989, which is what I was saying. It's not about the individual. It's specifically looking because the whole point of it was looking at black women as a monolith. You're a black woman. You're oppressed in this way. Obviously, you live in America. Duh. So we're going to look at all of these things that affect black women and then understand and isolate what the main problem is that we need to target specifically to address these issues. So it naturally puts black women in a full monolith of having these things. It's never about the individual. It is always about grouping people up with their different characteristics. It doesn't matter if it's immutable or not. It can be you make too much goddamn money. That can change in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? It's not given to you by God or anything. So
I think we forgot about black women, though. I think we forgot about black women. I think we forgot that black women as a group were, like, not to be hyperbolic, but they were one of the most oppressed groups, and that oppression meant something serious for a long time. And so I think it's...
They never let us forget. It's fine.
Hold on. I thought black women worked in NASA.
Hold on.
They weren't. Honestly, he's correct. No, he's dead ass
He
correct.
invented NASA, yes.
Damn it! I was trying to highball my way out of here. JB Peltier says individual
That's the one
cannot
I
be
wanted to talk to.
meaningful, broken down into its constituent elements. Think Gestalt.
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 I think it's Gestalt. I could be wrong.
I was trying to find an exit. So
No
I
rest for the white woman.
I put a goal up.
No sleep.
And I expected it to not be.
You're so oppressed right now.
I know, because you guys are just
Wake the fuck up, Sarah. Drink something.
Victim. I'm such a no. I'm gonna go get a bowl of cereal.
Drink something. Go to the store. Get some sleeper, some trucker pills. Let's get you some trucker pills. You could be like
Caffeine pills.
Caffeine trucker pills.
Fair enough.
It's good. You can go to a gas
shout
station,
out,
get some boner pills. They might work.
shout out to
don't know.
oh my god. Shout
I
out
don't know.
to
They might.
Eclipse. Everyone, you owe tomatoes in the chat right now. Nothing but tomatoes and big thank yous. And the big win goes out to Eclipse again for saving you all
W Eclipse.
and giving you all more free content so you little paupers can feed off of Eclipse. Eclipse's hard-earned dollars.
Welfare recipients, I swear.
And I've got I'm gonna let Demon Slayer come up in my spot. I'm gonna go get a bowl of cereal, so I will allow you guys the
And
space.
a cigarette.
Now listen, Linda. Brick is in charge of commanding the panel. Use your big boy voice, Brick, to keep them one at a time. I'm not going to be on screen. I'm going to let you guys hear for a few moments while I eat my big bowl of cereal without making all of you hungry. All right, behave. Kicks.
Let her get out of here for a second.
That's cool.
So, hey, Mike,
Trippy, go.
Oh, I was gonna say, Brick. Now that Sarah's away taking a poop, obviously, because we know that's really what she's doing.
Wait, girls don't poop.
Don't
What are you
tell them
talking
my
about?
secret.
I'll be pooping, bro.
Men shit, girls poop. Okay. I don't know.
Oh,
Well, I was gonna say,
who left?
I don't know.
Oh wait, it was Mr. Braxton, I guess, left.
Oh yeah. He said he was leaving.
All right. Well, I'm going off cam, but Brick, still stay in charge while I'm eating my cereal.
Yes.
We were talking about the whole these guys were talking about it. I didn't get to say much, but when they were talking about like children transitioning and shit, it's not that kids think that they're another gender. It's because most of the time, or at least we notice it online, a lot of parents, a lot of female parents, and in most cases, want their kid to be a girl, wanted to have a girl.
Yeah, and the same goes with men, right? And so, but my issue with the whole thing, and I don't know if you guys saw it earlier, I was getting very upset. But my issue with it is that it's children, and any sexualization for me for children is just like out of the door. I don't even want to, like, we're not going to have that conversation. The parents can have that conversation, and that's the way that I view it.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. And
If
we see it on
I may add, I've found it very odd that especially when they make arguments for the kind of literature they're introducing to young children, and because I've seen those books, there's absolutely no way that shit would have been accepted anywhere else except in leftist-leaning institutions, because that stuff is straight up pornography. There is no way that teacher should be allowed in any shape or form to teach my child that. That's my job.
So with
there's no discussion, there's no this, or that we want to keep my child's mental illness from me because what you've seen that legislatively. That's why they keep on saying it's free legislatively.
With that, now what I've seen, and this, so I'm 40 years old, and I've seen it in my time, and I can imagine how bad it is. You got 7 years on me with this education system that we have. I know that you've probably seen it in our time that it's gotten worse and worse and worse. Where not only are the kids now not learning what the basic curriculum is, but they're actually being taught certain things that go along with this ideology and all of that. But then it actually starts before that, because in our generation, I feel like it didn't just start in our generation, but it was actually prior. I believe it actually started mostly with the 70s, the sexual revolution, right? And so moving beyond that, now we're on a new generation here, a whole new generation of little ones, and now things have been moving into the schools. And so when we had it on the college level, like, people are going to be doing the things that they do at college. I don't have a problem with that. They're over 18. They can do whatever they want. They're 18, and keep it in the bedroom if you can. I don't want to see it in the public space. But then also we have what's called limited public forums. There's traditional public forums, which is basically the sidewalk. When you take things that you would do normally on the public sidewalk into a limited public forum, i.e. the courtroom or the school, that's when things, you can't do certain things in those spaces. And then it's being pushed that these ideas have to be affirmed, which is compelled speech. It becomes compelled speech, which is actually the Fifth Amendment violation, as it is. And then also it's a First Amendment violation because you have the right to be able to say what you want to say and publish what you want to publish within reason. There's limitations even on that. So with the education system, not only are the things being taught and not taught now, but it was actually prior to that it was pushed and unknowingly. That's what I believe.
I have some issues with what you said. I have some issues.
Good, Demon Slayer, please.
Put your boots
So,
away.
like, by the way, good afternoon to everybody else. Just like to say good afternoon.
Somebody had some. Go ahead.
I'd like to say good afternoon to everybody else on the panel. I just have some issues with what you just said. Like, there's a lot of colleges nowadays, whether they're HBCUs or not, they're asking for like Black-only graduations and Black-only dorms. What do you think about that?
Segregation.
Segregation.
That's the natural.
Essentially,
that's the natural process from
Go ahead,
once
Albert.
you have segregated people into their little groups. What happens next? They need their own dorms. They need their own little graduation. They need their own safe spaces. You've seen this happen. This is not actually like a hypothetical. We've seen it happen. I actually remember a video from 2-3 years ago where there was this white kid sitting in a library resource center place. Then there are these 2-3 black girls came along telling them they should leave because it's their safe space as people of color. Gratefully, those girls were reprimanded and they were told to fuck off.
Albert, that actually happened at the college my wife graduated from. I live in Arizona.
How do you feel about that?
You can't have a white-only graduation, by the way. You can't have a white-only graduation because you are the enemy and you are the power and you are the one who took over everything. And as a black person, especially when I hear woke people talk like this, well, a lot of my friends are actually white. I have a lot of black friends. I have Chinese friends. And I've never lived up where I'm being told that I must hate people because of the color of their skin. In fact, it was the opposite. But now the people who are calling themselves woke and new and progressive have taken it back so that Albert can't see himself through anything fast except his skin color. My sunscreen, my natural
Do you guys have
sunscreen.
any
is what I
concept of
have
how
to
much of a
between myself.
caricature every day you guys engage in?
Yeah.
Like constantly just caricature after caricature after caricature. It's obvious you guys are never around anyone on the left.
Did you
like
ask
it's
me a
fucking
question,
obvious. It's
Albert?
beyond obvious.
No. Listen, and this is the problem because the thing is, I was actually a very woke leftist.
So glad you chimed in.
I was actually a very woke leftist. Stop telling me about how we are bringing up caricatures and we live with them.
How the hell would you?
I was a leftist and I got to a point where it was actually.
Can I interrupt you just for a sec? Animated effigy. I know you wanted to say something right there. Go right ahead, please.
Oh, I thought everybody heard me.
No, well, I mean, did you want to?
It's crazy that every time I hear you guys talking, you're like the left this, left that. Almost everything you guys are saying, there's totally an example we can point to. Absolutely. But it's a fucking caricature. It's a minor thing. It's not. There are like 80 million people on the left. There are 80 million people on the right. Do you guys honestly think that most of those people are represented by the caricatures of the right or left?
Well, that's why I wanted.
May I ask you a question on this?
Who don't give a shit about politics.
I actually wanted you to speak on this a little bit, effigy, because ultimately, I'm one who I believe that there's a left-right paradigm that people are really not understanding, that there's people on the left that don't agree with everything the extreme left happens, that it's the same thing with the right, that there's people on the right that don't agree, with everything in the right. So I want you to maybe you could speak on that. Like, why is it that you're saying, hey, look, these things that you're saying, I don't agree with, and I still remain on the left?
Well, yeah, just some of the examples that were brought up, like the segregating colleges. Like, yeah, that did happen in one place, but it's not happening everywhere. And they were in
multiple places.
Yelled at when it happened. It's not happening everywhere. It's just not. And the fact that you guys
that's not true.
There's like that you believe that.
That's not true at all, dude.
Hey, I got up and used the bathroom. Can you guys rewind the stream like 5 minutes and then start back over?
For you to say that's at one college or one university is completely false. That's wrong.
He didn't have any bottles available.
That example that you're saying happened like a couple years ago, didn't it?
No, that happened last year, 2024 graduation. Okay.
Yeah, that did happen last year.
Yes. Okay, in multiple fucking universities and colleges, not just one.
Yes. Yes. And the thing is, sometimes there is a certain fallacy, especially when people are trying to justify something like this, where you say, oh, just a few people. But what we do understand that a few people could hold an ideology that has captured an entire movement, no?
I'm just going to say something, and I don't want anybody to be exactly offended by what I
Democrats. No, ask all Democrats politicians to describe what a woman is, and then tell me that a fringe ideology does not capture the majority. Ask all your politicians.
No offense to you, Albert. No offense to you, Albert. I have no offense to you, Albert, but maybe we shouldn't be taking advice from people that never built an advanced culture on our culture.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
That's fine, but this is the thing. You didn't build that. Your ancestors, your great ancestors did. What you are doing right now is eating up their past and acting arrogant instead of making a proper argument. If what I'm saying is wrong, tell me what is, not try to dismiss me. It's a very woke tactic. Oh, that's a racist. So that you don't have to listen to that person. You just come, oh, we shouldn't listen to someone. You don't know what I have done. In this
I don't claim him. Well, you see, that's the problem. When you say that's a leftist tactic, I don't claim that. I don't claim that.
I do know what you haven't done.
That's backward. That's backward, and you know it. If you are going to listen to what you haven't done, and then comment where we shouldn't listen to, you've been taken over by people who can't even describe a woman. You have nothing to be arrogant about. Your culture was taken over by a bunch of people who made it okay to mass murder your unborn. Shut the fuck up, man.
Also, yes, too.
I like you, Albert. Get him, honey. Get him.
I think you might be able to describe a woman.
No, that's the thing.
Lately,
this guy is telling me that he shouldn't listen to this because Africa has not done anything great, whatever. But I'm asking you, in your country where you have everything, why do you have so many people that don't understand basic biology with your greatness? Why do you have so many people who think that my skin color decides how I think?
Yeah, exactly, dude. They're like, you go up to him, Albert.
There are demons there, but you're an ignorant person.
If you allow me to speak for a second, I can describe a lot.
African elder, dude. It's African elder, dude.
I'm gonna let you go, Demon. I want to hear Trippy.
I was gonna say, Albert, you walk up to him and you say, "What is a woman?" and all you hear is.
Go ahead, Demon Slayer. Okay, guys.
Yeah, go ahead,
Demon Slayer, please.
No, if you feel, if you want, if you think, if you
have nothing.
Hold on, Albert. Let's hear
I have
Demon.
nothing against Albert and his personal plight in this country, but I'll be hesitant if I take advice on culture from a person who's never built an advanced society.
At least he has morals. What are you going on about?
Wait, we don't have morals?
Hold on,
what does that mean?
I don't know anything about you, but you're being insulting.
Oh, because this is the issue. Because I attacked their culture, therefore I have.
Hold on.
Yes, listen to the guys.
What have you done, Demon Slayer? You are that individual. What have you done? No, let me deal with this guy. What have you done, Demon Slayer, as an individual, to think that you have the arrogance to talk to me like you know some shit? Tell me what you've done. You don't try and go jumping on your grandfather's greatness. I want you to tell me what you've done. The same way black people were talking about, oh, my great grandfather was a slave, so I must am now. Tell me what you've done now to be able to tell me why all the manufacturing is with Mexicans and the Chinese. You great man, you tell me. Tell me what you've done that's great right now. And I sit there like a bum.
Are you done?
I'm done. Yes.
I love how everything you guys complained about leftists just got washed away by your own hand. Lovely. fucking chef.
Yeah, because the guy came with this woke nonsense that I can't take
Well, I mean,
advice
the guy just
because
said something kind of
it's the
stupid.
same way people say you're a racist, I can't listen to you. You're a misogynist, I can't listen to you. You go on the other side because something is wrong in your society, and you think me pointing out means that I'm excusing ours? Ours is bullshit too, but yours is bullshit too. You've lost the #1 spot as the manufacturers of the world. What are you
We're
posturing
slowly
about?
getting it back. We got this.
He literally
Yes,
said,
because you got Trump the liberal to do something about it.
We're getting it back. I got a question for the panelists, right? Like everybody, does anybody else like look at conspiracy extremist and think he kind of looks like Wolverine and Sabretooth at the same time somehow? Oh, like what the fuck? How does he do that?
A little bit, yeah. He actually, holy shit, he does look like Sabretooth.
There's
He looks
an
like
actor, but I can't think of the dude's name that he looks like.
That's pretty awesome you said that.
No, nice. I'm glad you like it.
Well, because never mind. I don't want to plug anything that I'm doing.
Vapor looks like somebody too, but I just can't place it. A comedian, like an actor, I think, but I'm having trouble mentally remembering who.
So
I
I'm
wanna
having
say
an
he was on, like,
internal
Nickelodeon or
struggle.
something.
Is that what you're saying?
What?
Inside of you, there are two wolves.
Oh, you're talking to Albert.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's so funny. I'm doing a promotion. I don't want to promote anything, but it has to do with Wolverine and Deadpool. So it's so funny that you pointed that out. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's over there like, I am Sabretooth.
This is the perfect panel for it. Do not go woke as much as you want to. This identity crisis, you will get through it.
My identity crisis is that, well, I identify as a human, but obviously I'm a clown.
Valid.
I identify as a meat popsicle.
Me too. I identify as a clown from Detroit.
Tomato's back, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
She's still got her kicks.
I identify as an American.
I identify as king of everything, so
Not actually. She
Hey, you're
could be
on
eating a big bowl of salt for all I know, or sugar, or.
I can't believe Sarah out of her age saying she's eating a bowl of cakes. That's crazy, dude.
A big bowl of salt.
Yeah.
The only
So like
thing
when Sarah says something salty, you know she's telling the truth. You'd be like, I eat a big bowl of salt
Wolverine
for
or whatever.
breakfast.
The only thing I just want to ask Kinetic a question at some point. That's all.
Go ahead. We're on the edge of our seats here, bro.
Yeah, his mic. This is Mike. His Mike said, "Stop sipping, dude."
Well, I was just curious because you said something about when I was watching the show, they were talking about like trans people. And you said like you don't think they exist. Can you clarify what that means to you? Is that funny?
Yes, it is.
Funny.
Has a trans roommate.
Yeah, dude, I've been out here fucking sticking my neck out for trans people. I do think
my
trans people
sister's
exist.
trans. So can you?
My roommate's trans. You're barking up the wrong tree. You're barking up the wrong tree, bro. Literally, I was saying to him because
you're confused.
I was clarifying to Albert because Albert was saying that it's a mental illness. I conceded to move the conversation along that, okay, if it is a mental illness and we have medication for bipolar people and we can treat trans people in the same way we can treat other mentally quote ill people. I was saying they do exist, so you're saying like they, and he was saying like I am saying they do exist. They have since the dawn of time, but they're only like mentally ill people. I was trying to push back on that, couldn't. So you're barking up the wrong tree, buddy. On God, bro.
On God. Well, I'm a Christian and I'm speaking on God. So
on God.
Good for you, bro.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm fucking here, but like I'm fucking in here every time the conversation gets transphobic. I hop in.
Can't stop talking for 1 minute.
There's nothing like transphobic.
All right. You also other woman. I have a question. When you say trans people don't exist, what are you implying?
Oh, you retarded, bro? Did you not hear anything I said? Like /whoosh.
Are you retarded? I'm asking you a question.
I gave you an answer
She
already,
said
bro.
that
You
she was
didn't
claiming
listen.
it because the other guy was
Shut up,
saying
fucking
it.
Guy that doesn't even show his face. Shut the fuck up. I'm asking this dumb bitch. What? Tell me what you mean by when you say.
You know what? Okay. Never mind. I'm gonna say nothing.
Hold on.
Wait,
Stop. 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 Listen. I allow a lot of shit talking, but I do not allow just blatant disrespect to the ladies of the panel. We
All
don't
right,
get
my apologies.
ladies here. We don't get ladies here often, and we're often minimalized to have very few speaking points because there's usually 9 of you and 1 of me. Okay, so I will demand that you will be respectful in what you say. Now, you can be an asshole, but you're not going to call her names.
Fair enough. I apologize.
Bro,
She didn't even call me names. So I
Conspiracy
think
extremist.
So-
May I ask your political affiliation? Conspiracy extremist.
Like
Center
can you be more
left.
specific.
Like, are you center left? Are you lefty?
I'm to the right
Medium
of Nick Fuentes.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say you're one of those lefties that push people away, but you're just one of those people that push people away. Because bro, I'm on your side. I've been here like advocating that trans people have the right to exist. I don't think it's just a mental illness. I can like what do you actually you're either like drunk or just like purposely obtuse or just not paying attention to the conversation and need someone to be mad at. Which I get it. Because I've been all 3 of those things. I've been a drunk, purposely obtuse, and just fucking need someone to be angry at. However,
Can I clarify?
So you need somebody explain biology.
I'm gonna need you to reform your argument. You've had 2 strikes. This is your last chance, bro. And then the court of public opinion can have your
Women
ass.
don't get to tell me what to do, but in respect, I will try to re-articulate what my thought process.
We all understood you for the
Because
record,
you
but I just think you're
accuse people-
stupid. But I'm just hoping you can prove me wrong.
Can I actually say what I was going to say? So the reason I asked you is because you kept saying to people on this panel, what, you don't think trans people exist? You don't think trans people exist? You don't think that's not a so I don't understand what you're saying when you say that. What do you mean by when you accuse people of not believing that trans people exist? Of course they do.
Right, because when he says that it's only like a mental illness, so I conceded to move the argument along because I'm like, it's just like a difference of perspective. But so when people say that like, no, people don't exist in trans bodies, they have a mental disability, I disagree
It's not a
with that.
difference of perspective.
Well, I disagree with that
it's just a
fundamental premise. I'm like, guys, I'll let you finish, right? So I just disagree with the fundamental premise of it. So I'm like, I was just trying to clarify. So I conceded that I'm like, okay, so yeah, we can agree because he was saying, well, no, I conceded on that point in the conversation.
Can I ask you a question?
I've been saying that they've existed since the dawn of time.
Let me follow up real quick,
Well,
Dina,
guys,
and then I'll let you go.
Yeah, but so he said I conceded that they existed since the dawn of time. Right.
So,
and so I was like, okay, so if I can see that it's a mental illness, then we find middle ground. And so it feels like you guys are just.
Can I ask you a simple question?
Let extremists go. Onto it real quick, and then you can go. So, my rebuttal to that is that when we're criticizing transgenderism or whatever the shit is, we're not talking about trans people. We're talking about transgenderism. That doesn't exist. People are not trans. People are born boy or girl, man or woman. That's all it is. We're not saying the actual, and because I get this from my fucking sister all the time. She's like, "Oh, you don't think I don't exist?" Yeah, I'm looking at you right now. I'm not saying you don't exist. We're talking about biology. All right, go ahead, Demon.
Do you know why? Do you know why they keep
it's
saying?
Just a simple
that?
question.
It's
It's just a simple question for her.
Albert, let Demon go.
It's a very simple question. Is a man homosexual if he has sex with a trans man? Or
yes.
A biological man that claims to be a woman?
Yeah, of course they do.
No, I'm asking her. I'm asking her.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, hold on, because I want to make sure we define that correctly. Sodomy.
This is only
what happens when they implant the fake hole? Is it still that?
Well, that's what I want to get. That's what I'm trying to get at with her, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, luckily
they don't
Element
exist
did
in
answer
nature.
the question first and foremost. So I'm like, so yeah, when you say transgenderism doesn't exist, that's why I was trying to clarify exactly what Albert meant. Because when he's like, well, it's a mental illness, I'm like, so I'm trying to find middle ground so we can move the convo along. But when you say transgenderism doesn't exist, I'm like, well, we disagree
There's
on the
no middle ground with having sex with a man. Okay?
Right.
There's no middle ground.
Right. So if I may finish, like I let all of you finish, not very polite. But so I don't agree on the fundamental premise that transgenderism doesn't exist. So I'm like, there's no point in us having a conversation if we don't agree on fundamental definitions, right? So that's why I was trying to clarify with Albert, right? Like I would never engage in like a debate with you guys because I'm like, if we don't live in the same reality, it's not ever going to be productive. We're going to just circle loop, right? It's
There's not multiple realities. There's only one reality.
Yes.
Right. Right. I think mine is,
the thing is,
and I think I'm planted in it, and you guys think you're planted in it. So I'm like,
I object to your reality and substitute my own.
Kinetic. Don't you think there is objective reality?
So I'm glad we clarified. So that's why I said, when you say transgender people don't exist, and you're like, well, you're here throwing that around. I'm not trying to weaponize that. I'm just trying to clarify. Do we? When you say transgenderism doesn't exist,
You're playing in a dream world. You're playing in a fantasy world where we live in reality. Okay, I think that's the issue. Okay, just because somebody says there's something doesn't mean they're that thing. Okay,
she froze.
If I have sex with a man, I'm gay. Okay, end of story.
Even if it's only one time.
Hey, it's just a bonus.
That's the
bonus area to
$20 is $20.
$20 could be $20, but that's a little bit more.
I feel like I'm stuck in the 80s sitcom right now. Kinetic. You remind me of Punky Brewster, dude. I'm digging it.
Strawberry shortcake, Punky Brewster ass looking
digging
ass.
it.
No, I'm just kidding.
Ah, damn.
Hey, Soleil Moon Frye was cute back
Said
in the
kidding,
day.
so it's okay.
Soleil Moon Frye.
That was the actress, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Soleil Moon Frye. I haven't heard that name in a while.
I know, a million years, right?
But don't you guys think that splitting hairs, especially on facts of biology, is actually a dangerous precedent? Because what it has created here, because the question the gentle Demon Slayer asked earlier, if you sleep with a man, you're gay. That's just the way it is. But they've created
Why are you gay?
And then you split it, and then you say, actually, this person is a woman, and if you sleep with, they're a man, but they're a woman now, and if you sleep with them, actually, it's just about it's natural. Like if they look like a woman, if they wear makeup and they confuse you, and they're a woman. So all these kind of how do you say splitting hairs is specific and it's intentional. No.
There's a lot of hairs involved in there, and I don't want to be splitting any.
What is wrong with what he's saying?
Fucking dress.
Riveting stuff.
He's not agreeing with that. How do you not getting what he was saying? He was condemning it. This is insane. Are you all drunk?
Right. I come onto these panels sober, which I'm starting to think might be a mistake.
I think there's something lost in translation. Okay, I'm not understanding.
I understood it.
I think we should all be getting high right now.
I'm gonna get high right
now.
I'm gonna go off cam and I'm gonna get high.
Pass that shit, bro. Pass that shit. These people making me
very funny question.
Stressed
so do people
out.
with ADHD don't exist because it's a mental
I
illness?
through the whole thing, so I'm definitely.
I understand what he's saying.
All right, Trippy, can you translate?
People are not born as transgender. It's not a literal different gender from the rest of the genders because there's only two. I think that's where you're going, right? It's pretty easy. It's pretty simple.
We're not talking about hermaphrodites either. Like,
are able to put it into words as to how they feel.
By the way,
they don't start off that way.
So, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's all you're really saying, right?
Isn't cis and trans from like
pretty much
chemistry or something? Like
I heard that cis and trans was from trans fats and cis
By the
fats.
way, you guys remember
This is a chemistry term
now.
talking about
chemicals
that stay in the same
It
state.
was from the Furby.
Remember
It's not biology.
Flush it.
I'm sorry. I think I started
No,
it.
cis is a term used for chemicals that stay in the same state in a reaction.
I'll go stand in the corner.
And trans would be like if it's changing to a different state.
No, trans just comes from just the prefix of just movement, like in transit and stuff like that. That's what that means.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not really a chemistry term. Cis is though, but trans is just taking the prefix and then using
like
it
original state and then changing state with changing state.
That's how it's used. Yeah, it just means.
But how can you change what? Gender or sex
I have a funny story to tell you guys.
I failed physics and I'm not going to pass it now.
I got a funny story to tell you guys about how one of my high school friends got sissy bimbofied by the tranny virus. So
biologically,
holy snaky.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, no, it's actually
you don't
real.
get an extra chromosome through the middle of life. It just doesn't happen. I've
never
heard of it happening in my entire life.
My whole thing is that like most of this transgender stuff like even the transgenderism itself isn't really mental illness. Now, the people who do it because they have an autogynephilic fetish, this is real, by the way.
That is way more common.
I have seen it since 2013. Ever since I've got out of high school, I've been sitting and watching this shit. I've seen people get sissified on Tumblr and everything like that.
Can I comment real quick?
I think you can be brainwashed into transgenderism.
Oh, yeah, they'll take people who are autistic and say, "Oh, you're a little different. It's because you think you're a girl, dude." That's might be.
Can I comment real quick?
Shall I elaborate?
I think
actually, guys,
I think it's a kink. I think it's a kink with people that. I think it's a kink. I think dudes that wear like women's clothes, they feel kinky and sexy, and I think it's a fucking kink.
Let me
and
add
I think they get off on wearing women's clothes. They're not exactly. I don't think they're exactly homosexual. I think they just like they're kinky as fuck, and they like wearing.
I'm not going to blanket
women's
term it,
clothes.
but I think you are correct at some. But Nova, what were you going to say? She was going to elaborate on something.
I featured on one of my episodes, which I'm actually going to do a whole episode on it, which the information and the medical study on the boards from coming out of the AU in Britain is that it's a kink. It's dudes who get sexually aroused by wearing women's clothes, and that it's a kink. And then they're taking it further, and they're pushing people towards getting hormones, and they're pushing them through the system. And most of them aren't ready. Some of them have been sexually abused. That those issues are not being addressed. And so they just carte blanche title everybody under the same guise and push them through the medical system because it's nothing but money.
I think she's right.
Other mental disorders too, because like the thing is like when you get somebody who's like autistic, or does they feel ostracized, or maybe they're like a little tomboyish or stuff like that.
I was a tomboy.
Vapor, there's been
what happened to all the tomboys?
Okay, I think Sarah.
Oh my god, I was the biggest. I had my hair so short once. We were at church, and I'll never forget it because I used to wear like baggy jeans and like I looked like a boy. And
what happened to all the tomboys?
I'll never forget standing there with my two brothers. God damn it!
We're listening.
It's so fucking rude. But anyways, I remember standing there with my two brothers and my dad, and the lady like looked at my dad and she's like, "Wow, you have such, three beautiful boys." And of course me and my brothers start giggling, and he points at me, he's like, "That one's a girl." Like he was embarrassed.
Yeah.
But like I was such a tomboy. I was so into sports and all these things, but then I was still a ballerina at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, but it doesn't, like
I played football.
Like it doesn't
Sarah,
mean
you
I
have a
wanted
civil rights case.
my fucking God. You know what? Let me just walk away. You guys can just have the whole show. You know what? Let me know how much money I make.
Sorry, Sarah. Give yourself the platform.
No. Like I have one fucking rule. It's so simple. And again, I don't bother you guys. I don't intervene. I let you guys all come in here and just talk and talk and talk and talk. But holy fucking shit. You guys are rude. Y'all need to go back to panel school. I'll tell you what. And Albert, you need to get earbuds because your phone dilutes everybody else's voices to you, so you don't hear anybody else. So because that happens, you're talking and talking and talking, not realizing other people are talking. I would highly recommend getting that. All right, back to you guys, because whatever I have to say doesn't fucking matter anyways.
Oh, come on, Sarah.
You were talking about
tell us what you got
talking about those tight uniforms, those football helmets, things that you were wearing. Tell us, please.
I appreciate you. I want to hear your story.
That was it. You already fucking missed it. You're too busy yip yapping.
Well, I'll add to it. When I was growing up, I was exceptionally overtly creative. I was destined to be an actor. However, things changed, but I was constantly being everything from a clown to football to shut up over there to everything you could name of. Okay, and then I wrote stories and stuff like that. I had plays made at school from all of that shit. I've won contests and stuff like that. But eventually I grew out of playing football with the boys, Eventually I grew out of that. But if I had been growing up at that time, now they would have tried to take me and turn me into one.
Hey, can I
And
ask
that's
you what
the scary
position you
part.
played when you were playing football?
Receiver.
No,
I give you something to receive. Yeah.
Wide
You guys were all spitting it.
receiver or tight end?
Wide. Shut up now. Don't be like that. Not like that. Thank you.
You know, I can add something stupid to this. When I was a tiny little clown, I had
I have a
very,
hell- I have
very,
a hell of a-
very long eyelashes.
I have a hell of a right arm.
Stop
And
trying to be fucking
when I was a little
Christian,
dude,
like,
little baby, basically,
I will watch that game for sure.
people would come up to my mom and go, "What a cute little girl," because of my long eyelashes. And that happened to be from the time I was a baby all the way until I was like 11, 12, 13, somewhere in there. And it never once made me go, "Hey, maybe I'm really a girl." So I don't get where the rest of it's coming from, other than that. Well, the possibility that it may have something to do with like overly handed out medication, like that may have something to do with it. But I don't know. Maybe causation ain't correlation. Maybe correlation ain't causation.
Maybe
But
it's too much
it is kind of interesting to me that so many people I knew were on Ritalin back when I was a little guy. I was personally on Ritalin.
Has anybody here heard about that twin study where they like raised one kid as a female and
No, the John Money experiment.
yeah? Does anybody want to educate the panel on that study?
I don't want to get it. That shit is
where they
disgusting,
took
dude.
one
I don't
twin
even
and they
get
It's
that.
fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible
Yeah.
shit, dude.
This may not be the place. I'm not really sure about the details.
What was John Money?
Okay, well, I'll tell you the details. I'll tell you the
That's crazy.
So they took two twin kids. They took two twin kids from birth, and they raised one as female and they raised one as male. And they got about to like. I think they got about to.
Hold on. Let's. This is the Ramir case.
Yeah, it's a real study. It actually happened in real life.
Let me clarify. An 8-month-old Canadian boy named Bruce underwent a botched circumcision that severely damaged his penis. His parents sought help from Money, who specialized in gender and sex reassignment. Is that the one you're speaking to?
Is that the one?
Yes,
I don't want to be wrong.
Sounds about right. Yes.
Yeah.
That sounds about right to me.
So this doesn't sound like this was a twin. It sounds like he had.
You just got community noted on Twitter type shit.
Okay, well, no, I don't. In that case, I don't think that's the one. This case was like, I think this was done in the 1930s. This was done in the 1930s, and it was done with two twin boys. One was raised as a female, and one was raised as a male.
Yeah.
One ended up committing suicide, and it was the female one.
God,
Not the word you use on YouTube, sir.
I fucked up. I'm sorry, Sarah. I fucked up, Sarah. I'm sorry. Fucked up.
We should change. We should come up with a whole new term that definitely doesn't sound like anything. We should just call it Ninja Turtled.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Slide. That sounds close enough.
It's close enough, but it might be too close. I don't want to.
I apologize, Sarah. I forgot about the TOS. I totally forgot.
The story you told Sarah was absolutely correct. That was essentially the end of the story. So,
yeah, it was the John Money experiment that he got confused with a different one. But that one he was referring to towards it. That is the John Money study, and both of them met an untimely end.
Yes, and it's the most horrible story you've ever heard of. Because they documented every little bit. They documented the whole thing.
They were basically.
I mean, due to that study, he was one of the big proponents to push transgenderism.
Yeah. Just what is happening now, like the parents went to John Money and he scared them into allowing him to do experiments.
Sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry.
It's almost the exact thing happening right now.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I saw your shirt. I just thought,
You know, you just tailor your language.
Yeah,
But
church make me a little thirsty. Get me back to my roots.
That's an interesting story. I've never heard that one before. That's different.
Timo Adonis Paul is like, I've never heard.
Well, what I'm saying is, it basically tells you everything you need to know about human physiology.
How do you know Adonis Paul? That's my homie, man. I've known that guy for like 9 years.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, dude.
Well,
that horse is gonna.
This is the big
Quick
thing
question.
too. So
What's your channel's name?
School of Thought. I had to answer for her because she's a female.
I didn't
you know,
hear. I'm
and
sorry.
They're
It's
not allowed to talk.
It's a play on words. Huh?
What's
Just
your
below her
channel?
name.
I heard you were saying something interesting earlier. You said you're going to have a video about it.
Yeah, I'm putting together a stream on it about all the medical findings on it. Actually, yes.
Well,
I
what's
will
your
put her
channel?
name in the back.
It's
I'll put it
called
in the back for you.
School of Thought. THOT.
What it says underneath her name.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll also put it in the chat for anybody who's interested. Yay!
Thank you.
I'll sub.
Thank you. If you guys have a stream, let me know.
Actually,
and
I'm kind of
I'll sub.
interested in those studies as well.
Yeah, we all got to start networking. I want to bring back my damn game show, and I want to interview people and stuff. I want to bring everything back. And
Thank you, Uncle Guys.
and Kinetic's not allowed to be on my show, okay? Until she figures out that millimeter to inch thing. Because she said she got hit by a car and she dropped down to 5'7" when she was 5'8", and I think she just needs just like a ruler. I think she needs a
About
ruler.
a few millimeters off. Sure.
Darn, rulers are hard to come by these days.
I mean, you're a woman. You should know inches like the back of your hand.
Oh my gosh.
She probably does.
I don't know. I'll keep my eyes out. I hear they're few and far between. Tariffs, etc. Won't be. Don't hold your
Tariffs are
breath.
not inches.
Tariffs?
I'm sorry that you think that tariffs are inches.
Both of the twins died by unaliving themselves, and in fact, the male that wasn't affected by any of this, the male twin, unalived himself 2 years prior to the one who was changed.
You got it, Sarah.
He was forced to do some very unspeakable things to his brother, and he couldn't actually live with it.
The more you look at that stuff, the more you look at that,
they were forced to do things with each other. So that was why.
What?
You gifted ships. Thank you.
I don't see anything here that says that.
Hope not.
It just says that Brenda.
Signals now.
It just says that Brenda, the boy that was switched over, was forced to come in for appointments and was like kind of force fed gender. Gender. Yeah. What's the word? Gender. Where'd it go?
GAC.
Gender behavior conformed. Sessions were to manipulate and force the child to conform to gendered behaviors while observing.
so fucking evil. That's so fucking evil.
That's horrible.
So maybe Brenda and the twin brother. So while observing the differences in behavior between Brenda and her twin brother. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was brought in.
When they leave that out, but it's other behaviors that men and women also would do together that kids shouldn't be doing that happen.
That's so horrible.
There's a whole documentary that actually has one of the twins. Before.
Now, why the hell would they like throw in all of these additional weird shit? Like, you know what I mean?
There's a documentary out there. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Before the older twin. Not the older one, but the twin, but the older. I think it was the older brother that was the male, or that was turned female during the experiments. I think he was able to give some testimony and stuff, and and then like it ends with saying that he lied himself.
So, what lesson did we learn here, ladies and gentlemen?
Brenda had a
social engineering is real.
Don't
all in your head.
Yep.
They're forcing you. They're sissifying you.
Maybe don't do fucked up experiments to kids. Let's start there.
No, it's you're a victim. You're a victim of your environment. That's the moral of the story. Don't be a victim of your environment.
Well, I'm glad you brought victim up too, by the way. I wanted to touch on this. So, there are real victims out there. And when we talk about this stuff, about the woke culture and that sort of thing, it creates fake victims and it does no justice to real victims. And this is one of my biggest problems with this woke culture, because there are real victims out there. And it hurts my heart to see them going through stuff and then asking for help, and they can't get it because nobody believes them. It's an absolute travesty for those people who are actual real victims of real crime.
I kind of disagree. We got brothers out there that they literally have YouTube channels. They go after these pieces of shit on a daily basis.
Yeah, I don't agree with
everybody's. It's a worldwide fucking crisis. And we're right here in America, we're the front line because we have freedom of speech. And we can there's independent video guys that go out there. I forget the guy's name. He's a big fucking giant dude with a beard and fucking, you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, I know.
He goes out there. Yeah, he goes out there and he gets those fucking pedos.
Yeah, I literally submit pictures for this local group that literally catches predators locally. They AI age me down.
Shout out to Speakeasy for the raid. Thank you so kindly. I guess I'm carrying on the after hours party. Usually I like to hand it off to other people. Sometimes Speakeasy is one of those. Abe Dinkus is another one. Flo. So many people out there that usually carry on the after 3 a.m. party, but we're here. And we'll probably go. I'm guessing 10 to 15 more minutes tops, only because I do have to get up in a few hours to put children on a bus. And I'm not exactly excited for it, but it was definitely worth hanging out the extra hour. Hopefully Eclipse feels like they got their money's worth. So
$800 more, and she will send them off to military camp, so we don't have to deal with that anymore.
Yes, Sarah, thank you so much. I think
Sarah, thank you for allowing me on. I appreciate it.
I think this is wonderful. I'll try and come on because it usually starts late in the morning here. It starts at 2, 3, 1 a.m. But I would really love to come on some more. Thank you so much for tolerating my verbal diarrhea.
I've actually been thinking about doing a daytime stream for our European friends and all the other everybody else on that side, because I've actually been getting a lot more requests from our EU people.
Yes.
And they're they want to do the debates. I want to set them up, but I'm like, if you can be up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to start, you're more than welcome. Some people just do it. Some people just do it, but I do understand that why it could pose an issue for many, right?
Yeah.
So I was thinking about, I just need to figure out which day. And I'm not putting it together just yet, but it is plan on having a day shift in the future, and we'll get through that. But yeah, so
fun.
Albert, eventually we'll have something that's around more normal hours for you.
We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Eventually, not right now, but eventually I will. It's on my very long to-do list of more shit I have to put together.
I'll reach out to you and help you sort that out or plan that out if you need help. Why not?
Fair enough. That was fast, Trippy. Your 5 minutes up.
Thank you.
I had some snack. Thank you.
I know it's nice. It's nice when I boot myself off the stream.
Yeah, you can do anything. You can go and do a handstand in the background or whatever. Nobody can see you.
I need to take my black ass to the back of the bus. I'll see you guys later.
All right, man. You have a good night, Vapor.
See you.
Thanks for popping on. You're always welcome.
I'm gonna go too.
Fair enough. Wow. See, once you say I'm gonna shut down soon, everybody starts making their exit.
I already put in the back. I was gonna dip.
I'm gonna make her watch Evil Dead. That's what I'm gonna do.
Why?
No, she likes it. It's not like Force, Maybe it's a TV show, right?
No,
but I love it when you come in here, but I also love it when you leave.
All right, thank you, honey. I appreciate it. Enjoyed all of you. Nice to meet you, Kinetic.
You have to bounce your way out.
Bounce out. He's like, I hate to see you go, but I'd love to watch you walk away.
See, you got to remind them to do the bounce, and they will. Okay, it's McGee.
And I will put her.
Is that our cue? All right, later.
All right, Kinetic. I challenge you to debate.
See ya, Cal. We'll see you next round.
Oh, okay. Of course, she bounced.
Actually, this is a great platform for it. Kel's done a debate before, right? Here.
Yeah, Kel's debated here a couple times.
I would say try to get in contact with Sarah. She's
Osbron, you always pop on at the very end when we're shutting down.
Oh,
Oh, I thought it was going to go to the gauntlet. I didn't know.
Oh no, that's
Did you just
that.
wake up?
If I was switching to
Uh,
the gauntlet, that would have been like 4 hours ago.
oh,
That's okay. That's okay.
Man,
We love having you here. But yeah, we're in shutdown mode, but that's all right.
I feel like he's going to ask me to go bowling.
He's the dude. That's what he is.
Bro, he's
Are you in
straight
your
up wearing a
robe?
polo.
Are
Hey,
you
Roman.
are you in a robe? I thought it was a robe. What are you wearing?
no,
It's a
no,
gown.
Very
it's
nice, Ron.
t-shirt,
Oh
t-shirt.
man,
That's what they call the t-shirts.
is that what the kids are calling it these days? Oh shit!
Man,
Sorry.
he comes on here and everybody's laughing at him.
Sorry.
Azroon, how do you feel about this woke ideology stuff? Wokeness. Like it's basically enlightenment, but taken to like extreme. Like all of a sudden now I know everything about everybody's identity. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, regarding that, I'm subscribed to Incent TV. Now he's changed his channel to Rehab Room. So he actually laid it out correctly. Like within whites, there are elites also within the whites, like in terms of looks, money, status. So I think every race, including whites, they want whatever the whites have in terms of looks, money, and status. So they're jealous of whites, and they're jealous of the fact that they're not white, and they hate the fact that whites are whites and that they have everything. So they want what whites have. So they know that they can't get it, and they don't want others to also have it, including the ones who have it, and they want the whole world to burn. That's it. I think that's the foundation of wokeness.
Damn, you hit the power button. That was
Hell
good.
yeah.
Man.
All I was missing was an American flag floating behind you. And yeah.
We
Bro,
gotta.
you definitely got to do a background sometime.
We got-
and talk like that.
That was so confusing.
We got
Be
this.
the only
one. This-
cool Indian
this
ever.
works. Now say it again. Say it again.
Hey, do you work for Xfinity?
What's Xfinity? What is that?
Was good. That was good.
Yeah, like Xfinity customer
Don't
service.
even entertain
No.
that stupid fucking
No.
question, Azvern.
He's teasing you. That was actually a pretty good
Come on,
answer.
man.
Oh, calm down, dude. That's fine.
No, because actually in Vietnam, they still have a mixture of capitalism and communism. What the elites do is they teach the peasants how bad America is, how bad whites are. Then they'll collect all the money. Then they'll come off to the US and search for precious real estate. Even the elite Chinese are doing the same thing as well. They teach how West is evil and whatnot. But then when it comes to their money and their children, they'll move off to Canada or the US and settle down over there. It's like some love-hate relationship that they have with whites. That's the foundation of wokeness. I think it's a mixture of, it's a very weird mixture of different ethnicities wanting to become white. They can't do it, first of all, and they actually wish that if they can't have it, others should also burn along with them. That's it.
Azroon, I've been trying to be a rich white man all my life. I can't even do it.
No, I'm saying human beings, they desire sex, money, and power, right? So, like when it comes to looks, actually, there are very good-looking whites as well, like who are on the top of the pyramid chain, like Liam Hemsworth, Chris Hemsworth. That, like the ones who have blue eyes and blonde hair, who are tall, above 6 feet. They want that. They want what Bill Gates also has. But they know that they can't get it. So that's why they mask their intentions with nobility and pureness, and they just want to burn everything down to the ground. No one can have everything, right? So that's what they want.
So
I fucking love this guy.
Based I'd ever heard, Osron.
Dude, you're smart.
Boy,
Yeah.
he's knocking it out of the park. Hey,
Wish you were here earlier.
Yeah, where the fuck were you like 4 hours ago, Osron? We could have used this kind of shit on here.
Probably sleeping.
Yeah.
Look, you need to accommodate your schedule to work to mine. That's how
There
this
you
works.
go.
Oh,
That's how that works.
okay.
Oh, okay. He's gonna do it. Don't.
Oh, okay. You're
Yeah.
so sweet.
No, I went to
Osron.
the.
I would.
I went to the gym.
I would go toe to toe and knock bitches out on Osron's honor. Like I would defend because he's so sweet. Look at you. Go
Be
ahead.
careful.
Osron.
She talks sweet, but she's really the devil.
I am.
No, I just went to the gym. So I went to the gym and I came late and I was having breakfast. So I that's why I came a bit late today.
No.
Man.
Wow.
So
you know what though?
Breakfast?
Oh, what'd you have for breakfast? She said. Sorry, Sarah.
Oh, I had bread toast and oats and yogurt.
Yogurt.
Healthy.
I like yogurt.
So I have
He
one
looks
more
like
question for you.
Demon Slayer if he was trying to do an Indian accent.
I didn't say a word.
No, I'm just saying. He looks like you if he was trying to do an Indian accent. That's all I'm saying.
I'm doing the Indian neck. I'm not doing the Indian accent.
Everyone
I'm doing
sees
the
what
neck.
you're doing. I'm trying to.
He's just being an asshole.
I was fully prepared.
Asshole. You know what though, Demon Slayer? Osron's been here on these panels for a long time and has a lot more status here than you do. You might want to behave there, buddy.
I respect you, Sarah. And that's all I'll say. You
but
tell
I
me how to
also-
act on. You tell me how to act on the channel. I'll be respectful to your guests.
I also, I do have
come
some level of just basic manners. That's all.
I have manners. I'm a white man.
So Azron, I have one more question because I'm a solutions guy. I love to hear people's solutions. What would be your solution to the wokeness problem?
I will be banned actually if I say that. But
Okay,
I'll-
you ain't gotta say it. You ain't gotta say nothing.
All right, he's smart enough to know what he can and can't. Right? Like you got a grasp on this.
One of us. What kind
No,
of?
I
He's
mean
trying
the-
to do a
the-
good job,
one of us.
guys. He's
The
trying
show
not to
will
hurt
get
Sarah's
banned if I
channel.
say this. That's why.
Hey, you know,
I don't know, Sarah. Would you mind if he
know
says
your
it? You want him?
limitations. I know my limitations.
No, she's on YouTube.
Saying what?
Behind the
talking
stage, I'll tell you the answer.
Yeah.
I missed
You're
the
on YouTube.
question. Sorry.
My question. It was what's the solution, right, to the wokeness problem? But
Well, give them exactly what they want. Burn it
I
all
mean,
down.
if I say it, like, won't they like say that this is not politically correct? YouTube has become very it's become too restrictive nowadays. So I thought I'll say it after the show is over.
well, caution is the better part of valor, I would assume.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do our closing thoughts, gentlemen, and then you can all have the answer backstage. How's that sound? All right, Demon Slayer, kick us off. Final thoughts from you, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to come into this panel and just giving me a little bit of my expression to be heard out loud to other people. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody else on the panel for the open debate. And I just want to say have a great night and everybody be well and safe. Take care of yourself and always watch your six.
Fair enough. Trippy to you, sir.
I was just throwing axes and stuff at Demon Slayer. Anyways, he's okay. That was a fun panel. I had a blast tonight. I'm sorry I got so loud, and I'm sorry I yelled at so many people, but I'm still happy I yelled at so many people. They got a bloodlust. It's all Sarah's fault. I told you she's the devil.
You liked it. You probably
I
come
loved
on
it,
here
actually.
just to yell at people so you can get your rocks off. Most do.
Yeah, the only thing that I can't say is like the old school words from like 2016. So I think I've busted or broken that whole habit with the
I
with
thought
the whole.
you were about to just say busted a nut.
Oh,
sorry.
No.
That's where my brain was going. As soon as you said busted,
You're
I was
tired.
like,
She's tired.
a nut.
I mean, you know, sometimes it just kind of happens without permission, you know.
Fair enough.
And
Oz,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Are you? Go ahead.
That's all. I busted my nuts. See.
I bet it does squeak like that. Osron, your Actually, final the funny thoughts, part sir. is I blew
Oh,
a lot of the guys.
Yeah.
Stop interrupting yourself, Sarah. God. No.
So
Sorry.
like actually my final thoughts is to understand everything about wokeness, if only Incel TV could be somehow convinced to bring back his channel. I think he's put it on private viewership because of some incident that happened. You can understand how wokeness works if you actually see his videos. So he's got a really good perspective on this. Incel TV and rehab room.
Fair
That's my
enough.
final thoughts.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Conspiracy
bro. We appreciate you.
to you, sir.
Sarah, I want to thank you so much for having me on your show. I've been watching your show a lot. I'm very honored to be sitting where Andrew has been sitting this whole time. A guy that I really like. But besides that, I want to give honor to Varun. Very based, and I appreciate his takes. And again, thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely. You're always welcome. Brick to you, sir.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, absolutely wonderful night, wonderful morning. You guys don't even realize it, but Sarah's like the absolute best host in the world, for real. Like she does an awesome job. Anything you can do to help support all that good stuff. Yeah. So I'll give my quick take on the solution. The solution is education. That's my personal opinion. I believe that a lot of people are pretty stupid. That's my opinion. And so if we educate them, maybe they'll be smart enough to change their stupid opinions to something correct, which is the truth. So, but anyway, I appreciate it, Sarah. I appreciate it, Sarah, so much. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I love all of my panelists, even though I hate you all just the same. But if it weren't for you, there wouldn't be me. So it all works out equally. I do want to take a moment because I have a platform to say something that's very important to me. This is completely off topic. Actually, I'm going to turn off this wackadoodle music while I'm in this mode because I don't feel like hearing it in my ears. When you are driving, whether it's just up the street from your house or down the highway or a million miles away from home, please stay off of your cell phones while you are driving. My daughter lost a very good friend of hers today because somebody couldn't just put the fucking phone down. And there's another young man in the hospital fighting for his life because of this incident, because one person was driving and couldn't put their phone down, rear-ended them, and pushed them into oncoming traffic. And a young girl lost her life, and a young boy is now fighting for his. I know I'm just as guilty as just sending us a quick message or just reviewing to see if a notification comes in. But I think we should all take a moment to understand that especially when it affects close to home and you feel it and you see it and it's here in front of your face. It's not easy having to hold my daughter while she's crying because she just lost her friend. And I'm even more grateful that that wasn't my daughter, but it still hurts nonetheless. And I couldn't imagine being those parents today and what they've been through. It was a very rough day for everyone. So please take my word on this. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The person that rear-ended the two kids is probably feeling pretty shitty right now, and they've got a long road ahead of them. We can't hate them at this point. It's not worth it because they're already going to be hating themselves for a very long time for what they just did, all to check a text message. So please put your phones away. You better not be watching streams and sending chats while you're driving as well. I know we have truck drivers that use the voice to text. I'm all for that if you can utilize other ways to do it. But please, please, please just put your phones away. Our children are too young, and no life is worth losing over that fucking text. It's not been a good day. Okay. I should have said this earlier when I had 1,500 watching, but I'm going to say it now and at least hope that I can reach out to some of you to some degree.
Amen.
All right. Thank you. It's been a fun, pleasurable evening. If you haven't gone over and subscribed to Angry Man, please be sure to do so. He's super awesome. And I have full intentions of getting his ass back here for a debate as well. He's very fun, a very smart, wise man. And I know you all enjoyed the show. Now, tonight, because it's now Friday, we've got Misfit Patriot and Counterpoints coming back for a debate on extra legal violence. Of course, this all surrounds the Charlie Kirk scenario. I have a feeling it's going to be very heated. There's a lot of feelings that are going to be flying across the screen on this one because I know it hits a lot of people in the feels to talk about this particular subject. So I will see all of your asses back here tonight at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now fuck off and go to bed.